Yo, what's up, Min Min? How you doing? Damn, you're fast. Stream crash when you said yo something, never yo Min Min. I said yo Min Min. How you doing, man? God damn, dude.
Welcome everyone to Worlds 2025 and the last day of our quarterfinals. Today we have the reigning champion T1 facing off against LPL's second seed, Anyone's Legend, as they step into the Mercedes-Benz Arena. It's amazing to see this matchup. I think it's one of the most highly anticipated ones, and probably, Emily, or perhaps we hope the closest of all of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to be pretty close between these two teams. We haven't seen AL in a while, meanwhile T1 making their lower, I guess not even lower bracket,
well,
I guess,
it
but
kind
yeah,
of feels that way.
Through the Swiss stage to qualify here. But
I'm supporting AL,
really
dude. Let's go.
And we started off really strong, you know, with Genji Hanwha, and then we had two series that were a little bit more one-sided. So I hope today we can end strong in quarterfinals and get that 5-game banger.
Yes, we have T1 on the docket today with Faker, who's such a big part of League's history. And of course, Riot has been posting the bracket of the most memorable plays of the 15-year anniversary of Worlds. And today,
whose
we
emote
have
is that?
DRX's last stand.
Oh, it's Nightmare. Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't notice. My bad.
Dead. Gonna come down to a smite fight. King of the Loop is off. Beryl has the ultimate back up. No carries on the flashes. Look at the trap line. Look at the Caitlyn. He's trying to stun him away. Owner goes in. Owner is down. The Drake secured. T1's jungle. Trying to do it. T1's going to the base. They're going to the Nexus. Can they do it in time? Kingan comes back. Elder Drake at the ready. But what can he do? Q3. No
fucking crazy.
Elder Drake, the execute. Sail is down.
Moving to hold the front line. Samsung Galaxy push mid first. You can see the flash hold left. They've caught Faker. They've got the CC. The mid laner is down. The unkillable Demon King has done just fine. As Ruler stays in, life stealing. In the back line, they found more as Hootie does not have a way out. Pops to Yolt, but he has.
Who do you think won?
I gotta go DRX. I think that game 5 in a finals is kind of hard to beat.
It did, but it was very close. 56% of the votes for DRX's last stand. So this is how the bracket plays out. I love it. We've got some all-timers in the top 4, right? And I think I can envision a final, but we'll find out how it gets populated as we run through Worlds. But I love how the bracket with Faker's Azir Shuffle and the moments he was involved in is leading us seamlessly into the quarterfinal today. T1 is up versus Anyone's Legend. And Anyone's Legend has kind of morphed into the hope of the LPL, Emily, over the time of the year. I think also because of
I was about to say, yeah.
at MSI
I agree.
into the global
I was gonna say, like,
I think going into MSI is really where a lot of people first heard about this team.
AL.
I do want to call out when people first started getting hype for them was a little bit before this entire roster was put together, when Tabe joined from BLG, and obviously Tarzan joining as well. He has been a massive difference maker for this roster. I'm super curious to see because, like I said, we haven't seen AL in a while.
Dude, that's
right?
fucking
and
crazy.
When they are able to punch
How
up
the
against
fuck
teams
does it go from
that
11th
should be
place to
better than
fucking,
them,
like,
it is through
what
really
was that,
smart
5th?
drafting. It's through Tabe's game plans for this team. So we'll see what they've done with their time.
Tabe is a bit of a kingmaker, but you said with their time because they went 3-0. Now, Maurits, we have seen great teams falling in the quarterfinals after a run like that.
Yeah, it really has been a struggle. The funnest part to me is still that KT somehow has looked possibly the best out of any 3-0 team that we've seen since the introduction of Swiss, which I think is funny. But we've seen this with Genji last year when they looked quite rough coming out of the break. We've seen this with LNG in 2023, and in their case, they did lose to the eventual world champion. But still, I think that the level of gameplay and keeping that momentum up and basically qualifying in what kind of feels like a different meta. It's not completely shifted, but there are some big differences between when they qualified and where we are now.
That's a very interesting point. We can dive into a little as we talk about
T1, man. If T1 wins, holy shit.
Life with Emily.
Yeah,
This
and
is
this
the
one
worst.
is going to feature Flandra, the top laner of Anyone's Legend. So Lee Flandra Swanjin was the founding top laner of Snake Esports. Snake was a really fun team to watch back in 2015. He made a name for himself there for his creativity and flashy plays. His in-game name, Flandra, actually comes from Toho Project's Flandra Scarlet, if you can remember back that far. But,
what?
Yeah, his little
God
weeb game right there. Flandra was and remains an
stream.
LPL
Yo, don't worry,
and
man. I
global
always
top
forget.
lane pioneer. Most recently this year in the Demacia Cup, he pioneered the tank Jace build that everyone was kind of running. Flandra won his first LPL title in 2021 with EDG. He became a world champion that same year. And Flandra is also a big fan of K-pop group Idol, and his world skin recall animation is actually a nod to this with a little light stick. On every team he's been on, Flandra has been lauded by his teammates and coaches for his shot calling and game knowledge. So now on Anyone's Legend, he hopes to help them reach the championship and win his second Summoners Cup for himself. And yeah, just talking to everyone who has played with him, they just all call out how smart he is about the game. What a stabilizing influence he can be on the team.
Thank you for that wonderful episode of Draw My Life.
We
are so happy to have you do these, to dive into these stories. But let's start talking a little bit about their opponents as well.
T1 the team, but
it's T1 versus the LPL again in this bracket. So Maurits,
yo, what's up, Odo? How you doing, man?
I'm annoyed.
If
you only watch
shit, today's Halloween.
Fans do, and you have watched me the last 2 years come in
and go to
the quarters and be like, you know what, guys? T1 really looked like they were struggling in summer. We're seeing some underperformances individually. The meta doesn't really fit them. And then I looked very silly. And it makes me very apprehensive about talking about him today.
Yeah, individually, I don't think Faker's that good, but I mean, he still functions as well, like within a team. Baldy?
Today also feeds into that. It is that.
Why no Halloween themed stream? I finished playing Silent Hill.
Matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
I'll play some horror games.
It's a clash of titans in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Anyone's Legend face T1 for a spot at the World's 2025 semifinals.
Sure, you know what? I'm glad you're back. I missed you.
T1 narrowly escaped with a 3-2 victory. But today, AL have a chance to turn heartbreak into history.
You had the theme because you're so ugly. Do a cat costume?
For China, this is more than revenge. It's a chance to prove that the new generation of LPL can rise again.
Which might be your Tuesday. You better stream.
China's nightmare.
Well, I'll be working this week.
The LPL's dreams, denying the title in both 2023 and 2024. Now they look to crush LPL hopes once again. Will AL finally break the curse, or will T1 march once again towards another world final?
We're watching two juggernauts, T1 versus Anyone's Legends.
Question today to see our final team that will lock into the semifinals. Will it be this man? And Maurits, when you look at kind of the performances that T1 has had in these previous years and how they've been able to
do? I helped CFO. It's off
there are a lot
season.
of parallels you're highlighting because we keep saying
it's like one of the busiest times.
Individual underperformances, a meta read, and drafts that don't quite work out. But I do think we really need to be honest as well. The comparison to the last 2 years to me feels substantially different. I think that the level of play, when you look, has not just been subpar for T1, which is a very high barrier, but just not that great. This was a team that was the second best in the world at MSI, and those highs, they will have to reach
Sunday.
Today. And thus far the tournament, we haven't seen them even close to that.
Maybe I'll do some on like Tuesday, Wednesday, or something. Probably not on Monday.
2023 and 2024, like 2023.
Monday I'll have to go to the office, and when I get back, I'll probably be too tired to do anything.
Just was running absolutely demonic pushing 2v2s that really caught everyone by surprise. So now with Fearless, I actually am really curious to see what their meta read is going to be coming into today and if they can warp it to something that they're really comfortable on.
It's one of the questions going into today. We know that Owner, if he plays as he usually does, he will be on point, and Lore was able to catch up with Owner in Beijing in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Owner, thank you for joining me after Swiss stage. You just drew Anyone Legends. What was the reaction from the team?
방금 막 이제 스위스 모든 여정 마무리했고 대진이 끝났잖아요. 방금 AL 뽑혔는데 반응이 어땠나요? 첫 반응.
뭐 어떤 상대는 어쨌든 다 잘하는 상대라고 생각했기 때문에
whenever I see that, I think of shaking my dick.
또 이제 반대편 조가 젠지 하나가 걸려가지고 그게 좀 재밌는 포인트였던 것 같습니다.
I mean, every team is really strong at this point. And after the draw, we were like, okay, we got AL. And then we looked at the other side of the bracket and we got Hana, Life, Genji. So that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, at least you don't get to face off against an LCK team again. Talking about T1, it has been a pretty rough Swiss stage for you guys. Any specifics that you guys want to work on to get ready?
I'm an AL fan, bro. True, AL. Let's go.
T1이 많이 고전하는 순간도
I got
많았다고
some
생각합니다. 이제 8강
coffee
준비를 위해서 어느
latte.
부분을 가장 나아지게 만들고 싶으신가요?
그래도 뭐 저희가 초반 뭐
I think there's like French shit on it.
나아지고 있다고 생각하지만 그래도 중후반에서 저희의 집중력이 좀 더 올라오면 좋을 것 같다고 개인적으로 생각이 들어서 그런 점을 조금 더 보완해야 될 것 같고 그리고 뭐 라인 수업 단계에서 더 발전할 수 있는 것들이 너무 많다고 생각하기 때문에 그런 부분들을
Going to
좀
strip
더 잘
club?
고치면
Nah, dude.
좋은 성적이 나오지
That
않을까
imply I went
I
outside.
think we have been improving on the early game setups. I think we
Is that gonna be my alibi, dude? If some fucked up shit like accusation pops up,
and also
it's gonna be like, hey, I heard you did something fucked up. And I was like, nah, dude, I can't, dude. Dude, Kevin, this guy, he never goes outside. He's a loser.
The whole year. How do you reflect on your performance?
Oh,
Swiss
dude,
stage,
it's
and
true
what
though.
do
I
you
don't
wanna
fucking go
work on
outside.
personally for quarters?
올한해 또 오너 선수
The outside, it's too bright, too hot, too many like things. You gotta fucking move and walk.
여기는 조금 더 내가 좀 정진하고 싶다 하는 요소가 있어요.
Shadow's alibi was playing Pokemon,
그래도
right?
제가 월드를 꽤나 많이 온 걸로 아는데 이번 연도가 그래도 뭐 아픔 이슈도 살짝 있었고
Transcender right is low-key bad. What do you mean? Jason's a fucking goat. Aceley, what is your problem with?
개인적으로 제
Dude,
폼이
you
그래서
can't. You have such bad opinions on like commentators.
좋은 모습을 좀 보여주고 싶은 마음입니다.
Well, yeah, I believe I was pretty consistent.
Welcome to the NHK guy. Yeah.
But this year, especially at Worlds,
Dude, you hate women in general, dude. You have some fucking problem with
I had a
women.
little bit up and downs in my performance, so I hope I can.
Bro, can't
do
be
better,
bad
feel
equals
better,
hot.
and perform better at quarters.
Well, I hope. Do you feel better
Okay, someone that speaks English. If I say, oh, that like owner is low key bad,
And over to you.
you would not think that I was complimenting on his appearance.
Not firing on all cylinders yet, and I think that's something we've come to expect. Owner has been incredibly stable, though.
Dude, it's like
overall, but he has a difficult matchup today versus Tarzan.
I can't, man.
And Tarzan, for me,
I swear he's just baiting me.
Performing better than Owner, which for
Trying
me
to
comes as a
outsmart my
surprise, 'cause Owner,
English,
not only
dude.
domestically has been a really
Saying
big
they are
deal for
bad
T1,
means
but also
attractive.
internationally, if you look back at the last 2 years, right, some of the most iconic plays, the Rel flash over the arrow, but thus far this tournament, Tarzan to me has been the consistency, and if he can keep up the level that we've seen of him both domestically and at this international, he should be favored in his matchup going in.
Yeah, the big thing is can
I'm
he
trying to think.
show up like he has domestically, right?
Just
Because
pretty?
he's been such
Okay.
a huge part of this kind of AL
AG?
blow up. I talked about how important it was for him to join this
Zeus
roster,
rumor?
and he and Kanavi have kind of been those top two junglers across the entire year.
And now I'm really gonna ask
LPL
you to step
Giants
up to
are
the plate
contacting
because we've
Zeus?
talked so much about anyone's
Did they contact
legend
him last
and
time, but he
their
wanted to
strengths
stay in
because they should
Korea?
come in here sovereignly off that 3-0 with a T1 who had to beat FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, and Koi and didn't even look that good.
The shark?
What is this
Oh my
history
god.
of Faker versus the LPL? Is it still prevalent
Dude,
today?
White.
Are you
Oh my
willing
god.
to say that AL should be the favorite?
And this is the stuff of nightmares. When you look at this, I'm dodging your question, Abe. I'm putting it forward because I want to draw attention to the numbers here. Specifically,
Rip
look
Xiaohu.
at how many of these are starting at 2022. When the
Yeah.
four-man core of this T1 roster, that is still there, obviously, only with Doran being the swap out, took place. So many of these are in the current era of League. And if you go beyond the current era, if you go to Faker, he has always made it to top 4, which is still, to me, one of the most ludicrous stats ever.
So what's the answer?
Okay, I'm gonna go. You're gonna go. Let me go first, Emily. I
What
find
in
it
the
impossible,
fuck?
despite all the evidence in front of my eyes, to predict against T1. I just think that this
There
team
it
gets
is.
it done when
The
it
spy,
needs
the
to.
shark,
There
the
it is.
shite,
Let's see what
the fart,
fans
the
voted
dart,
for so they
the
can bail
not
out
smart,
Emily
the
for a Sapphire
unsmart.
MasterCard fan vote on the day. You can vote every day at MasterCard GG.
Or just talking about,
on X.
oh my god,
And
dude.
usually they do call the vote for T1 because the fan base is just so big. And
I
it's the
think
same
Zeus
today,
is still good, but yeah, he got
71.3%. Since that
fucking
went
ass
relatively
blasted
fast,
by
Emily, who do you think is gonna
Keen.
take it?
I mean, unfortunately agree with Chronicler because you want to go into a matchup being like based on everything we've seen here and based on the analysis, right? It should be AL. I am wondering if they're able to overcome that 3-0 curse, right? And
JG
also
Zeus, Shun,
T1
Night
curse.
Viper.
I'm still calling it for T1. I can't go against them.
Okay.
Doesn't make any sense.
I see. It's too strong. We've been there 2 years in a row. We've seen it happen in front of our eyes, and that's so hard to dispel. But anyone's legend, they want to dispel it. They are the hope of the LPL. They want to make it happen, and what better place to do it better than on home soil here in Shanghai? Let's get into our last quarterfinal, T1 versus AL.
He's good. I hope so. You think TL is good, but not this roster? In terms of LCS, look, Team Liquid, people are thinking like, oh, this is the new team that's going to challenge Worlds. That's not what I'm saying. I meant in the context of LCS, because I don't even think that LCS can compete with like other regions. Like, if I said like, oh, the CBLOL roster is goated, I'm not saying they're going to win Worlds, dude. They ain't going to do shit. I'm only just thinking about in regionals. Because if you start thinking about like Worlds and every roster you could ever make from NA, EU, and... Is there no sound? muted. Oh, there it is, back.
아무래도 올해 시즌 초에 좀 힘들었던 것 같은데.
I don't think that roster's anything special.
있으면서 좀 옛날로 돌아간 듯한 기분이 들었는데.
Really, for the first time since he and Teddy swapped positions back in 2021, we will be having T1 Gumayusi out.
저희가 스위스 스테이지에서 많은 고난을 겪으면서 올라왔는데.
They will be pushed into that elimination situation.
Yeah, I was sitting here thinking like, oh wait, there is no audio.
모든 것이
Everything began to look like a dead end.
This T1 roster once more make it to the knockout stage of the World Championship.
하지만 막다른 길의 끝은 항상 T1 팬들의 응원이었습니다.
You can know stats to KCB? Yeah.
AL 刚组成的时候，我们当时想的争一下4号种子，能走到现在是没想到的。你如果一个赛段打得好的话，我觉得是黑马嘛。但是如果你一直都是保持在前面的话，这样才能够称之为是一个强队。
Okay, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know he was American until like after.
AL 为师一役。
Like I was watching, it was against LR. I was like, damn, dude. KCB is pretty good. And someone's like, oh, dude, the jungler's American. I'm like, what? Why the fuck is the American guy leaving LCS? Dude, that shows the death of LCS. NA players that there are like very few of are leaving the region.
떠날 때는 트로피를 손에 쥐고 있었죠.
之前没有RPL的队伍能够在世界赛的 BO5当中赢过 T1。外界的舆论不管怎么样，我们都是不会在乎的。只要来到世界赛，就想着怎么样才能够走到最后的舞台吧。
一单输者，当破强敌。
很多人说它是英雄联盟最高的山，最长的河。
Highest mountain, longest
但
river.
我觉得它只是我们下一个对手而已。
플랑드레 선수, 우리를 단순한 상대라고 생각하신다면 이미 패배하셨습니다.
Oh! Damn!
In the new T1 dynasty.
T1 AL Prove your legend and earn your legacy.
Dude, why are these trailers so fucking good, dude? If you think we're just an ordinary pony, you've already lost. Dude, what are these fucking lines, man? Dude. It's just like, I don't know, man. I feel like Worlds this year has been so fucking hyped, dude. Like the production and the trailers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. It's time for the final quarter-finals battle here in Shanghai before we proceed on to the semifinals.
Dude, I mean, like, listen, the CFO match was sad, but dude, that fucking line by BDD, like, you know, I heard I'm your idol, let me show you how to become one. Or like some crazy shit like that. Like, dude, that's fucking such a good line, dude. Let me show you what it takes to become an idol. It's fucking sick, dude. T1? Wait, you were T1 TA? What is that? Dude, T1 is not winning. Let's go, AL!
Titans that are taken to the stage, when you look at the series at MSI, when you look at what is on the line here,
I mean, like,
everything must be left.
Dude, it's just because like all the other trailers are so fucking good. Like, you know, like if the other trailers like 10 out of 10, I think the G2 TS one was like still an 8. It was still really good. But yeah, in comparison, it was kind of mid. But I mean, like, I don't know, dude.
At this tournament so far,
I've been loving everything, dude.
For a reason.
They've been knocking it out of the park.
The last time we saw them play,
yeah, but the trailer was hype.
17th, 2 weeks ago.
The trailer was hype
because they cleared out their opposition so swiftly.
Dude, there are so many great lines,
that opposition
dude.
Was an easy road. Remember that their best of one victories.
Like, Riot can't control the actual quality of the series,
powerful Korean
but they can control like the hype and the story and the energy behind it.
They know how to get through. They took down CFO then after in the best of 3, dropping a single game, but still winning the series. Anyone's legend is looking powerful.
Holy fuck!
When you look at like T1, the fact that
holy
they end up being
shit!
towards those
13-0-8,
games by
2-4-23.
It really does start to raise those questions. Where do T1 stand coming into this?
Zed, Pantheon, Jarvan, Trundle, Pantheon, Jarvan
coming into these quarterfinals.
They certainly don't.
You can play Kiana 9-11
matchup with Kyle having that big performance, especially versus Gen G. The Poppy putting the grounding down on Ruler, and Keria not looking like himself, having some mistakes here.
Damn, okay.
They actually had to have Faker, the oldest man at the tournament, carry them here. The thing is with T1 though, they can just play better on the day.
Keep up, Demon Hunters.
Time to see who's going to lock in here.
Andre, if you think we are just an ordinary opponent, you already lost.
For the first time here in this
such a fucking dope line, dude.
And Azir banned out
so
by
fucking
AL.
cool.
Bard has been banned against T1 for every
like
game
last year as well, like with the trailers with Gen G versus T1.
While T1 will ban away the Trundle and Yunara.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I don't know, man.
It's
just
the
so fucking cool.
experimentation chamber here because it was the Bard against FlyQuest. It was this Azir against MKoi that really made teams take notice.
I wonder
if
T1 has to ban Kiana.
Across, so AL making sure that both those champions aren't going to go across. But with Trundle banned away, are they trying to bait Flandre into this Sion first pick?
I mean, very well may be the case. I feel like.
But EVCF was in many trailers looking
up,
many good.
Maybe not worth the investment. But we'll see. Talia also here, pretty big pick up and available. The Rise as well. A lot of things to choose for as far as the priority.
Okay, Nico and Orianna, the last 2 bans here in the first half. Both, of course, very high tier picks in their respective roles. So no Azir, no Orianna. First pick of the entire draft
let's go.
is going to be the Kiana here for Tarzan.
The jungle matchup is so hype. Tarzan versus Owner. That is fucking
at Worlds
like,
as well. It looks like
dude,
they're going to try and focus
let's go.
on, okay,
I'm ready, baby. Tarzan, show me that Kiana.
Snowball off of early skirmishes and really take it in those objective fights.
They're gonna answer with
so big for it.
Scion.
Execution so big. With the Trundle band,
I wonder if they picked
of course the Scion does
something else
in
here.
Priority, and T1 are happy to.
Will they go like Aurora here?
We'll see what the response is, but there are plenty of options.
Ooh, no, Talia.
For him to still go into it.
Dude, I'm all hype about AL, dude.
Talia locked in here for T1, one of the most picked mid laners throughout the tournament thus far. A lot of power roaming to those side lanes, a lot of opportunity to make big plays there with the seismic shove. And like you already talked about, Kobe, Faker's been the one doing a lot of heavy lifting for this team. So
Flandre was the good
and as far as
Rek'Sai player, right?
To the Scion, you know, Flandre has been one of the best, if not the best, Rek'Sai at the tournament.
Okay, he
is.
Very
good.
I remember it was an LPL team. There's only one, like Ben and.
Now locked in, it opens up for Owner to go for the Wukong.
Was it 369 that also sucked on Rek'Sai?
He's able to have this like level 6 power spike that you can play towards.
Oh, you know what? I'm surprised there's no Rumble here. I really like Rumble Kiana like combo.
If you can manage to make that
but
work.
I guess the many teams have been using
AL
well.
Side, we've got the Rise, we've got the Rek'Sai locked
Years
in
ago
for
too,
Flandre
yeah.
as well.
I've just been like
this
recently.
3 times already at Worlds, by far his most
Whoa,
played.
Pantheon!
They've only had to play 5 games to get here so far, but it is not the Wukong on the T1 side. Instead, going for the Pantheon, most likely for Owner, of course, still could have a support angle there, so we won't rule that out just yet.
Yeah, the guaranteed point and click for the seismic shove setup here, and the double, almost triple globals with a Scion ultimate as well. So lots of ability to try and answer Rise split push. But
I wonder if they're going to target supports here, or are they going to target bot lane?
Either the Caitlyn or the Varus pick with the Ziggs ban. So I'm curious if anyone's Legend want to try and shift and take those 2 priorities
Is
away.
that type of cringe?
Focus on towards the support role, taking away the Poppy, maybe looking towards an Alistair as well, try and pinch that pool for carry in the bottom lane.
Yeah, honestly, keeping carry down.
Dude, I don't think anyone here. Okay, that one guy that came in first time chatter, just for farts, was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna vote for T1." That was like the one person I saw.
Valuable here at Worlds.
It's also just Gumayusi's Varus popped off against MKOI, and it has been such a strong pick for him for so many years. I think it'd be good to try and get rid of that, but we'll have to see if anyone's Legend want to try and focus on that on this last ban.
Oh, that's right. He voted for TA.
Bottom lane carry bands
My bad.
The Sivir and the Ziggs from T1.
Team,
double support
not team one. Team anyone's. That's what it was called, right? You just combine the 2 teams. They can't be wrong.
Stop engages, make team fights unfair with the ultimate. Alistar just giving you so much dive opportunity, so much ability to start things off. But there it is, the Gumayusi Varus.
I mean, he's so exceptional on this pick and has been renowned for so many years, whether he's stealing Barons or stealing the hearts of so many fans after he's broken them. But here we go, Ezreal going to be locked in on the opposite side. I don't mind this, actually going to be swapped. I think the only thing with the Ezreal is going to be trying to get through that tank front line. Jhin going to have a very similar story, so I wasn't sure if anyone's Legend would try and swap away from it, but definitely want something that can try and get through this very beefy front line.
Yeah, and something that can follow up on plays that are pretty far away.
Rom is pretty good.
If you're looking at Kiana,
did you go Corki here?
Dive, or Rise, Realm Warp, side lane plays there as well. Gonna need something that can follow up and cover some.
I do recall JG 2022 hope for Guma did not end well. Please hopeless do well. Ooh, not Ezreal. Not Ezreal. Not Ezreal. Please not Ezreal.
So this is why I liked the
Ezreal?
from T1.
No.
Posing that question of, well, AL, what do you value most here?
Right. If you're saying you want that Kiana, that powerful LPL assassin jungler like you were talking about, Dagda, well, you're going to have to trade the meatball of the Scion for it. You can hear the arena getting excited at this hover, but we're not going to be baited here just yet. We'll see exactly what they want to go for here. Most likely for Keria. Again, it could still be the Pantheon as the support. I don't think it will be. No, it'll be Keria's Rakan as the final pick of the draft.
Dude, like, how's Ezreal going to do, like, I don't know, man.
That Rakan does
I feel like it's so hard to break through their front line.
The engage looks very, very heavy here for T1, opening up with a pretty standard draft.
It does feel to me, though, that if AL don't get off to a good lead early, they
Kaisa would have been better.
Can opt in towards the
I thought Corki would be fine.
That back line apart from the Kiana, but either way, you have a beefy front line. Great engage for T1, and on AL side, no one who can really get through the likes of this Scion.
Kaisa would go so hard here.
And they have a lead. It becomes very easy to play at their composition.
Yeah, for me, I'm definitely going to be looking at the
Ezreal is good,
the mid-jungle
should
synergy,
let it slide now.
Yeah. Shanks here will
T1 win easy? Nah, dude, no way!
Pre-level 6.
Wait, why is all the first-time chatters all T1 fans? You're banned!
Can keep Owner under wraps.
And focusing on the mid lane early will feel great, and then if they can get the ball rolling,
man.
like you
Are you
already
just going
mentioned,
to every stream talking, saying T1 win?
Sort of lead you can get
Your comp looks disgusting.
To the side lanes, to the
I'm not gonna lie, their comp does look really fucking good.
That are not fair, even if AL might originally.
I hope T1 wins today. Yeah, you're also
AL, particularly if you fall behind. It's so scary
dude.
when you're trying to set up these plays.
Yeah, and you know how aggressive AL is going to want to play this. Like the last time we saw Tarzan play this champion, he was diving mid lane turrets to just set up a kill for himself. They really want to invest in getting this Qiyana ahead. So all eyes are going to be on Faker to make sure that he does not fall prey to it.
All right, we're on to the Rift for game 1 in this quarterfinal best of 5 AL versus T1 for the last spot in the semifinals and the opportunity to play top esports for a chance at the finals. Runes coming up on your screen right now. We can see comment on the Varus,
looks so
means
rough.
lethality and poke. Double summoner spellbooks here for our supports for the extra opportunities, utility, and playmaking.
And they sweep out with the early Oracle's lens here to grab that ward, take down the possible lane swap ward there, and it's just going to be the regular reset. Sign back up to the normal lanes here.
I mean, people
Remember,
think it's like a very safe AD carry. So you can just pick and then like farm from safety.
That full 5 games.
And so far throughout this tournament, 100 Thieves and Imkoi pressuring T1, I think more than we expected them to in those best of 3s that T1 had to play, where I think a lot of people were expecting these gold graphs to be just straight up and to the right.
Yeah, we expected T1 to come out all guns blazing and being able to find those
Oh my god,
pressure,
Kill just took so much damage.
And suddenly skyrocket in towards their objective control where they like
Okay, there you go.
When it came towards, especially that series against Mkoi, there was a lot of picks going across, there was a lot of skirmishes.
I don't know. I think that Ezreal does like good damage to like squishy champions, but he doesn't really like get through like tanky front lines.
Really made the difference.
Like the Pantheon, like was it the E to like protect yourself from damage?
As well as
Sounds pretty beefy
like
front line.
Some fights you would have
also, Varus' range is pretty long, so it's gonna be hard for him to like
was going.
trade.
And so it has made people a little bit worried here as to the form of T1 coming into this series.
And of course, that does mean that T1 has had more time to practice. They've had more stage games, right? Like I said at the top of the day, anyone's legend, because of their success, it was 2 weeks ago that they played their qualifier match in that 2-0 bracket from the Swiss stage. So although that does give you extra time to prep, it gives you extra time to plan, look ahead, and try to figure out the meta, figure out the things that other teams might not be wise to just yet.
Ezreal's cleansed too, so
that you haven't had as many games under the lights.
He's trying to play like very pussy-o.
Interesting because T1 off of
okay,
the
just took a
play,
cue to
thought,
the
no,
face.
we're actually going to get rid of the Trundle and try and get this Zion for ourselves, which is their big investment in the draft. AL, at least off the games they play,
so say she is a much better player than .M. I don't think .M is that good.
That's where, when it comes to these team fights,
at least he hasn't shown that he was good on PSG Academy.
Point of who comes out on top.
Yeah, 100%. Plus, we haven't had to show anything extra.
Yeah, Hybrid Kai'Sa would have been really good. It melts your tanks pretty hard.
A lot of people looking forward to what AL
and the mobility, it's all nice.
Specifically, Tabe, as far as the drafts, with all of the extra time that AL have had to observe the other teams. In game number 1, though, they're not showing anything new at all. You know, these are the normal priorities here with the Qiyana, with the Rek'Sai that you do mention.
Okay, as we have Tarzan making a quick stop in the enemy jungle here just to place down the common ward near the enemy Raptor camp. Keep an eye on what's going on there as Owner has secured the bottom side. Scuttle Crab drops off a Raptor ward of his own. Both junglers will pass through the mid lane.
Owner,
who was coming around maybe for the play on to Shanks, but as soon as he knows it's a 2v2, he thinks better of it.
Yeah, first clear, very easy to track for both of them. Both of them having information, and as we were looking forward to from the draft, it was going to be an early convergence towards that mid lane, because you really can snowball it either way there with the extra pressure. So far, though, just clearing out the extra ward and the slight roam up from Kael. Again, another use of this sweeper.
I mean, Faker's losing lane right now.
Out of the early oracles, and keeping this pathway between mid lane and bottom lane
really
clear
cool. I like Nila.
Is huge to be able to get those roams off.
Yeah, especially like Owner will get the information that, oh, the Raptors were just about to spawn, so we'll be able to track where Tarzan is going for the moment. But I think it is a case of trying to make sure you can also keep Tarzan safe in a lot of this, because Pantheon early matching into
Gwyn's got TP.
If you have the support from Faker, you can very quickly burst out this Qiyana, and she's nullified entirely in these early skirmishes.
All right, taking a look down here in bottom lane, you can see the farm even here, as it is pretty much everywhere thus far. We don't have any of these
Neela?
Neela's
AD champion.
early on. 4 seconds
she has
left on the
short
clock
range,
before
but
the
she
Drake
shares
spawns.
XP and she boosts like healing and shielding, so she's pretty strong.
Early priority on it from junglers and bottom laners, as it could be for something more valuable, especially considering, like I just mentioned, the neutral state of the lanes. Nobody's got prio over the nearby area.
Yeah, I think if you're T1 though, you can try and look for Pukuma. Might be caught. Force the flash.
Gumayushi losing the flash there, especially on Varus with the no innate mobility. That could be an opportunity for AL.
And what I was about to say was that Gumayushi and Kerry have actually had a decent job of pushing in this lane on the bottom side.
Oh yeah, she's pretty strong.
Owner to actually go for
L
this
flash,
dragon,
yeah, it's
waves
cringe.
crashed,
I thought they could follow up and kill,
but now,
whatever.
Down a flash, it makes Gumayushi a little bit more vulnerable if AL try to contest any sort of early dragon take.
The other thing to consider for the dragon, Flandra also still with a teleport. Okay, just uses it now on the Rex side.
Okay, in the tower.
Tower shot here for Shanks, but not too,
she only has
not
one
too big.
skin.
I was gonna say,
I don't know about the skin
Keria
game,
there
dude.
was coming out of base off of his reset and had hovered towards mid. Now we're seeing another hover towards mid, but it is
the only
spotted
suit
by the
I'm
warding
interested
here from
in is
AL,
the
so
birthday
good
suit.
vision around mid lane. AL have known, yes, Shanks is going to be a target on this rise. We know that T1
swimsuit
wants
is also
to be able
good
to compound off of this Talia, but the other side is not warded.
Oh, Owner with the flash and the stun going after Shanks, but he flashes to buffer through it. So no seismic shove there for the follow-up. You even saw Owner using his spear on nothing beforehand to charge the passive.
Yeah, really good job by Shanks there with the preemptive flash, because if that flick goes through, you're in a lot of trouble. But now Faker having to escape. She'll be able to walk out on towards this bottom side. And it should just be Owner picking up the Raptors
yeah, I think so. Rule 34.
Tarzan is able to reach to level 6.
Yeah, I need T1 to lose. I can't have them win.
Kiana very threatening with access to the ultimate, but nobody finding actual blood.
Kaylin versus Neela? Probably Neela.
But Flowers, your #1 goal when you're trying to kill a mid laner is first step, blow their flash.
Yes.
So Shanks, no flash here. Very good trade for Owner to just go in and trade that, even though Faker was unable to follow up with the close seismic shot.
Based on the legend lineup,
towards 50 seconds until that next Void group though, and if you actually look at the bot lane,
probably
is already
T1 should be favored.
Which means that then Keria
based
can
off
stay
draft
on this bottom
alone
side and work alongside Gumayushi to keep this pressure, and then TP.
But I don't think it's like super one-sided. If I had to pick one, I would pick T1.
Can match alongside Keria.
And we mentioned the leeching.
Because the thing is, like, I don't know how, like, maybe Tarzan just like pops off on
level 6 on his Pantheon. Whether they want to use that to try to make a play on the now flashless Rise or make a play for the Void Grubs that you mentioned, Dagda, I really want to see some value out of this for Owner and T1.
Meanwhile, the lane's going pretty well for AL besides that Gumayushi lead that you do see.
I mean, Tarzan's really good on Kiana, and like Korean teams just seem to like fucking lose to Kiana. Like against other good Kianas, I mean, right? Like LPL, LCP, Kiana, yeah. Basically, Jinja or an LPL team, if they pick Kiana, LCK just can't win.
They've already pushed in bottom side as Shanks has moved down. They're trying to shift the Talia down to match, but this opens up Shanks to move quicker with that Realm Warp, and AL should be able to keep T1 at bay. I don't even think T1 can test here.
Yeah, for sure. With how much pressure Flandra has in the 1v1, the Rek'Sai has a sign under tower already, and you see Flandra proxying even, so T1 looks very good for them, or excuse me, AL looks very good for them to grab the grubs. Will T1 even try and answer anything on the other side of the map?
Exactly. You don't really see any movements immediately towards the Drake.
Kiana's Korean though? Yeah, but he's from the LPL, so it's different.
AL onto the Drake pit, expecting that T1 might be trying to make that counterpunch.
It's not
there,
Chinese Kiana, it's LPL Kiana.
When you already have all of this pressure, particularly in the top lane with your Rek'Sai having the lead over Sion and proxy farming,
Tarzan speaks.
Feels really
Dude, Tarzan is so smart. He's like, yo, I speak mad Korean. Now it's time for me to speak mad Chinese.
Compared to the exact
no English. And you're just like, oh my god, it's so good.
Without a fight, and that means it's 1-1 in the objective count. As
okay, is Flandra gonna die the tower?
Lane here with the
like,
Sion
like a bin?
to continue trying to farm.
This is a much slower early game than I was expecting. When you
like
glance back towards MSI, there was so much activity in the early stages of that series across almost every single game. But both teams now at the World Championship, trying to scope things out and see where they can get that small little advantage in this game number one. Because for so many
I mean,
of the players
AL's
on the
up
Rift,
in goal
it
though.
means so much, especially on AL side, if they can take down.
And nothing's happened
I
really.
see one of those advantages already manifested.
It's kind of sick.
The gold that we were talking about for Flandra, the lead that he had, the pressure, it has turned into the item here. Titanic Hydra. This thing feels so good on Rek'Sai because auto attack resets really enable you to stack up your Fury even quicker so you can get your true damage bite. And it gives you massive wave clear. So again, pushing the extra
Tell me one of those
tempo
weird
here,
games. Yeah, it feels like it. It feels like the Gen G T1 game where like Gen G just
now
didn't
to make some plays.
Just, I don't know, farm well, push their advantage, and then had one fight and won the whole thing.
And that is Gumayushi on the Varus. He is the one point of power right now for T1. He's the one role with an individual gold lead, and Rek'Sai and Kiana want nothing more than to erase him at the very start of the fight.
And that's why both supports are doing a really good job of teetering.
Yeah, but I thought it was the Valorant
side
team,
as well. You can see all the
that had
vision that
issues.
Kerry has set up on this bottom side of the map, and it's now being slowly cleared out by Kael, essentially trying to keep both of their mid laners safe and those vulnerable AD carries in the mid safe as well.
And we know when
Bape?
AL are at their best, it is when both Tarzan and Kael are controlling vision and oftentimes linking up to work with each other to apply that pressure. I remember the interview that we had with Tabe where he was talking about the close relationship of those two players outside the game as well, and how Tarzan really opened up Kyle's confidence with communication.
He's a French
in-game.
football player, Baldy.
So good.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yo, David Beckham, let's fucking go, dude. Does he still
we'll
play?
see. At the moment, Kyle has been kind of like handling the vision on the bottom half, while Tarzan by himself had been handling the vision on the top half. But if you see them link up here with Braum and Kiana, that is so much CC and possibilities for big plays.
Oh, then I don't know football.
Right now is T1.
He's like 70. He wasn't 70 when I was a kid.
Moving towards him.
With the grand entrance.
He was a very young player when I was growing up. Bigger than 10 years ago?
They're gonna back away. Two-shot barrage fires through, back from all the way over in mid lane, but not gonna find any targets. Owner also hanging around the area, but again, gentlemen, it just seems like nobody wants to be the one to force something that doesn't have to be forced.
Oh, Messi and Ronaldo?
Make sure that they're not falling vulnerable to Owner, but a little bit of a play there on the bottom side, because Owner at any point
those
in
are
time
two
can show
people.
up mid, can show up bot, and similar to Faker, where he's already pushing this
think.
bottom wave.
Who else have I
to the
heard
side
of?
Mid, they can always try and rotate into something happening on that mid wave. So now
there's probably a Michael out there. Yeah, Michael.
Okay, Faker, Owner, and Carrier squared up here to try to at least grab a turret plate, and they will be able to do just that. Faker collects the money. Carrier still just trying to distract Tarzan and Kael. Shanks at 40% HP on the rise, but can still clear the wave away as Gumayushi applies pressure over in the mid lane.
Wayne Rooney, hell yeah. Well, Michael Ballback, yeah, Ballack, yeah, that guy.
Again, Flandra is constantly running the show.
Yo, Flandra is like fucking
a third plate.
owning.
So good, so comfortable on this champion.
What's the games we don't have money on it?
Though, everybody is always
that's because
really
you're a
happy
cow.
to have
Not
Sion
kidding,
on
dude.
their
I
team
don't gamble, dude.
As long as he's not significantly behind,
yeah, Michael.
We'll provide
I'm on a first name basis with him.
Line presence. Doran, though,
what
has
the
had a
fuck?
rough tournament thus far.
Kind of. Except he has
so
hair.
People are definitely looking for him
not
to
ugly.
step up as it progresses.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that will be now at the next, or the Rift Herald in a minute 45, because you're going to see these first item completions, like things like the Triforce.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, White Kevin. There you go.
That's me. Top side of the map for AL in a decent spot. So I think that's where they'll be looking to try and play. And with Dragon in 40 seconds as well, you can continue to put that pressure down as well. So I think it's more on T1.
Of course.
With Owner and Faker right now to disrupt the opportunity for AL to hit these spikes and play for this Dragon.
Yeah, let's see if they can get some early vision control. You see Carrier at the moment through mid, through the control ward here, trying to go get some. And he can do this because his jungler is Pantheon. Tarbut, with the ultimate.
Tarbut, yeah.
The Flandra attacks up here is almost an entire turret already.
Yeah.
Under tower. Tarzan has joined
Okay,
Yeah, but Tower's about to go down.
Goes out the unraveled earth, wants to make sure he can find his escape route here.
There you go.
And this is also the additional power.
Oh yeah, dude, the goalkeeper. Dude, I follow all the goalkeepers.
This is AL. There's not a kill on the board.
Hakimi,
and
yeah,
Flandre's
dude.
forcing down the first turret 14 minutes into the game. Now T1 starting
so
up the
good
second
at
Drake. They
blocking
want to try
balls.
to keep stacking here. Keria disengaging as AL's on the approach. T1 grouped up as 4. The Drake is down to 2,000 HP. Faker joins up with everybody. It's a 5v5. They go in immediately as Doran tries to lead the
Let's go.
Look
at them go. They're fighting. Dude, Doran's so tanky. Oh my god, dude, he can't kill Doran. Oh! Well, okay. Tarzan, that ult's kind of late, feels. Maybe it's fine. Oh, here it comes. Oh, the team fight's looking so bad. Oh! Shanks! Shanks still alive? Shanks still alive? Doesn't damage though? He's just taking damage? Oh, he still gets hit! Oh, Faker's flashing after his ass!
Another rock is thrown, and Shanks is buried! T1, 4 for 2!
Once again, it's Faker
What the
in
fuck?
the clutch in
Longer
the
than
fight,
ult.
finds the flick to send AL into everyone on T1. What a play
I
from
mean,
the T1
yeah,
mid
Yamada.
laner.
I watched a lot more Japanese football than European. You know, so like yeah, Yamada, Yoshinoya, Honda, Subaru, Toyota, like they're all like so good.
4 members, and even though they sacrifice the Scion, they get such a lead in the fight, they can then go for the chase.
And the fact that Doran ends up forcing Tarzan to flash out of River.
Dude, this fight
so
was shit
T1,
so
because
hard.
Your biggest worry is a massive Kiana ult in the middle of that fight, but you can't find your
There
moment
is
if you're not
actually a
able to
Japanese
be
Protocol
in
Honda.
that
I
fight.
know.
T1
Let's go.
team fighting, man. 14 minutes into the game.
Real Madrid?
0-0,
Yeah,
and
dude.
now it's T1 with a 4 for 2
Titus
lead.
T1 winning?
Damage
Oh,
done to champions
T1
in
will
the
always
last fight.
wins, dude.
It's Kuma,
I mean, they're
Faker,
still up
it's
in gold,
Shanks,
though.
It's
That's not
Hope.
bad.
The carries on
Who
both
is
sides
Toyota?
doing all the damage, but now we might have yet another one
soccer
as the
player.
Rift Herald makes
The
its way
Toyota. Yeah, Toyota.
Guma's
Oh
got
yeah,
some pretty good stats on
Mitsubishi,
Varus at Worlds.
Sony.
He's also stole some Barons that had a pretty big effect on some pretty
Who else am I
important
thinking of?
games.
I don't know, there's a lot, man. There's a lot.
This is not Baron. This is Rift Herald. They're going to grab this one. No Guma around to steal it.
Yeah, it looks like instead T1 going to try and push in mid and collapse onto this bot tier.
I'm more familiar with Japan, dude. You know, because I'm Japanese.
So T1 still getting value as Flandre.
No, I'm an E Honda fan.
To slow down this T1 play.
Flandre still obviously the point of power here for T1. Individual gold lead of 1.3K is the reason why T1 is not ahead in gold despite winning.
Do you like
that
reds?
4-2.
No, I prefer
You also have a very
green.
interesting state with the feats of strength. First turret went over to AL. Obviously, feat of warfare went over to T1, and we're 2-2 now in neutral objectives. So this next Drake spawning in 3.5 minutes, or if we want to get really crazy, maybe the Otacon spawning even sooner than that, will be what decides who gets the better shoes.
You know everybody loves an Otacon fight.
Who the fuck is red?
These things are always exciting, and it is
They were talking about
the
colors
setup
here.
for those fights. So we'll
What do
see
you
if
think
can
about
control
Liverpool
the area
season until
first
now?
and
Oh,
get the
it's
perfect
been horrible,
engage.
man.
The thing is, with
Dude,
the
ever
red
since
side
the
lead
Beatles
there,
left
that is not a lead
Liverpool,
that
it
just, like,
hasn't
wins
been
you a
looking
game.
good.
This champion,
You know, I don't know if they're able to like rebuild, but I hope they can figure something out for their
so they actually
structure.
have to find, you know, like a flash knockup onto Gumayushi or something.
See, dude, analysis
actually
isn't that
put a
hard.
stop
It's easy.
To the T1 team fight. And look at this, the river
Oh yeah,
control for
yeah.
T1 is
I
pretty
knew that.
early.
I knew that.
Yeah, for
I thought we were
AL,
talking
it has
about
to be
like
a way of
colors.
finding a bypass
Yeah.
to Doran.
Oh yeah, they're
going
good. They're
in.
good.
Yeah, Flandre goes in for the flash. He wants to try to find Faker here. Needs a little bit
Flandre's
more
still
damage.
alive.
Drop the aggro, and Shanks gets the kill. TP coming in from
Oh!
T1, but it might be
What
a
the
little bit
fuck
of
was
a
that
problem.
TP?
No, Doran has the ulti. Guarantees he does not get locked up, but still, that's T1 getting caught off guard. That's Flandre making the flash play that you wanted to see.
Yeah, immediately flash ultimate onto one of the carries. It's not Guma, but it's Faker, and they get the kill. That is Flandre coming up big on the world stage.
Kyogo fell off and
no
leave Celtic.
flash
Yeah, that
now
makes
for
sense.
this
That
next
makes
dragon
sense.
that we were just hyping up how crucial it could be, or the next Atacon. So although it's a nice pick, they don't actually get much more
Oh,
out of the back
Shohei
of it. So for
Ohtani.
AL,
Yeah,
they'll have to keep
Ohtani
track if they
Shohei.
can still find that moment in the next fight. Sans flash.
Yeah, exactly.
He's good, right? I hear his name a lot.
It's not like it led into a turret take. It's not like it led into a dragon or an Otacon or anything like that. It feels good.
He about to sell.
Get the extra money in the pocket.
Dude, the dragon spawning in
are going to need every tool they can possibly get. These big fights come down to the carries, to the positioning.
Yeah,
we saw the
Maeda.
damage charge from that first big team fight, from the only big team fight, and both sides, it was mid and AD doing all the work. If one of those dies instantly, that's going to completely warp the landscape of the battle.
And that's why I want to see AL.
There's nobody pro that I know that has the same last name like as I do, like my Japanese last name. My Japanese last names aren't really that popular though.
T1 and use those tight corridors, but at the moment T1 get to clear out their waves. We got a minute now where everyone's starting to reset until this dragon comes through, and that's where we're going to see our next big fight.
And along with those,
I don't have a very popular Japanese name. It would be cool to have someone that has a similar name as me.
We've got the Muramana almost ready to evolve for Hope. We've got it almost ready to evolve for Gumayushi as well. Those should both be fully stacked by the time the dragon fight comes around. Seraph's Embrace going to be completed for Shanks, already completed for Faker alongside that Rylai's. Everybody's hitting these big power
Japan's
spikes,
popular,
and I
right?
expect that to also be a huge factor.
We've got Otacon here. T1 pushing on top side, trying to set up around it very early on. Again, the flashes will be critical.
I don't Tottenham? Yeah.
Forward, but immediately Carry is ready to try to respond here with the grand entrance.
Kale's down though. Oh, that's huge! Oh, he fucked up. He actually fucked up so hard.
And a bigger punish from
T1. Let's go, Tarzan! I mean, there's nothing. It was a good three-man stun to nothing. Never mind, Shanks. Oh!
The T1 jungler. The realm warp's ready to go in, and Shanks wants another. The arrows
oh my God!
Scion
Gaming! Is he gonna flash out? Did Scion's ult to flash out? No, he's still in. Oh!
As now Carry has got to be careful as
whoa, Tarzan, did he actually save that?
Hold on, we've got a respawn from Kael. He teleports back, and now it looks like AL is gonna take the opportunity to go after the Otacon.
Wait, they're getting free Otacon?
They know that they've only got a couple of seconds until Owner's back up, and he has
no fucking way they get free Otacon. Oh!
Because that was
that's huge!
T1 responding with the
they're gonna TP back in.
Exactly. Big interrupt there on Gumayushi, and AL, despite the fact that their bottom lane duo gets caught out,
what the fuck is going on with that Rift Herald?
So good for T1 at the start, claims the Otacon. Here it is again.
Yeah, the counter engage was so good
for
AL.
Hope, what the fuck was that E forward Hope? What the fuck? Oh, he flashes into the fucking wall.
But immediately, Owner flashes over.
Dude, I thought Tarzan was trolling with this. Like, look at the ult. It's so. I mean, okay, never mind, can't. But like, if you looked at the ult, it looked really good, but no one can follow up on it. So I was like, not really worth. But in the end, it worked out. They did enough damage.
This is Soul Point. If T1 secure it, AL know that this puts them in a very bad spot. Tracking down to 1,000, already going to be secured by Owner. AL continuing to walk forward, but they decide better of it. There's nothing left to fight over. So Otacon plus feats of strength over to AL's side, but T1 then claiming Soul points and in a position to claim Soul every 5 minutes hereafter.
A very tense position in the game, Flowers. Everybody's looking at the next dragon now. With the power of the Otacon, it's not super big at the moment with only the 19 petals being picked up. It's a pretty early one there. It does give the nice on-kill effect, though, for AL.
Okay, everyone on AL has 2 items.
Of burst damage in it, so you might actually see the use of that extra on-kill effect.
Prime Cog, dude, I love me some Cog, man. Not gonna lie, I thought that guy was so good.
Might be able to find another.
And with that Otacon take, securing feats of warfare for AL, look at the inventories of Flandra and Tarzan. They both already immediately upgrade to the tier 3 shoe. So while everybody else in the game, particularly on the T1 side, is at their 2-item power spike, it's that
I'm biased. I didn't work with Cog,
for the
so
AL side because they can afford that extra upgrade.
I thought he was so goated. I thought he was so talented for being on the bottom team.
Right before that Otacon timer, I'm very curious how much that's going to pay off here for Flandra and Tarzan. Shanks oftentimes too, you see mid laners go for that tier 3 boot very quickly, so this could be a big power spike for them if they want to fight again soon, but it's still 3.5 minutes until that next Drake spawns.
For T1, though, it feels like the 2 tower power spike. The fact that you managed to get that mid lane tower down makes it very easy for you to abuse Gumayushi's wave clear and start shifting constantly down, putting pressure on towards this bottom side of the map. And once you get that last tower down, then it becomes much easier for T1 to establish that vision for the upcoming Infernal Soul, for these picks that they can try and find, because both compositions incredibly strong when they can play in these pockets of vision.
Yeah, both of them have
I
so many
see
tools
Drake
to
just
make
such
hits
massive control.
and quickly get those kills.
I mean, they kind of fucked up the objective control around
T1, they fully
Dragon.
come all the way back
Like they're kind of late
to
to
the
like
bottom side of the map. So this is going to
the
allow
two fights,
Flandra
right?
to push in the side wave. You see top lane will be in AL's favor. But he doesn't have teleport, so it's not going to be any sort of big teleport flank play or anything. It just means somebody from T1 will have to go answer, and looks like Faker elects to go
feel
pick
really
up the
listening to
extra
a
gold.
team called Team 1.
Okay, we do have Faker also. 2 needlessly large rods in inventory means the Rabadon's death cap. He will certainly have enough gold for that. 2.5 minutes from now.
River?
In time for that Dragon Soul
what do you mean by
fight.
that?
And it's Mountain Soul as well. Putting that on a Scion when the enemy team already has an Ezreal as the AD carry instead of a tank buster is very scary.
Yeah, the Inferno Soul with like the poke from Gumayushi is going to be incredibly strong. You're good, you're good. It's going to be so strong, and honestly for Faker as well. But crucially, Gumayushi and Faker, Flash is just about to come off cooldown. Same when you look at
If you ultra river and hit someone, does the damage. Yeah, but you want the stun though.
Available for you.
You want the knockback into stun.
If you want to go for a sneaky T1 Baron.
It's not so much the damage that makes it kind of OP. It's the fucking
I was doubting a little
ult
bit
and like it bounces around the walls and hits multiple people.
Wrong. We'll see if we
stuns
get an
in
early
river
Baron in this one as well.
Oh.
The gold lead.
But it's like
still
one
less than
person, right?
1,000 gold for AL, despite the slight kill
Or
lead
it's
for
whoever
T1,
stuns whoever it
and
hits.
Neither
It's
one
not
of
like
the teams has really pulled away
spreading.
any further than that throughout this
Okay, I didn't know
entire
that.
first game.
Yeah, I love the way that you
like,
bring up the
I
sneaky
didn't
T1
know that,
Barons,
Kiana.
because as the team with the soul point, they get the luxury of dragging you across the map. They can go for either side, whereas AL, it's much more difficult here to spread your vision resources, keep track of both of these objectives.
Like, dude, Tonkatsu is
sure
so
that
good.
T1 don't sneak the bigger of the two.
This is really good Tonkatsu place
T1
near
would
where I
still be
live.
very happy with just going over to progress here through the Dragon area.
And they
This
give
is
me like
up
the
in only
Tonkatsu
1
sauce. It's like,
minute.
oh my god, so good.
And
Tonkatsu.
with 1 minute on the clock, powerful items are starting to come online. You can see the Seeker's Arm Guard available for
Fukushima's nicer
Shanks,
than many
especially
people
on
think.
Ryze, when he can use the Realm Warp to put himself in the middle
I
of
mean,
everybody.
yeah, I guess so.
This can be
Like,
a
I don't know.
massive,
I haven't really heard
massive
anyone talk shit
playmaking
about
tool
Fukushima.
for getting in there and playing aggressively towards the back line of T1. Taking count of
Oh,
summer spells. Gentlemen,
I mean,
it's everything.
yeah, I guess there's
Every
that
single summer
image,
spell
but
is ready. Ghost swapped in for Carrier's
if you
Rakan.
go, it
Exhaust
seems like
swapped
every
in
other
for
place.
Kyle's Braum as AL try to force T1 back from the bottom side river. 30 seconds to go until the Infernal Soul spawns for T1.
And Faker's recalling right now. That's got to be a death cap for him. He has teleport. As you said, all of these summoner spells are available. He has the cap just in time.
All right, Faker's got some headwear, but it's AL with control over the bot side
The team's
river.
so much random
Gumayushi
poke damage,
wanting to
though.
step up a little bit here. TP coming in from Doran.
Oh my
He's
god,
going
they're
to be the
missing
one to try to face
everything.
check. Carrier takes some damage from Shanks. Has to use the grand entrance to get himself back away. AL with control over the river. Still
Oh,
four now.
Guma,
Flandra
dude,
looking
Guma's
around
hitting
in
like
the blue
oh my
buff
god,
area,
now
but he won't
Faker's
find
also
anything.
poking him
Kyle down
out.
to half HP already from the T1 poke. That's only going to get scarier if T1 secure this objective. Kyle,
Dude,
using
Hope
the
has not
Unbreakable,
done
blocks the
any
piercing
I mean,
arrow.
okay, he's hitting
Hope trading
fucking
back and forth
Scion,
still
but
between both sides.
Guma's
Keep your
been
eyes
hitting
on the
like
engage, keep your eyes on Carrier. Flandra digging into the pit, putting that tunnel
Osaka
down, making sure he
Nagoya?
has some extra
I'd
mobility
probably
for
go
the
with
upcoming
Osaka.
fight as T1 want to step
It's
forward.
just like
Doran
the
then gonna
better
cross the tunnel.
touristy
Kyle,
area.
half HP still going to use redemption
Oh,
early
it's not
here
bad
for
either,
AL
but
just
if
to
I
make
just
sure
had
the
to
health
pick
bars
one,
stay topped off.
can't go
Flandra
wrong.
Marked on the side, seismic shove onto the AL top laner. Chain CC on the Flandra, he's already down. T1 have found the pick. Supreme display of talent.
Oh my
Tries
god, they
to hold
fucked
the
that up so
line,
hard.
but into the back line goes over.
Oh, they fucked that up
Being
so hard.
chased. Tarzan's being killed. Anyone's
Shanks is not getting fucked.
being crushed as Shanks tries to fight back in a
Oh my god, he's
1v4,
flashing for this?
but he'll get nothing but an epitaph as T1 kill 4 and take Soul.
T1 go fishing and they find Flandra. They pick him off and they decimate AL in the team fight.
Hope is trying desperately to hold on, but T1 are chasing.
Baker's riding the wall in. Hope's going to be the last to die. A delayed ace for T1, and the delay makes it even better because now, even when AL respawns, they are not going to have everyone all at once. They will not be full strength. T1 won't just take the soul. They're going to take the whole enemy team. They're going to take the top lane turret. They're going to take Baron, and they're going to take a hell of a hold on this game.
And all of it is because because Kerry was doing such a good job of matching Tarzan that Tarzan tried to move, and they sent Flandre into his death as T1 find the pick they need, and the immediate follow-up with Kerry, with Owner, they find Hope, they shut down AL's Hope as the rest of T1 clears up in the piss.
Oh, Kerry
what is
back,
this?
Baby. He camped on that control ward, he starts out the play onto Flandre, setting up the seismic shove, and then he continues the play, as you say, jumping over the wall, finding the rest of the members. Keria Rakan finding multiple big engages.
And it feels like this is now T1's game entirely. They'll be able to push in these waves. The poke that was already so difficult at that last dragon, now only amplified thanks to the soul. And T1.
Oh yeah, Mata's the coach of T1.
They Hope, but do they know AL are in the bush?
AL trying to set some kind of a trap. They know a fair fight doesn't favor them any longer. Kyle gonna be trapped on the wrong side of the Weaver's wall. Seismic shot connects onto Shanks, who immediately goes golden. But it's gonna be a 2-for-1.
Okay.
Supreme display of talent at least takes
I mean, Kiana still does kind of bit of damage.
T1 have still won the fight. They're gonna keep pushing forward. They've got the Baron, they've got
over.
the soul, they've got the enemy tier 1 turret down the gun.
I hate this so much.
Line. But the escape is there for the rest of AL. Flandre trying to distract, get something else back over in the mid lane here at the same time, trying to get an objective bounty because AL know they are not fighting back in the bottom lane. T1 take the tier 2.
Guma Yushi's Chains of Corruptions, locking down Shanks, making sure that neither him or Kael could get out of there. T1, they are in the heads of anyone's legend.
I mean, it's T1 at Worlds versus the LPL. And T1 down here, after they've already got so many big objectives, Flowers, you were just
old
talking
school
about how much they
watcher.
the previous fight, they get right
she
back
doesn't
to
know
it.
like the new people, but she knows like
immediately get his Zonias.
Old school.
The response from Tarzan to try and get at least something back from AL, you know, does get them a tiny bit, but T1 are not stopping.
Like if you're like, oh, who's your favorite player? She'd probably be like, oh, I love Watch or Cacao.
Knocked back to safety, but T1 are not slowing down anytime soon. Still about 45 seconds left on that Red Bull Baron power play as they continue to take more and more of the map.
That's the same thing, send a message about glazing, please.
We've already seen how quickly T1 can collapse, how quickly T1 can find those picks, and now the map is dark. And T1 continue to push in this top side. AL are attempting to get here, but this tower is gone.
Nothing left of the tier 2 top. Another one falls, and T1's gold lead climbs back over 6,000 as the Baron, still 20 seconds left on this one. Another wave about to come towards the tier 3. And it looks like this is going to be the last wave that T1 get to push with. We'll see if they want to try to make the full break of the base. Here's your Weaver's Wall. T1 going to summon the Redemption immediately just to make sure they can power through this. Realm Warp from Shanks just to make sure he's not caught on the wrong side of the Talia ulti. And that's T1 using every second of the Baron to grab their first inhibitor of the game.
Getting the TP here from Kael and Tarzan. Looks like they're going to try and make some sort of sneaky play as T1 are coming back out of the map.
There's no objective on the map, though.
Try and find something in this, because with 2 minutes
I mean, Tulip
Panther
is a really strong combo.
That is going to be the death warrant of AL signed.
How powerful is T1 Aura at Worlds?
They're strong, man.
Yeah. Honestly, strongest thing I've ever seen.
The plot armor is crazy, man.
They said it themselves last year. Come in as the 4th
Oh yeah,
seed,
Olsen's always
and they
goated,
left
dude.
holding the trophy. This tournament, they came in not looking super strong, and yet coming out in this game,
Cacao
they win
is
that
BLG
one
coach
fight
now?
at
Really?
the Dragon. They win it
I don't know
heavily,
that. I know Easy
but they get
Hoon.
so many rewards. The Dragon Soul plus the Baron, and they immediately just take over the entire map.
But it's not even this tournament, right? Like, you look down the roster of AL, it's Hope in 2022 lost against T1 on JDG in quarterfinals. It was Tarzan who lost against them in semifinals. And then even Flandre, the year
Elk's
he
pretty
won
good, yeah.
Worlds, still lost to T1 0-2 in groups. It just feels like it is so difficult for LPL teams to match up against T1.
Sorry for next year LCP and PCS. Yo, BQ, man.
MSI, but this ain't
LPL
MSI.
PCS is going to be hype.
All right, T1. Let's see if they can finish the job here. Flowers, again, this is a full best of 5 as well. We are going the distance today. T1 here in game number 1 have jumped out to a very sizable lead for themselves. Now all that's left is to push in for one split push. Since they already have the top inhibitor down, they can just do mid and bottom. Currently, though, they're actually split a little bit more, with Faker going back using his, I assume, extra teleport being at the ready here. He'll just answer the wave that Flandra's pushing.
Faker has a fucking death cap. What in the fuck?
There is some vision in behind T1 though. And maybe that's what AL are looking for. You can see they're pinging that ward that's just over by the T1 blue brush. And that may be what they're trying to get Flandre onto as Faker.
Ben hasn't been that good this year.
They need to go very quickly if they want to make this play work.
Exactly. Elder spawning in 5
seconds. Bring some spice and PSG makes better changes. Yeah, I think they will. I think every team will make big changes and try to improve.
It becomes really difficult to overcome because you get to purchase all of these like one fight power points. The Guardian Angel here on owner just makes
Let's go, AL, take my energy!
Different weapon. You can just ult right into the back line. You can go for flash point and click stun plays, and you have so many other defensives. You know, the spell shield here for Guma with the Edge of Night. You've got the arm guard for Faker. So the luxury of creating some more spectacular plays is now afforded to them because of the gold lead.
You can see Flandra's tremor senses are tingling. He knows T1 is in that fog of war, but it's so dangerous for AL to step up. Carrier with flash, with exhaust. Here on the Rakan, Kael swapped over to a ghost on his Braum.
Looks like T1 don't know where Tarzan is though. There was pings going over towards their own jungle, wondering if Tarzan managed to sneak his way in, but Dragon now started and Tarzan spotted as well.
Okay, Owner and Carrier are the only two around the Dragon Pit for now. TP coming in. Faker is ready to join back up with the rest of the team after purchasing the Crypt Bloom. AL starting up the Elder Dragon now. T1 watching on.
Oh my god, dude, they're fucking Elder flipping.
Down to about 1/2 HP. Hope taking a chunk
Here
of
it
damage.
is.
Dora charging in.
Here it comes.
Kael's gonna be caught.
Killed even fucking ult. Okay, Hope's insta-dead. Oh, I'm so fucked, dude. Look at that. Look at that. Gumayushi!
Are cut to pieces, and T1 holds the sword. Flandra's last to die, and ace for T1.
Yo, what's up, Toko?
Of game 1.
Great force there from T1. They use their wallets and they destroy AL at the Dragon one more time.
Doran putting the last touches here on the Nexus turrets. The Elder Dragon is claimed, but there's no one left to execute.
LGO is going to be a lot harder to fix.
The game was quiet. The game was close for so very long. But when it came down to the clutch, it's T1 who prove why they are the reigning back-to-back world champions. They out-team fight AL, and they'll take the first game in this best-of-5.
T1 looking to silence any doubt that was thrown their way. Cool, calm, and collected. They take one game off the LPL.
If you think we're a normal opponent, then you've already lost. Game number 1
Do you want to live in a world
T1.
where T1 just wins?
I feel like this has to be a team that can be called anything.
Come on, AL.
But normal.
Please.
What do you have to say?
Get a single dragon.
T1 magic all over again, but at least it was only one game, so we won't parlay it into something bigger than it is. The problem is, Mao, that we set up the entire pre-show talking about how they don't look like themselves. They've not shown good things.
They'll beat them. True. See how did beat them
as well. So. What do you
say? That's right.
Check in. Welcome to the tournament, Carrier. I'm glad you're here.
Let's go.
Would you like to hold that?
No. I'm not getting. No, this is just game 1. But what I do like to see is that both Doran and Carrier, with the big talking points going in, had a much better performance here today, right? Carrier on the Rakan in particular, 4 bans going his way, by the way, still had an incredible performance.
Speaking of Carrier, I think him and Faker had a game-winning moment very early on, thanks to a reliable Cisco network. The synergy between those two was absolutely on point as the charm comes in hot.
Fuck, man.
And this was kind of the big game changer.
It actually becomes 4 seeds so they can play as many games and make teams think they suck balls, but when playoff comes, they violate everyone. Yeah, dude, Aceley, I think you're onto something. I think they intentionally play bad to make us doubt them, to give them, you know.
I actually thought they did.
That maybe that's why they get the most viewers, dude. They have great sponsors because they can just do this all the time. Play the most amount of games.
Once you fall behind, as we saw, A, they lack damage, and B, the only initiation really is
the draft.
Flash initiate, right? And
I mean, I don't know about the Ezreal, dude. They couldn't kill anyone.
These fights when Flandra would have to look for these flanks.
And when
AL
it
win
comes
map
to
too?
another
Yeah,
fight
I
that
hope
AL
so.
really should have won about 27
I think
minutes
he can.
in around that Drake, you see that really they're looking for a way to do a pincer move, right, in terms of AL's comp, because they can't engage.
Yeah, this is, obviously it's unfortunate for Flan, but this is his job. He is the one that needs to find the angle, because this comp, when you start falling behind, the actual snap engage is so minimal. Really, it's just Tarzan or Flandre, unless Shanks wants to like flash into multiple people. So what we're seeing here is the payoff for T1. They were able to navigate the early game, gave up a lot of objectives actually. They didn't go for Otacon, they were very happy to give up the grubs, and I think that they just had the knowledge that thus far I think they have been lacking of when are we strong and when can we play. And Guma, I was a little bit skeptical because the last Ferris, he recovered well, but he had a lot of early game mishaps. This game was insane, and the early game team fights on his end were what I think were so important for T1.
In conclusion, they were firing on all cylinders in game one, and that's exactly the thing that we were doubting coming into the series. Now, I'm also not going to be a game one Andy or a game one Iffy.
Dude, it's
just
actually
that the
crazy.
history is so strong, Emily. So
The game was like looking pretty good for AL, but then they had that one really bad fight, and then just goes to absolute shit,
if they
dude.
have more hard engage, you saw from that team fight.
Yeah, I'm running ads. I'm gonna run some ads. While we wait for the next game to start.
And more damage, because I did think they had what this comp needed to do in mind as they were playing, and their early game was still pretty good. So
it was, but maybe we just need a bloodbath in the early game from AL if they want to change it up and if they want to beat T1 in this next game. We'll be right back.
Flandre marked on the side, seismic shove onto the AL top laner. Chain CC on the Flandre, he's already down. T1 have found the pick. Supreme display of talent, tries to hold the line, but into the back line goes Owner. Hope is being chased, Tarzan's being killed. Anyone's legend is being crushed as Shanks tries to fight back in a 1v4, but he'll get nothing but an epitaph as T1 kill 4 and take Seoul.
大家好，我是来自 Top 的 J-Club， 希望 LPL 战队能和我们一起加油。大家好，我是 TS 戴康纳比，谢谢上海粉丝们你们的支持，后边比赛不会让你们失望。
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer? And isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners! Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence. Oh, they go back in! Baker flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX.
Your setup wants Opera GX. Oh.
Upgrade to the gaming browser.
Who knows? Maybe they come back.
Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, Togo's right. I'm just scamming him. I gotta go get some ice cubes later. Oh wait, who plays tomorrow actually? Genji versus KT. Oh wait, AL only gets, if AL wins, they only get 1 day off to prep for TES? That's crazy, what the fuck? True. Hey, we never know, man.
Welcome back to the
I mean,
fourth
BO5s
and
are
final
pretty mentally
quarterfinal
draining.
here at Worlds
And physically to some
2025
extent.
between AL and T1.
Like, to be focused
Game
for like
number
5
one
hours
was
like that is
close for
pretty
a
tough.
very long time, but when push came to shove, it was all about the fight at the Dragon Soul, and T1's immaculate team fighting came out on top to secure them the win. Now we're back, jumping into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, to see if AL can bounce back after the Game 1 defeat. AL's back on the blue side. They're going to continue.
North Sports Specs isn't even 5 hours. Yeah.
On the T1 side, it's Yunara and Orianna taken off the table.
And I want to see Tarzan on something where he can be proactive in the early game. It felt like it was a very, very quiet early game from him, and almost every time Tarzan kind of joins a team, he becomes the soul of that team in the early game. How aggressive he can be, how he can dictate how early
Let's go AL!
But weren't able to get much out of him in the last one. We'll have to see if he can bounce back.
As far as jungle, there's a lot of power picks up at the moment.
You have non-active and active time. I mean, yeah, you have a long, you have a big player or roster, so you can take breaks and stuff.
I just think that team fighting on this champ is so
He went close. It was close until it wasn't. There was like it was close until like they had a really bad fight, and then AL just kind of lost control.
Definitely there.
Wukong actually has not been played yet by Tarzan at this event. In the 5 games that AL played to get to the quarterfinals, they didn't have to use that champion a single time. We'll see if that changes here, but no, the priority instead is going to be on the Poppy. 7 wins and 3 losses on this one. It's been a very successful champ so far.
Poppy,
and it's a
Poppy first pick, okay?
So opening up with it as first pick is definitely viable, and now you don't have to continue to ban that one of Carrier champs. The Poppy definitely pairing well with the Bard as well as the Nico bans that usually find him. But he's just going to slam a Nautilus very quickly
like
into
Cream.
I mean, you think back to MSI,
Cream's on
was actually
Poppy
Owner was able to
Sports.
snipe Kael on the Poppy over the wall with that Skarner ultimate and turn things around for them. So we'll have to see if T1 trying to opt in towards a similar strategy, but I like it. Go for the hook champion. The value's still there into a potential Poppy flex. And then again, you can opt in towards more range stuff if you want to here, but it looks like it's going to be the Xin Zhao for Owner.
Yeah, and speaking of the Poppy, Kael had a very good one at this particular tournament as well, as we talked about in game number 1 versus Gen G. But as we say, doesn't have to go into the support role this early on. So let's take a look as we progress. Are we going to get the Wukong? I really do think it is
Poppy
so
support.
exceptional for these team fights. And AL already, these
you can go
first
Poppy
couple
top.
of picks, I think, are setting themselves up with
That's not bad.
a really insane-o team fight.
I agree, and I think that's where a lot of the focus is going to be now, in trying to deny a lot of T1 any sort of pressure that can go on towards the Sivir.
I mean, players are practicing for quite a long time, so
the Wukong and the Poppy. But I don't think, like, unless T1 will opt in towards things like the Hui and maybe some of these more long-range AD carries, I think you should be fine as AL to just find these big team fights as you start to roll on through.
Okay, clock ticks down, and it looks like T1, alongside that Xin Zhao and Nautilus, they'll go for the power pick there in the top lane with the Rumble.
Okay, yeah, you know, I like red side third pick Rumble, because then you can throw the bans at like Galio or Ornn if you feel like. The two most common matchups into Rumble, and take those away. So it's kind of blind, but blind plus protected.
Also, the opportunity, though, to go towards Gwen, which we did see the other day, very successfully piloted. So I wonder if Flandre wants to try and go towards that. That was the old school kind of answer to the Rumble after those nerfs to his magic resist. But I imagine there was
come on, don't say that. Don't say AL's gonna lose that hard.
Yorick, he could go Yorick into it. Aurora is available. So definitely a lot of possibilities here still up for them to choose from.
Corki ban coming out from the AL side, just trying to protect that Sivir down there in the bottom lane a little bit. Aurora going to be the other ban for T1 instead.
Yeah, so take that one off that we were mentioning. Definitely a good one into the Rumble, a good viable flex pick for the solo laners.
Plus, it's a champion that I think most T1 fans don't want to see Faker on. So you're not worrying about denying it to yourself. You're denying it from AL at the same time. You're pretty happy overall. And Jin will be the other ban here from AL. So double marks.
I don't mind the Jin ban.
Second half
and I do like it because AL.
First on the last game, no. They picked top
range. Like
jungle mid.
Towards these poke champions, but instead it's Yushi slamming the Draven.
Dude, now everyone's a Draven player?
From T1. T1. They've got Draven, Nautilus, Xin, and Rumble. They are going to give us the action we wanted, Flowers. They are going to have fights pretty early on and play very aggressively here. Now, quickly the responses from AL. The Galio that we had previously mentioned as a possible pick into the Rumble, looking like it is going to be played in mid lane if we actually get the Ambessa lock in.
Blind Galio mid?
Curious. Obviously, you expect the Galio into Rumble. It seems like one of those natural counters. Then what do we got to get here?
I wonder if you just try and swap to an AD mid laner here for Faker. Could try and go for something like the Yone. You still end up in melee range with a Galio, which is not exactly great, but it's the
Anivia! Faker Anivia as the 5th pick of the draft here for T1.
Damn, dude, we're getting some fucking spicy ass picks, dude.
I mean, Anivia laning is going to be annoying, and Anivia scales so incredibly well. This champion, it just
why
makes
did
it
he
very
blind pick
difficult
Galio
for
mid like
short-range
that?
champs to play the game. So while usually you're like Wukong, Ambessa, and Galio is like a crazy engage, you know, maybe the Anivia can make that really difficult for them.
You jump in, you have a bad time, you try to run away, the wall goes down, an equalizer comes
Let's
out,
go.
and you're having an equally bad
Hey,
time. So I love this adaptation from T1, and especially when you have a lane on this bot side to already try and play around and start to snowball, it gives you a very clear win condition in through the rest of the game.
I love seeing champions that almost never get picked, and the only thing that makes it better is when it's happening on the biggest stages with the best players in the world. And now we get to see Faker on the Anivia here in the second game against anyone's legend. I really want to see how well the wall placements are going to work in this one, because a properly placed wall can decimate a team fight.
Anivia, yo, frogging, baby.
Here for AL, going down 0-2
Frogging
versus
Anivia.
T1 as the LPL second seed would not be the way that you were expecting this one to try and start off, but T1 once again looking strong in game 1 versus the LPL. We'll have to see as we get onto the Rift if they can continue that trend.
Faker has a lot of good career win rates for a lot
No,
of
I mean,
champions,
I think the last time we saw Anivia was Caps. Caps played Anivia with Poppy. It was pretty good.
His win rates are like 70 or 80% on something.
Caps would put a wall, and then Poppy would slam that person into the wall.
One thing I also want to point out here on these runes, a lot of times you see the Summoner Spellbook matched by supports, but not this time around. It's Keria going for the Aftershock on the Nautilus for the extra fighting power early.
Bro, does Faker remember Season 2 Frog and Anivia? Probably. Frog played an OGN split.
Your opponent to lane, but Faker kind of realizing, well, the only way this goes south for me is if I end up getting caught out by a taunt or by a knockup.
Dude, Froggen was almost an OGN champion.
Keep out of harm's way from Tarzan and Shanks is going to be crucial in these fights.
Yeah, and he's also got the Scorch there for the painful lane phase here to apply more and more damage early on onto Shanks.
All right, we've still got a little bit of time before our minions make their way into the lanes to collide. So remember, if you've got a couple seconds to spare, log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds Live to earn some exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Maybe you'll get an Anivia skin in one of those capsules so you can play just like Faker does. We're looking at our junglers, both of them starting here in their red side quadrants. A little bit of a tongue twister here in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everybody's going to be thinking about this bottom lane. It is Guma, Yushi, Draven here. Into the Sivir lane, and already they are scrapping, getting some summoner spells really early. Spinning axes are finding their marks here.
Popping the barrier just to extend that trade as well and make sure that he can win out as much as possible. So already with that trade and also having T1 pathing down towards that bottom side means that there is a very high chance that we see Owner trying to make something happen in this bottom lane early.
Yeah, 100%, because, you know, Xin versus Wukong early, you're going to have the extra advantage. So you want to play around this passive stacking Draven and see if they can get a cash in.
Okay, Faker with that early push here in the mid lane, crashing that wave into Shank's turret. As you can see, the same thing
Shanks
happening
missed
up
like
there
3
in top.
CS.
Flandra crashing the wave into Doran. Flandra was the point of strength
Level 3
for AL in that first game, but now we can see Tarzan coming down for the Wukong level 3 gank potential here in the bottom lane. Keria goes in with a dredge line. A lot of damage on the Kayeli, flashes away. She flashes after.
Guma!
Hope denies it as carrier has to flash over the wall to escape.
Dude,
and
you almost got that kill.
Gets punished. Nice
oh my god,
dude,
that would have been fucking
early.
crazy.
Tarzan gets there first. You wanted to see him.
You would have gotten that shutdown goal.
Well, he does it on Wukong. This is something you don't expect. You think this champion is going to full clear, but Tarzan gets down there. Kyle does survive.
Let's go, Tarzan.
Part. You know, Guma's gonna flash forward to try and get his cash in, but Kyle does gain just enough distance. Look how close that was.
That
One more
terror
auto.
shot came in clutch. The auto attack was winding up, but Tarzan living up to the monkey trickster name in this one, immediately going bot side. Off of what was a very odd path, because he did clear from his Krugs into Raptors, but now in mid lane.
Yeah, Shanks has to immediately get out of there. Justice Punch clears the wall, but now the follow-up there from the Flash Frost as T1 jumps in the AL mid laner, but Shanks barely survives with Flash.
It's always what you do afterwards.
Like, the thing is, like, dude,
gank, because then your opponent has the priority in jungle. And so Owner on the Xin is going to be able to grab the top side
they
Scuttle
got
Crab
a kill
and go into
Draven,
his
but like if Draven
re-clear.
pops off,
Raptors
dude.
are respawning for him. The visit towards mid, getting Shanks' flash here is quite nice, but I think that minion probably saw Tarzan traverse over to the bottom Scuttle Crab, so they will know that he's at least going to get that one.
Okay, let's see here. Down in the bottom lane, Kyle and Hope. They're feeling a little bit better than they did earlier. Thanks to
didn't buy anything.
Gumayushi not quite being able to secure that kill, but I still feel like Guma's Draven is going to be in the driver's seat in this head-to-head.
Yeah, it's a very early kill onto the Draven, which means that you hadn't really stacked up a lot of those adoration stacks. So still should be fine to continue to stack, and then if you can get that kill later on, should still be able to get a pretty sizable payout. So I'm wondering how much pressure wants to go to this bottom side, as it looks like Owner, with Flandre playing very aggressively on the top wave, wants to try and match a play.
Okay, creeping around from behind.
Oh, is this dive gonna work?
Be in position right as the wave is ready to crash. They don't want to allow Flandre to try to clear this out. Here with the star wind becomes lightning. Flandre with the flash.
Gonna get shield off.
Doran gonna burn him down, but he needs a little bit more damage with the flame.
Okay, change 1 for 1.
The turret was so heated up, it makes it a 1-for-1.
Flandre getting one back, and this trend of T1 diving and Bessa and it not working out will continue for a third
I mean, he does kind of lose a bit on CS.
Very,
oh, you know, he has
very
TP though. He has
critical for Flandre to
TP.
get the counter kill there. As he turns around and the tower shot does deliver, he's got teleport. He's using his teleport to immediately go back to that.
I feel like it's kind of worth though the gank.
Doesn't want to drop
like
any
the
more
dive
minions.
on top side.
That
I think it was okay for T1 to do.
Advantage here with the
Because yeah, it's a 1-for-1
Rumble,
trade, but I think he lost quite a bit on like terms of XP or minions. And also Doran doesn't have to use TP to go back.
Decent start here from AL. Kill on the bottom side. Now also Flandre being able to cover on the top half of the map. Also, the fact that you've invested this time as T1 into that top gank means that Tarzan has actually managed to continue to farm up and now match some of the shortcomings in the experience he had. But Flandre has hit level 6, eyeing up Faker on the Anivia in this mid-wave.
He's looking for that public execution,
okay.
and he finds it. Faker gets
here comes the Galio.
Flandre coming in, trying to proc
okay,
the
flashes out.
Get it. They've scrambled the egg.
Oh, clean combo.
Faker did not respect the ult combination. He tried to dodge the ultimate from Flandre, but then that Galio comes in, the ultimate layered on. He gets the knock up, and Faker flashes and dies and loses egg.
Exactly. Losing the egg is so big. The rebirth has a 4-minute cooldown, and Faker is so much more vulnerable now.
Flandre had to give up a lot, though, to make that play happen. Doran was able to shove in that wave topside very, very quickly. You can see it reflected in the CS difference there and the gold difference.
I don't know how
Flandre
badly
kill, but
they got fucked by that dive.
When it comes to the gold.
The old men on the rift fighting it out there in the mid lane. Flandre makes his roam down, gets big value out of it. Let's see though, Anivia does still scale well, but you have to worry about repeat ganks. When you don't have the safety of your flash or your egg, you are definitely a vulnerable target.
Exactly. That passive is such a powerful defensive tool, just to dissuading plays being made against you, and to lose it alongside the flash, like you already said, Kobe. There's now this massive target.
Yeah, it's one of those places to see if it impacts.
35 seconds.
I was just thinking, like in terms of CS, XP, like how much did you get fucked by that?
Around that bottom side river area coming out from AL right now.
It is a question now of how much do T1 value AL's ultimates being down. Shanks won't have his up and available, which is such a massive tool for these fights, and maybe they think they can actually take the scrap.
They have Galio laning against the bot side.
It will be a very short window of time where those Void Grubs are up, but at least at the moment, with the push on top for Gumayushi and for Keria, looks like they should be able to start up these Void Probes.
No
on spawn
objective
and at
play
least get
though.
one for themselves.
Like not a single grub. I mean, okay, grubs spawn now. He wants in position for it.
From Tarzan.
You're gonna give up all three?
Cull very early on, so keeping the Sivir in mid and just farming and being content to just trade objectives. All right, my Sivir's just gonna mow down the minions in mid wave and then rotate over the dragon. You know, we don't want this early confrontation since you've got Xin and Nautilus Draven, and so they will go for the dragon and they will continue to farm.
Exactly. Remember in game number 1, it was
What
AL
the
securing
fuck?
all 3 grubs, and then T1 securing that first
Blowing
drake about a minute
eggs?
later. This time around, we swap them around. It's T1
God
going for the 3
damn,
grubs,
dude.
and AL immediately handshaking the drake in trade.
Yeah, and Kyle even TPing up to make sure that Flandre could get that wave without having to worry about the T1 dive afterwards. And one of the nice things here for Shanks too is because you're up against double AP solo laners, he gets a very easy build path. You traditionally want to go for the Hollow Radiance anyway, but it doesn't really matter if he ends up against the Anivia or that Rumble. Realistically, he's going to get value either way out of that item, which is just great for the AL mid laner.
That's just the worst.
We'll
the
see
Ninja
about
egg, dude.
control over the mid lane because they're keeping Faker mid.
I just saw Flandre just
to
missed
match
2
with Sivir.
minions.
Both
What
of
the
them have
fuck?
extremely good wave clear, but one of them is getting ganked.
Okay, Hope. Nah, he's fine. He's Sivir. He's got a spell shield. He's okay.
And during that time, where Keria does show mid going for a possible gank, it actually allows Kyle to get really deep vision. Look at that jungle. He just lit it up. 3 wards left by Kyle super deep. And you know that Tarzan can take advantage of that information. A Wukong plus a Galio ultimate being ready to go over the top definitely provides a lot of very threatening engage angles that Tarzan can go in, and they have perfect information on Owner.
The objective is us.
You can see the way Kyle is playing though to match these
Keira's
roles.
gonna try. Okay,
He's a
lands
little
the
late on
hook.
this one though.
Yeah, Shanks could be in some danger as the axes spin. Shanks forced to flash again, but the whirling
Oh!
death doesn't
Never mind, it's
quite
just
catch
popular
him.
support.
The angle wasn't there, and Shanks survived.
I mean, Gumi uses flash though. He really, I mean, he really wanted that kill. If he got that kill, that would be fucking nice,
But
dude.
thought nothing of it when T1 didn't show Keria in the bottom side.
Yeah,
Starts to
Draven
move
hasn't
towards
really
mid instead,
done
and that's
much.
when T1 pounce.
If I'm on AL, I am calling to gank Gumayushi now because no flash on Draven, and we've got a Wukong Galio. Shanks, of course, did have to use his flash to get away and teleports back out to mid lane, but that is going to be some decent threat.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks arrives. He takes a quick burst there from Faker, but luckily for Galio, he's pretty resistant to that magic damage, so not nearly as punishing as it might be if someone else would find themselves caught in the same situation. We still don't have any
not
neutral
Doggo,
objectives to fight over
true.
here for quite a while.
We
Still
saw
about
Han
3
Sama
minutes
try to
until the
play
Drake
it.
Spawns 4 minutes until the Rift
It
Herald
wasn't
makes
like
its way
Doggo.
onto the Rift. We do have the first major item completed with Owner grabbing the Sundering Sky here on his Xin Zhao, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to find a play.
Yeah, I think if you're on AL, though, I like what Kobe was talking about, trying to punish Gumayushi with no flash. You can try and shove in this mid-wave, Galio has the ult, Tarzan has his ult, try and use that to catch out Gumayushi on this bottom wave and still have that timer
Dragon's up
for
in
it to
2
cycle
minutes,
through
so we're not
before
going to
these
see
next
much going
objective
on for
spawns.
2 minutes,
T1,
right?
though, starting
I
to
don't know,
set up
they
on
might
this
try to go
top
for
half of the
plates,
map.
but
Looks like it's only to see if they can spot out some defensive vision and they'll clear it out.
I don't even think they can dive
Owner
Flandre
does
properly.
get scouted here, clearing out the control ward. Again, T1 constantly looking for angles to attack this mid lane, but some decent wards from AL on the bottom side. Also do see the attempt from Keria there.
Look how much is invested by T1 though on this bottom side of the map to actually try and keep Gumayushi safe. They have a ward in this bottom brush. They have a ward that's just timed out of Raptors, and they had a ward as well that was in that entrance into River. They've been trying desperately to make sure that nothing can happen to their AD carry on this bot side.
And speaking of AD carries, on the other side, it's Essence Reaver completed for Hope, so Infinity Wave clear from now on, alongside the fact that he's already got a 400 gold lead because of the First Blood, and his call is about to cash in just 10 stacks. AL's AD carry is set up to be in a great spot for this next objective fight.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir versus Draven starting out like this, where Draven has not gotten a cash in, had an early death, and Sivir has gotten a lot of free farm towards mid lane because of their assignments previously, is really, really good news for their side. Will say though, you know, we are still looking towards the next big team fight. That is going to be the one that actually moves the needle here in this game. As you say, it's only 50 seconds away now.
Okay, nice dodge.
Already trying to get some setup work done here. Kyle, once again, he's moving in, trying to get a little bit deeper vision.
Dude, is Doran just getting free plates?
I'm
What the fuck?
How AL want to try and approach this fight, though, because at this stage, you still have Gumayusi, his flashless, so I think that is going to be your focal point. It's hope. May try and stop them. But again, you're kind of in a position where it's difficult for you to hold on to pressure on this midway because it's against Anivia. And it looks like at least Tarzan identifying that, holding on here in mid, so then you can play hyper-aggressive on this mid-wave and try and find something.
And you just saw it right there. Hope's boomerang blade, his ricochet, excuse me, bouncing through the wave to stop Gumayushi's back as Doran goes in from a ton of damage here with a Flandra.
What the fuck is that damage by Doran?
Flash electro harpoon.
Oh! Holy shit!
It's Flandra with reinforcement from Shanks for the shield, for the outplay.
Dude, I was like,
wait a sec!
Oh, window shopping!
For one, Gumayusi from all the way across the map strikes true, and T1 starts the Drake.
It looks so good for AL, but Guma finds the
cash with
the ult from the opposite side of the map.
How much gold did Guma get from that?
Here. Kyle gonna have a nice keeper's verdict to make
the fight not bad.
Carry is your first target. His owner wants to go in.
Actually, I don't know how good this fight is. It's a 3v4.
Takes Carrier down to
oh wait.
Faker
okay.
Guma's
team. I'm not Guma. Doran's the TV bot.
Doran's in behind. Teleport now. Doran coming up behind him.
It's okay, here comes Shanks. I mean, Guma's just zoning out one. Flandra's in there. Flandra's have ult. Guma's dead. Never Guma flashes.
Tarzan kills Faker, and T1 is on the run.
Can he get this?
Back to safety.
Oh! Huge! Dude, Kale's Poppy's so good!
Dead again. Anyone's legend comes to life in Shanghai. And
didn't they beat ENG with Poppy?
They turn the play back around on T1.
God damn!
Doran tries to get there faster. T1 try to collapse onto Hope, but it's anyone's legend who may have just blown this game.
Dude, look at this fight. It's a 3v5.
So much work.
The TP's coming in. Shanks is walking in. Hope gets zoned out by Guma, but
out puts Faker into the egg, and Tarzan will finish up that kill there. While the rest of the team, they had brought Flandra in, he had teleported in, and they
look at that flash.
Chase.
Oh,
Kyle knows
so good.
Guma's got no flash, so he's dead meat. Gets him against the wall, and they get the second kill.
Are the ADKs like MF,
Wukong.
Jinx, Twitch, Ash? Dude, that's a fucking hard question to answer. There's a lot of reasons.
Well. And I think he's gonna be
maybe they don't think it's good. Like, there's certain things the AD carry needs to do that those AD carries don't really do too well. Like, this versus Immobile, Jinx needs a killer in assist to pop off.
You can really start
Twitch,
to focus
it's
down
not that
people
good.
like Gumayusi
Scaling
in this fight who
takes
has
too
no
long
flash.
to come online.
Exactly, man. Guma is in some
Ash is
serious
okay,
danger.
but that's
He's
more of
got
a
his
utility
bloodthirster,
pick.
so
Like, if you need CC and your AD carry, it's kind of similar to like Jhin.
For a bit more power if he is not immediately bursted, but you know anyone's legend is looking after him. They want to make sure they can pop this Draven any chance they get. Tarzan's Wukong with his Trinity Force, with his Flash. This guy's going to be a massive threat in any fight, and right now, he's starting up the Rift Herald.
Shanks is on the opposite side of the map, though. His TP is available.
It's kind of like Kog'Maw. Yeah, like Kog'Maw.
Try and make a play in T1, trying to scope out the area as that goes.
Yeah, Carrier jumps in here with the dredge line, finds Tarzan, but to no avail.
Okay.
Kyle jumps in.
Oh!
Shanks has arrived.
Nice save. Oh my god! He was down.
T1!
Dude, Owner with the fucking ult save. Can Flandra do anything? I mean, there's a Nivea.
Now focused. Forced back again by Flandra. Doran's gonna get time with this bottom lane tier 1 turret. He might be able to take that, but it's 2 more kills for anyone's legend. It's Rift Herald to anyone's legend. It's another fight for anyone's legend.
As soon as T1 step into the river, AL close the trap shut. They teleport in.
You also think about like team composition. Like for example, like Lulu support is not great if you don't have like a tank jungler. But like the current meta is that carry junglers are a lot better, like Wukong. Like here, Wukong's Tarzan. You want a support that can like help tank and be like a front line. Because one of the things that people don't think about is like face checking a brush, right? Like if you're fighting around an objective, someone has to walk forward, and Lulu can't walk forward or she's instantly dead.
And even though Owner gets a nice disengage, it doesn't matter. Able with the phase rush to get that taunt that they need. Owner does pick up one on the backside. But there's just so many members of AL there. There's just no hope of escape.
Yeah, beautiful engage from Kyle. Getting the double knockup, getting the chase down. And with this Rift Herald, they also are going to have the extra tool to take down these outer defenses from T1 and push that gold lead even further.
And when you look at AL coming into this head-to-head against T1, this head-to-head of the LPL against a team that has never lost to them in a best-of-5 at Worlds before, I think you're looking at Tarzan and Kyle to have that synergy that they had back at the peak of this team at MSI, to be able to make plays and work together to find these opportunities to really take the fight to T1, and they did it right there.
T1 are trying to find a pick onto Flandre, though. They're matching Faker into this top side with 35 seconds until Dragon. Faker has no TP. He used it to cover mid-wave after they lost that last fight. So AL gonna have to be
Dragon's
a
up
little
in
bit
30 seconds. It's bounceable. It'll make them pretty tanky. It's good for Galio.
Infinity Edge, so that means
I like
this
Bowden.
Sivir has scaled. This Sivir does some big damage. Have to be very careful about their positioning. Faker himself a little worried about
Faker has
his
flash
positioning.
though.
Yeah, he's getting caught out here by Flandre. Public
Oh
execution though, not lined up
TPs
correctly. Now Flandre has to flash away. T1 committing.
I have a question.
To look to find the kill on the Mbessa. Owner
hang on.
goes after it, needs the third talent strike, and Doran's
Dead.
damage is enough.
Oh, never mind. Oh, Draven's still. Draven's being fucked.
It's another kill. Traded back as Gumi.
Oh, Carrot's fucked now, right? Yeah, he's not flash.
They want a second,
Woo!
and they'll find it.
Double
a
kill.
Double kill to Hope as T1 reinforcements are coming in, but they're a little
this is a new
too
champ.
slow.
Like, what does it do
Rift
here
Herald
exactly?
summoned up
It's
here
good
in
for
mid
wave
lane.
clear,
Tarzan, Kyle, and Hope
zone
can knock down the
controlling,
tier 1 turret. And
like
now
the
they're gonna
walls
drive
and
it
stuff,
straight
and like
into
being
the
able to
tier
control
2.
choke points is pretty
Tarzan
strong.
at the wheel. He'll slam that one right on in. Equalizer
And like,
from Doran.
apparently
Needs
it's
to
good
use
into
just to clear the
Galio, but
wave
I don't
as
know
Hope
about
knocks
that.
down
I'm
the
not a
minions
Nivea
spawning for
player,
T1.
so.
Faker's gonna take the turret up there in the top lane, and it's AL with more men on the Rift looking at Drake number 3.
Yeah, Hope's got an Infinity Edge and he wants to use it. He flashes
Guma's
over
1
to
for
follow
1.
Guma.
What
He
the
knows.
fuck?
He wins those.
And it's such a good counterpunch because you see
Dude,
that play in the
Kale's
top side.
so
KL
good, dude.
again, flashing
Nice,
over, immediately
nice,
picks off
Kale.
Gumayushi and sets up for this play in Keria, trying to keep his AD
Yeah,
carry
Kale's
alive.
Poppy is
Only
so
gives
fucking beast,
more
dude.
money into the hands of anyone's legend. And it's at the beginning a good play from T1.
Like, I swear
You think,
he's
yes,
been popping off
trade
on this
Dragon,
champion
you
every
can't
time I
really
see
fight.
it.
But now they're
God
on towards
damn,
Anakan.
man.
Flandre, they're looking for his TP.
Okay, T1 not afraid to start this
Yeah,
up.
they
It's
beat
a
Genji with
2,500
it.
gold lead for anyone's legend, but nobody's here just yet. Otacon
and they're
already
being
down
T1
to
with it.
5,000 HP. Tarzan goes in for the Cyclone.
Okay.
Shanks ready to arrive with a grand
Here comes Shanks.
Tarzan's
Huge.
low, and the whirling Jet's
Oh,
gonna find
who
the
comes down though?
execution.
Who
T1
comes
still
down?
fighting back,
Okay, that's
but the
Otacon.
Otacon is slain by Owner.
Oh my God, Flandre misses again.
Finds no target. Gumayushi on the run. Hope, Flandre, and Kyle still looking for a
probably
little
not
bit
worth.
more. It's a 2-for-1 for anyone's legend, but T1 critically takes the Otacon.
Oh, the bloodbath continues, and they do get the Otacon in the scramble there because T1 focused down Tarzan. They get the kill there. 2-for-1 is a little bit of extra gold, but you would definitely rather have the Otacon and the extra experience and stats that you get from that.
The Otacon's stats is kind of nice.
AL will make for,
Obviously, you don't want to lose like
more. They get
so
the top
much for
tower
it.
and secondary
but-
tower on bottom side.
Like when you're
That is
behind
AL
on
gold.
T1, it's probably
I think
worth
that's third
like
item for Hope now off the back of
flip
it, but it's a Hail Mary call for T1. They know they're in dire straits. Tarzan goes in a little bit early.
Yeah,
and it means that
Tarzan
there's
went
no real follow
in,
for him. He
and he just
falls
dies
before Anakin
so
goes down,
fast.
and it's a scramble from anyone's legend to just find these kills then after T1 get the snipe. Flandre just barely whiffing on the public execution.
Yeah, I think
Could have given
AoE
that
wave clear
little
is
bit
pretty
more
good.
over to AL, but T1 managed to get the objective.
But it's kind of like
Unfortunately
Rise.
for
It needs
T1,
more
the
items, or
shutdown
it needs
went
time to like
Keria to the Nautilus,
do well.
and so it did not.
Because
get
you want
picked
the
up
Seraph's
by
Embrace,
Guma
right?
there.
And you need
But
stack
still,
the mana.
they-
Like you have
they are
Roa.
definitely looking to
You need to
find
wait
more
10 minutes
picks.
for that
They
to come
have
to
get
for it to become
some
full
burst
item.
damage here on someone, because Hope 3 items now. I mean, this Sivir is going to rip.
You really, really would have liked to get that cash in for the Draven. It looked like the Whirling Death had him, but going over to the Nautilus is so frustrating when you consider the 3,000 individual gold lead for Hope as the AD carry
this
here
Draven
with the Sivir.
hasn't really
They're
done
moving
much.
into the enemy jungle now, and Kyle again just slams Owner into the wall, but now he's
Kale's
in
gonna
danger.
die, though?
Tarzan and Kyle both so low,
Oh my
it's 2
God.
dead on the AL side, but Hope is still alive. Faker flashes back over the wall.
This is
but
actually a
Shanks
really
is
bad
burning.
fight.
Flandre caught in the middle
This is
of
actually a
everyone.
really bad fight.
Anyone's legend have over
Oh my God, Ale's throwing!
and T1 is ready to punish. Hope should be next to die. And
Was that
Guma
700
cashes in.
gold?
Only Shank still stands. That could have been the entire game. A dredge line from Keria, and Owner is ready to follow up. The wind becomes lightning and strikes Shanks down.
Ace for nothing, for one, for nothing, T1.
You cannot make mistakes against T1 in playoffs. This is a team that will fight you every chance they get.
Right, they just gave him 2 kills.
Lead and a victory that seemed defined for AL is now slipping into T1 having a victory and a lead in this game.
That was like a
They fought this for
3.7
blue
or
buff?
0.8,000 gold lead that AL had before this fight. But look at T1, they kite back through their jungle. Even though Kyle gets his ultimate off before he dies, Faker still has flash, and it buys time for the rest of T1 to join and punish the super deep invade from AL.
And Shanks is basically useless in this fight. He doesn't have the ultimate up and available. He's trying to get into the fight for a lot of the time, and even the reset on the Poppy just meant that there wasn't the follow-through that they really wanted to.
Oh, the jacket comes off.
Oh, that's a lean in 4 move if I've ever seen one.
They're locking in. This gold lead just
oh my god, the gold lead's down for T1.
Gold for AL. And
I mean, at least, I mean, it was bad, but
swing. This was
there's no dragon or baron they could have
for
taken.
22 minutes, and now
that's
T1 have the slight gold lead.
Poppy ulted away 2 members, but then like died
this
anyways.
Game just got suplexed.
Exactly, getting more petals for these kills as they exit through the jungle, and now T1 set up with their own gold lead. It actually just fully
no, I mean,
funded
the fight was off. It wasn't like a proper 5v5.
The bruisery, tanky Draven build where we see him pop the ult really early on.
And crucially, they didn't actually have to burn a lot of Summoner's spells to make that one happen. So now with the Dragon in 25 seconds, you still have T1 in control of the area. They can fish for picks. They can make it awkward for this low-range composition to enter into River, thanks to things like the Anivia and the Rumble.
I still think if AL can keep space and keep Hope auto-attacking, they do have a lot of damage potential. You know, Tarzan and Shanks here have to have a really good setup to the team fight, though.
Okay, it's T1 with control over the river. They're going to start up the Drake. They have the control ward inside the pit. They're going to step back, group up as a clump, as 5 towards the bottom side of the river. AL looking for the approach. Tarzan wants
Here it is. Here's Tarzan.
Faker's going to try to get away. Heroes
Kuma flashes out. Kuma's still alive though. I don't think Shanks did anything with that taunt.
As Owner's first to die.
I mean, Owner. Okay.
Wants a wall slam, but he can't quite find it.
Oh my god, dude. Kuma lives for so long.
Down. AL 2-0 in the fight.
It's
but they lose Dragon though.
Dragons, but the Baron is up and they're teleporting up to the top side of the map. Are AL gonna go for more?
It looks like they will, understanding that this could be their moment to try and bring the game back in their favor. That fight, that flash from Tarzan. The TP's
Faker!
Faker jumping into a spot that he should not be. He doesn't get slammed at the wall.
Oh, Faker fucked up huge. Okay, Hope, can Hope kill Doran?
Runs after Doran. The auto attacks cutting
through
the
god, Doran does so much damage.
Needed, and a little bit more will
Hope!
Be
oh, Carrier! What the fuck?
Presents himself on a silver platter, and it's AL.
Wait, what did he do that for?
Ace for the LPL squad.
And AL find their moment.
Wait, Faker keeping it was just really bad. Doran, I mean, yeah.
That glimmer of hope, but the door is slammed in their face.
I mean, holy shit, dude. Oh my god, here goes Owner. Go away, Owner. Oh, wait, come on.
They've been worried about their lives.
How's that
Teleporting
fucking
in,
thing?
AL will take from them everything.
Oh my god, dude, we're just throwing after throwing after throwing.
Returns to where it once stood for anyone's legend.
What the
now
fuck, man?
4,500 gold ahead again as we take a look at the fight that made it all happen.
Yeah, I was like,
this is the
who the fuck is he being there? And I'm like, oh, it's Anivia!
From Faker. Could have gone towards his own tower, but not having any sort of ability
the Doran
to
trying to go and help him, dude.
AL pounce immediately, and even Hope here having the support of
Dude,
Kyle
Hope didn't do
means
that
that
much
Doran
damage.
can't really go aggressive on the play and hope that he can trade something back.
Yeah, Carrier tried to save him, but then
trying
just
to
down
gain
killed
support, a
instead.
dying
Holy
teammate
moly.
ends up giving over his life on the back of this.
Look at Tommy, dude. He's like, what the fuck is this? He's like, are you seeing this shit?
Okay. Look
God
at these guys.
damn.
All right, AL with the gold lead back in hand and the Baron buff, so they can take a lot more. That little dip there is just a blink in the radar now. AL looking to siege.
AL
with their Red Bull Baron power play, want to get as much of a lead with it as they can. This is the 6th turret that they will take this game, which means the only targets left are inside the enemy base.
They're also a heavily Baron-reliant team. You are very short range, but they're looking for Doran.
Immediately, though, it's T1 ready for the counterattack, but the counterattack doesn't hit hard. The Redemption's going to heal off pretty much everything from the Equalizer. Tarzan's clone's the only thing that took meaningful damage, so T1's going to clear the wave away, but the Cannon Minion is still alive. The tier 3 turrets
Cannon
HP.
OP.
Everybody on AL is feeling confident, and without the Equalizer, that's a big team fight tool that T1 no longer has.
Both lanes being pressured by AL. Gumayushi has to step forward to clear out
Why
these
is just backing off on top side?
It's the only way you have a chance, but it opens up for AL to look for plays. Kael fishing for the Poppy ult, doesn't go for it.
Yeah, it's so hard to push on Anivia always. That's why this Baron buff is so important for AL in their attempts to siege. The Baron buff allowing so much of this extra damage to come through, empowering those
Cannon Minion,
empowering both lanes.
I'm sorry Flandre backed off. Like, he's just standing here and just like Cannon just auto-attack tower for free.
Still 1/3 of the cooldown left on the Equalizer. Tarzan takes a little bit of damage here, but again, it's nothing super serious. Shanks leads the charge. Tier 3 turret drops.
Can't even walk up. What'd I say? 1-1. Hey, don't jinx it!
Their way into the enemy base. T1 scrambling, regrouping.
I smoke. Don't jinx it! I swear to sweet baby Jesus, dude.
AL's gonna take their time, though. Now they focus on the top lane, tier 3. Flandra's already got the wave.
Okay, tower go down, tower go down. Okay, okay. This is not KT. This is T1! This is shut up!
Legend still playing it
I thought the same about last game.
Under siege top side first. Hope plus the Cannon Minion, more than enough to take that one down.
Okay, Baron's off.
Down. Those two inhibitors within 10 seconds of one another, nearly perfectly synced up as anyone's Legend take their exit.
They look at that 40-second Drake timer and say, right, we've got enough pressure. Mid and top wave's going to be pushing in our favor. We can reset.
Don't doubt the GOAT Faker.
4th item for Hope. And he should be able to carry through this next engagement. I think for T1, maybe you just have to let it slip. A 3rd Dragon, buy some time. Hope this Anivia can get to a position where she can be a massive threat in fights.
Yeah, AL here moving in. 4 items now for Hope as well. The Sivir, the damage will be insane, bouncing back and forth, cutting the healing as well.
And look at the footwear of anyone's Legend. 4 tier 3 Mercury treads purchased.
That's
the
crazy.
ability for the Anivia to try to do anything meaningful to so many of these champions is so
Those
restricted.
gods
and you
think.
can see T1 are making the call. We cannot go.
What is a god to a non-believer?
It's not worth it. AL with a 6,500 gold lead now find themselves also at Soul Point. The Whirling Death used to just try to maybe get the Miracle Steal. That cooldown's going to be available again before the Baron would be a fight, and that fight is less than 2 minutes from now.
And that's why you're seeing them just try and give as much gold towards Faker. He has the Seeker's Arm Guard for protection. Would love him to try and finish off his magic pen item, but unfortunately for them, you're not getting that time. As T1 tries to clear out the mid-wave while the bot
pop the ult.
Yep, no more Baron though, means considering Faker has the wave clear of an entire team as Anivia, he can take care of those super minions. Everybody else groups up to defend the only remaining
but top lane, okay. Tarzan's in there! Oh, huge Galio ulti! Oh, it hits Faker as well! Oh my god, he flashed off the fucking Guma! Guma's getting fucked, Guma's getting fucked. Never mind, Guma's still hiding. Flash is going in. Everybody, oh, it's game! Let's go!
Wiped off of Summoner's Rift. Anyone's with a clean ace to win game 2.
The Panda Warriors are coming alive in
you know
game
what?
2.
Fuck it, dude. Pale first pick Poppy. I fuck with it.
Will belong to them.
Damn.
Beautiful counter from
oh my
AL
god,
game
dude.
number 2 to even it up 1-1.
Yes, the Team Pandas,
how
dude.
Are we feeling now?
It just has to cheer for AL now.
Amazed and elated at anyone's Legend taking a game off T1, fighting back after that first game, which is the first time that a team does it since 2019. Take a game off T1 in the quarterfinal, and I hope, from what I've seen, that it spells more good coming out of AL, because this was a great game.
And I love the adjustments that came out of AL, right? Like we talked about the preparation, starting in draft. There were some really good, I love the quirky Jhin bands on 4-5 coming out of them. Even with this Anivia pick, they put a lot of thought into how they want to attack the early game with Tarzan's early gang.
Joy's here for pandas.
To kind of try to set up the Sivir into
or oysters.
It just seemed like outside of that one, the little
talk about it later.
jungle, we got a little dicey. But like other than that, I really thought a lot of thought into AL's game plan.
Yeah, I obviously being more accustomed to LCK, I was like, what are they doing? And I was like, it's fine. It's just an LPL gold graph. As we take a look, we go way back in the HyperX Reflex replay, because Flandre for me was a large reason of why the early game felt the way that it did, because his ability to turn around, this is the second play that was made upon him, ended up being huge.
But then, this was actually really huge for T1. They ended up getting Drake off the back half of that as well. But for me,
Caitlyn for Halloween? Dude, how the fuck would I fit in a Caitlyn cosplay?
In this early game with both of their ganks.
And it happens for Flandre, I think 2 games in a row now. And the reason why I don't want to go and scream it off the rooftops that they finished that game cleanly is because of a replay we need to look at. Yeah. And Lauritz was saying, "Oh my God, is this happening again?"
Yeah, I was very upset because this
Officer
is the point
Caitlyn, you're under arrest.
Okay, this is not okay. T1 should be
Mafia
losing this game from this point.
Dude.
And AL really overstepped, fighting to choke points. I think feeling
if I was sexy, I would do that cosplay. Unfortunately, I can only do like Gragas, Urgot,
obviously,
maybe
the
Scion.
T1 to win, but I also like Good League of Legends was up on this point AL
what
was
else?
playing.
He said it.
I don't know, anything fat or ugly.
It's true,
Is
right?
that
And up until
Doggo?
this point, I think that AL had grasp of
Dude,
the game.
Doggo's the only one that's
What
won
to
on
me was
Draven
the
so
most
far.
impressive Was that this was only a small setback, and they actually bounced back. And I was worried that it wasn't going to happen. And I think that they deserve to win this game for 95% of it.
Bro
The fact that
said
they're able to close it
Urgot?
out feels fitting.
Emily,
Welcome to the LPL.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck else do I look like?
Because as you say, right,
Not that ugly? Oh, thanks. Dude, this guy just said you're not that ugly. Implying that I am ugly, just not that ugly.
As well as fight, but
what the fuck are we saying, dude? Because, yeah, dude, you make me feel so much better about my looks. Dude, listen, you're ugly as shit, but come on, man, not Urgot level. Chill out. Oh, I'm apologize. Thank you.
And the biggest benefactor of this is actually Hope, who was going to get this kill onto Doran in the back half. And
I can't, dude.
Ended up taking over so many of these.
I would stick my butt. What the fuck?
I'm glad Cal
what the fuck?
How important it
Dude,
was
either you're like super desperate and lonely, or blind. Either way, that's how we always get here. Because Alex, I have like 2 jokes. My small penis, bald head, fat ass, virgin, like lifestyle.
In this game, there was
I don't have new material. I gotta go work on more material.
It was the
Those videos really bad.
It was a couple of really clutch ults coming in from Galio as well.
I don't know why. I mean, dude, like a lot of AD are mobile though. Unfortunately,
towards what I hope will be a continued amazing series.
We shall see indeed. Where do you land upon kind of T1 being on the front foot after winning that first game, yet coming with a strategy in which you have an Anivio, which we haven't seen, I think, since 2016 for Faker. A Gumayushi 2020.
I should dress up as a giant fly oyster.
Hope seem to have been the benefactor.
Yeah, when the Draven does not get ahead in this composition, which again,
dude, you know what? You could be blind desperately. I'm just desperate and lonely.
The fact
and
that
horny,
Hope was
but
able
that's
to pop off. If Draven is playing
part
from
of it,
behind,
I guess.
Draven isn't playing the game, and if Draven is playing from even, he's also not playing the game. So really good job.
You got a bunch of kills later.
T1's draft, I think, works kind of, but the Anivia, even though it makes sense into the enemy comp, I think didn't really work together that well with the rest. And Faker, unfortunately, also didn't have the best game.
Okay, we'll see how it evolves. As said, the trepidation is in the air. It feels like we are staggering towards that, hopefully, 5-game series like we did at MSI. It is AL that throws down the gauntlet against T1 as we head into Game 3.
A flash from Tarzan. The TPs though. Baker jumping into a spot that he should not be. He doesn't get slammed at the wall.
But I'm gonna go pee again. I'm drinking a lot of coffee.
The auto attacks cutting through the
dude, Doggle's the only Draven at Worlds to have won. No other Draven has won a game. Let's go, Doggo. BRB.
was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To unfold in the silence, can you hear it, anyone? A memory scared of letting go, fading to a distant glow. In the darkness, can you still feel the sun? As it's coming up, welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for our dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. Start of something new.
안녕하세요. 저는 AL 서포터 카일입니다. 이번이 첫
Hey,
월드입니다.
Kale.
연습 과정에서도 잘 연습하고 밥
Yeah,
먹을
Cat played
때도 잘
Nivea.
먹고
It
숙소가
looked
되게
good
좋아서
when he
잘
played it.
지내는
He
것
played with
같습니다.
Poppy. Specifically because they wanted to do that.
월드에 기대되는 거는
Put the Nivea wall and then have
이랑
Poppy
붙어볼 수 있는 거랑
slam into it.
여러 대회를 많이 볼 수 있다는 게 좋은 것 같습니다. 충분히 성장할 기대치는 높다고 생각하고 아직 단판제랑 BO3밖에 안 해가지고 BO5 다전제 나오면은 그때 잘하는 게 진짜 잘하는 거라고 생각해가지고 그때 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다. 지금까지 계속 응원해주셔서 감사드리고 그리고 더 좋은 경기력으로 보답드리겠습니다. 빠이빠이.
Ladies
He
and
still
gentlemen,
played Nivea
welcome
according to
back
tweets?
to Worlds 2025 here in the last quarterfinal.
Oh, maybe they played
before
Nivea
we
top
head to
ones.
the semifinal matchups. It's tied 1-1 between
I don't think it was
AL
recent,
and
was it?
T1. After the second game had some pretty bloody battles. AL was ahead for 20 minutes.
supposed to eat
It looked like they might have thrown the game, but then they worked their way right back into it. T1 throws it themselves.
Force one with
and
kids?
after AL
Sure, why
get
not?
the Baron,
How many
they
kids
are just
too many?
pushing straight to the heart of the
I don't know,
Korean
more than
Nexus.
2 is too
Friendly
many,
little game
right?
of catch flowers. So on the
That's a
world
lot.
stage here,
It's a lot of
really action-packed, though. It was definitely
responsibility.
fun. I will
I don't know,
say
I'd
there
probably
were
be too
marked
intimidated,
improvements here
honestly.
for AL. I really
Dude,
liked how
honestly,
the
dude,
bottom
I
lane
haven't
played.
been on a
Kyle
date.
had a lot of very big poppy
So, like,
plays for them
I
to
don't know
find
how I would
picks and
react.
set them up a lot. Tarzan as well on the Wukong, exactly what you want.
Let
Not
me
only
get
the
back to
early
you when I
level
get on my
gank,
first
kind of
date.
throwing them off as far as the expected clear, but then also how he played these team fights. You remember back to that bottom side Dragon one that got AL a big lead in the first place. It was him right in onto Owner and Faker.
What
Big
about
double Cyclone and putting out so much pressure.
And that was the big focal point for us coming into game number 2 was how does Tarzan get more active? How can you get him involved? And he had a great gank, level 3 on the Wukong to set up anyone's legend for success. And I think that's where now you're looking going, okay, T1 have to find some way to fight back because anyone's legend looked like in game number 2 they've woken up.
And one thing that I noticed in particular in that second
Outfit's so
Faker on
cute.
Anivia, a huge part of the champion.
I gotta give you one of those
is
shirts
getting
then.
value out of the
But I can be
rebirth
cute.
passive, out of
I love how this
punishing
says
your opponents
anyone's
for not
legends. This just
having
says
strong enough play when they try to
T1.
go after you. I'm pretty sure that egg was served sunny side up every single time Faker was forced into it. So AL knew the job, and they passed the assignment with flying colors.
Yeah, they certainly did. You know, props to Flandra as well. The Mbessa, not only did he get the better of Doran a couple of times with Doran trying to kill him under tower, but he also did that roam towards
Oden?
mid.
Oh, I
When you're
really
talking
like
about Faker
Oden.
and the Anivia, getting not only the kill,
I mean, I
plus
like
the
food in
flash, plus the
general.
egg. That was a lot of cooldowns out of him very early into the game. And Flandra definitely doing some work up there as well for AL. So going into the rest of this series, as we get deeper into Fearless, it becomes a lot more difficult here for T1, I feel like.
so
AL is a
high.
very creative team with super duper deep champion pools in
You don't like
every
my
role.
shirt?
And they're basically keeping these same bands coming through the Azir. We're gonna
My
get the
shirt
Bard
is
towards
just
carry
like
as well,
navy
making
blue.
Sure that they're not getting those comfort picks. And with the Orianna gone as well, it feels like a lot of those kind of picks that we started to see in the tournament with the Rise, the Talia now gone as well, are starting to be pinched massively in that mid lane role.
And over on the T1 side,
I wonder if
Alistar's
ALs
leading
will
the way.
ban
The Trundle first ban
Bard.
of the draft lets me know that T1's got to be
Those
looking
big
at
thick
something
size dike. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love the daikon, like the big thick ones. Because like soaked in all the sauce and juices, it's good.
I am curious what T1's first pick is going
I
to be.
really like
'cause it feels
daikon.
like the Aurora is kind of
What
the
is
other big
daikon?
mid laner that we've seen go through, and Shank's more than happy to play it. I
Daikon.
mean, you were already talking about Flowers. It hasn't been the best of times for Faker.
Radish. Oh, Radish.
So do you think
Yeah,
they're just
yeah,
trying
yeah.
to take it as a pick away, or
fuck with
will it
Radish.
be anyone's legends they have to get their hands on it?
But that Bard that you
Anyways, I gotta
mentioned,
go.
that is
TSN,
true.
TSN.
Yumara is
Yo.
the final ban in the first 3.
Have a great
Here
day.
For anyone's legend. Remember, Bard is banned
Thanks for
against carry
stopping
at pretty much
by.
every game. He's kind of a miracle worker on this champion. We'll see what kind of priority T1 want to place on it.
And the thing is, if you leave it up, you know, Kyle definitely can play it as well. Definitely likes to play it, so it's also a weapon.
Bard
for
is
AL.
open.
Well, there's the Cassante.
First pick Cassante blind.
7-16 so far at the tournament. It is one of the most picked champions so far at Worlds 25, but very much not one of the most successful. T1 looking to hopefully change that a little bit for themselves here with Doran locking it in, but it does leave the Bard still on the
Yeah,
table.
there's the Bard.
AL's hovering it.
This is what I'm saying. It is a big
Yeah, I don't know if
weapon
you want
for
to
Kyle,
first
too.
pick blind
Everybody
Bard,
knows,
but
yes, carry a Bard is amazing.
horseradish in
And
Australia.
quite probably the best
Oh.
in the world, but Kyle, big Bard player too, and they're going to snatch it.
Grandma
right
used to say my
up.
mom's
this was a
thighs look
plan
like
from anyone's
daikon
legend.
whenever
This
she
is
was
the
young.
first
What
time they were
the
on red
fuck?
side,
It's
and this time
crazy.
they let it slip through, knowing that you don't really want to first pick that Bard. So instead now they get their hands on the Jarvan and the Bard, and already.
Yo,
you know,
I
you're
like this
kinda looking
drafting
at,
by
well, what
AL.
are the options that we have for trying to escape away from this Jarvan? Where Ezreal's gone, Corki's banned.
Brought a
which
big
means you
ass
have to
tray.
go for something that's
Fuck
gonna
me,
take like a
man.
Xayah or a Ziggs to try and keep yourself
I gotta make
safe.
you feel
But
hungry.
Both of them relatively vulnerable to a potential pick on the Bard ahead of time before that Jarvan goes in.
Yeah, interesting, because if you grab the Ziggs, then you can, you know, pick a counter roam champion for Keria as well, and just feel comfortable. If the Ziggs does end up going to Gumayusi in the bottom, of course they could flex this still as well if it ends up being a good matchup.
I think the hope as well is to open up the Yone in the mid lane for Faker as well, so then he has another pick that you can go towards, because again, I think that Aurora is going to be the last pick coming through here. Jarvan Aurora, such a very strong combo, but it's going to be the Vi that's secured. I have to see that Aurora is going to be last.
And I always love that combo, you know, Vi ultimate into Ziggs.
You want to go Aurora here? I mean, he can flex at top in theory.
Kind of counter that play if the Bard is in a good position and is, you know, close enough. So looks like we are going to get that lock in as well that you're looking for.
Centimeters?
There it is.
Where do I see centimeter for trade?
Locked in. Assume it for Shanks here in the mid lane. And we'll see now what we want to ban. It's supports, it's mid laners that you're looking at on the Anyone's Legend side, and they'll ban away Leona first.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Just to try and make sure that you have a decent matchup on that bottom side. I am curious what they want to try and go for Hope here. The Xayah would be, I think, the best answer, just given what's on the opposite side. But a T1 can easily start to focus away those AD carries and just make this Ziggs Vi combo way more potent if you get rid of, like, Caitlyn Xayah.
Yeah, I'm
By
also thinking
insta
like
loss
Jhin or something like that, maybe for AL, for Hope. You know, that's a champion that can follow up on a lot of these plays with Aurora,
Cassiopeia
Jarvan, and Bard having a lot of kind of chaos threat here, multiple flank angles.
They want to ban.
Getting rid of the Cassiopeia,
Well, they want to ban
looks like T1 not
Nico?
convinced that this Aurora is going to be going towards the mid lane to Shanks. I think it might be going in towards that top side to match up against
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how about good Nico Ziggs balling would be.
With the Rek'Sai gone as well, maybe they're a little bit more
Pike,
nervous. But
okay.
I keep my eyes on more things like the Gwen and that. But there's that Pike, that other roaming support that you were talking about, Kobe.
Yeah, take away another one. T1 Pike won't show up in this game. What's it going to be the last one from T1's ban, though? Because I do feel like it is actually, you know, a good angle for Hope Jhin. Even though you're looking at Cassante, does get very tanky, and maybe the Vi. They do have a lot of options.
He's messing with us a little bit. I'm not going to react to any of these because he's jumping around to quite a few different choices.
I mean, banning the Kaisa is good. That also is a big threat. It also has, you know, follow-up potential for...
As an LCP fan, do you follow LazyField and LCK? Yeah, LazyField comes by on stream a few times, cheering for VCS. Oh, I don't know about the Jhin pick here, actually.
I think you're all perfectly fine with, but obviously it is just going to be the Jhin for that long-range follow-up, so... Again,
yeah, we watched him in Asia Masters. He did well until the finals.
Damage coming through from that top side. So
I mean, like, Smash is probably the better AD carry right now.
And can provide enough of that DPS in fights as well.
All right, T1.
Yeah, Smash is really good. Every time I watch him play, I'm like, God damn, this guy's fucking cracked. And then they have a new mid lane in Goody. I'm like, holy fuck, dude. Goody's also cracked.
Here in the second half of the bans, but no, it's Keria Blitzcrank.
Okay, the Blitz, the counter roam right here. Going to be looking to make some plays. Wait, is
Aurora top or Aurora mid?
Silas on top of it, so T1 will be a little bit light on attack damage, especially if Owner does not get ahead or does not get some early power. And so it looks like the Aurora is
Shanks
going to
Akali
go
is pretty scary.
Cassante up in the side lane. And it is going to be Shanks here, looking to lock in one of those melee carries.
I really like this adaptation here if they go towards
Yep, we're 1-1 right now.
A really strong matchup in the mid lane that you can look to bully through, and you end up with the Aurora having this push on the top side as well. I love what Anyone's Legend have brought to the table here. Great dive, great safety for your AD carry, and it feels like T1 have to find creative ways to be disruptive in those fights.
And if you want to disrupt something, one of the most disruptive champions in the game can be a Blitzcrank. We know what this champion does. The old phrase, one pull, one game. If you're not hitting hooks, you're completely useless. You might as well be a cannon minion. But the hooks can warp the entirety of any fight that you land a big one in.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to in this game, because to me,
AL's draft, I don't know, man.
Pushing power early in this game, push out your lanes.
Maybe it's okay.
And Tarzan get some
maybe
room
it's
to
fine
work with on this Jarvan. I think AL's early game is going to be.
You do have a lot of damage, so maybe Jhin won't be so bad. Because they don't really have a good front line.
Incredible performances from him on this pick, and especially if you can get that better Adoran and continue to, you know, keep that pressure and push.
Dude, there's so many great coaches on that stick. Oh my god,
find those hooks and find those places where you can play off pocket of visions becomes a little bit more difficult. But for Anyone's Legend here in Shanghai, what a day it would be if they could finally take down the T1, or at least continue to push themselves forward in towards that game number 4.
Let's do it, man. So far, the series has delivered. We're tied up 1-1. Game number 3.
Do you stream others besides LOL? No, not really.
Who moves on
sometimes I do variety stuff.
On these big stages,
like variety games, I did like Yakuza recently. I've done Silent Hill, F.
As we head out onto the river
but
now,
like most people don't give a fuck about that shit. This is fine.
Blitzcrank is in the game.
Most of my content is just co-streaming League of Legends right now.
Opening so far, so no early invades just quite yet, but we're just getting started here.
You should. I like your style.
Legend, at least aware of where the Blitzcrank is, which definitely alleviates a lot of the pressure.
I mean, we're gonna have a long break soon, so I'll probably do a lot of variety stuff.
Nice little quick trade there from Faker as he sidesteps, but Shanks gets pulled.
Okay.
Nice move there from Keria, but now they got to be a little bit careful.
He'll use
pain from AL as they fire back, so both sides gonna lose. Half
dude, you don't smoke inside the house, though. It'll just make all the walls turn yellow.
Heal cost, and Guma's pretty chunked out. So Ziggs here starting out very low in the early
Shanks didn't get to go
Shanks
back.
Also, though, is going to start out a lot lower. It's going to be up to Faker to try and abuse it, and he does.
Yeah, nicely done from Faker there. Just jumps in with the abscond, point-blank range to hit the abduct for the
until like Winter Split, there's really not much going on. I don't know what I can co-stream until then.
Lane, but I think, again, as you're saying, like, anyone's Legend hoping to try and abuse on this bottom side of the map, especially as Kael has the range advantage. If he can get some auto attacks onto Gumayushi, that's where he can start to put the pressure down. But we'll have to see if it's going to be possible.
Yeah, Hope was reloading.
Ooh, nice hook, Keria.
From Keria. Doesn't get a whole lot of damage on the Hope because he uses that barrier nice and early for the extra trading potential. Remember that it is +1 extra combat summoner spell for the AL side since Gumayushi is running.
Yeah, there's a lot of horror games I wanted to play, but didn't get the chance to. I think I missed out all of October. October was a busy time. Worlds and like Asia Masters, Asia Invitational. There's so many fucking things going on.
Up on top side too, you know, up in the middle brush, so we can look for some lane assignments later on. They decide to alter them very quickly. Another hook lands though.
Oh, it's the tower!
Kael has to flash away to avoid death.
The heal burned as well. Kael lucky to escape. It's a nice combo by T1.
Wow, Keria!
Literally results in first blood.
Yeah, that one was exciting there. Lands it, gets the bounce back, the satchel charge into the tower shot, but is the flash, is the heal from Kael maybe a little bit more vulnerable? He's got his jungler pathing down towards bottom side though, so AL's bottom lane should feel fairly comfortable. They've got Tarzan here to grab the bottom side Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I wonder how much this wave is going to push out. It looks like it will be pushing back in slowly towards Gumayushi, but might have given an opportunity for Tarzan to look for something on this bottom side. Still considering, but a nice ward spots him out, moving towards mid here.
Shanks continuing to lose out in these short trades with Faker, but it's not really affecting the farm very much. You can see both of them very close in that count as Owner is hanging out on the side of mid lane. Shanks in some danger. Vault Breaker charged up. Shanks flash away.
Wow, he lives through that.
Counter attack there with the EQ combo. Kael right behind him, looking for a binding, but it does not stun.
Blitzcrank is coming, so they have to back off.
The flash here from the gank. No summoner spell spent by T1.
A nice gank timing here from Owner. He goes for the gank.
Keria, Blitzcrank. Oh!
Flash pull from Keria, but not
dude,
quite
that
close
fucking
enough to get the lollipop on the hook.
Yeah, Shanks was able to step away from that one. And that flash being burnt on Keria actually helps out AL and keeping this Blitzcrank under wraps. Means that he has to be a little bit more honest when it comes towards the laning phase. Shanks, though, I was going to say with KL should be able to have that.
No, I wouldn't even let someone like that stay, dude.
Before he looks for his
that's how you get killed. What the fuck?
Looking for towards the
he just lets a stranger into your house? Hell no!
Goes up to the top side,
dude, I do not want to die. Dude, this is a weird question, but I'm not dying.
And they swap him over to the other side. Guma should be fine to push out. As you recommend Jarvan.
Dude, can you imagine some girl says, "Oh, I'd be happy to share a bed with you." Yeah, that girl's not. That person wants to fucking eat my liver, dude. That's some Hannibal Lecter shit.
The level 6. where I want to see AL come alive.
Listen,
Like,
I
Jarvan
am
having seen
immune to
Shanks
that
being
because
able to
I
use
assume
his ultimate
I am
alongside Flandre,
ugly
those
as fuck
skirmishes
and nobody
become
wants to sleep with me.
incredibly potent.
Therefore, if
I
someone's
wanna-
like
here's
super
how
like
T1
into
wanna
me,
try and
I just know that
alleviate
person wants to
pressure.
kill me
Like,
and
we
eat
could
my
try and go
liver.
for these early dragons and keep
That's
that pressure
why
up.
I've
You can
been
see
able to
Kyle
live
kind
to
of
the ripe
pressing
old
wards
age of
already to
30
make that
years
very
old.
difficult. The push that you have on bot side going to make it difficult as well because T1 have opted to swap.
I avoid all the serial killers.
But Carry is still fishing.
I want to sleep with that Fender. Yeah, that's because
Wants
you
to
want
see if he
something
can
from
get
me.
this hook, but Shanks playing to the other side of the lane.
And they got a lot more value.
Kick her out on the cold night rain while crying. Not my problem.
Knocked up. Carrier goes for the pull right after. No flash available on this Yone. They don't have enough damage to kill him, but with only 300 health to play with, he has to drink the potion, and Shanks is not in good shape.
Yeah, it's almost like kicking her out. Yeah, just never let her in. Yeah.
AL. They've got control woods all the way through the river, so they can
Yeah, see, that's how.
roam up to mid lane
That's
as
how.
well.
You
And
aren't
Faker's
gonna
getting
live
dangerous.
long if you think like that.
Too close to the brush. The deadly flourish right after the EQ coming in from
Oh my God,
Tarzan.
Faker's still alive.
on the run. AL thinking about going further. There's your fake
Huge.
shield. Shanks goes in.
They get first blood though.
Anyone's legend collapsed onto the mid lane. T1 have put so much
Faker's so
pressure
close to
onto
level
Shanks,
6.
but the valve just popped in favor of AL.
Yeah, the next person's door's house. Yeah, they can get killed.
Is the one killed, so it
I'll be like, oh, I
turns
haven't
into
seen my
that plus
neighbor in a
dragon
while.
right
I hope
after.
he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, Faker is the one who
Actually, he was
wanders
eaten
into the
alive.
darkness of River, but
Oh,
Owner's the one
fuck.
who pays the price for it. And that is huge. The 2 control wards that AL had on the bottom side.
I watch way
leading
too
into
many
this
movies
river,
and shows,
constantly
dude.
Keeping this highway of ganks open for themselves provides a ton of value here.
Also just great timing from anyone's legend to understand the spike Shanks had hit. Hit level 6 off the wave that was in that mid lane to
Okay,
open up for the
Doran?
follow-up play. Doran, little dicey here.
Yeah, Doran's
Wow,
not
okay,
loving this
nice.
1v2 situation. Deadly Flourish doesn't hit him, so he does manage to get back to safety with a little over half his HP remaining.
Older and had coffee, I would
Good
probably
stuff here
die.
for AL pulling out to an early
That's
lead,
true.
7
You know
minutes
what?
in.
If they had cosmic
little
brownies,
rush camp there
like,
from
hey, I was in the
Tarzan,
neighborhood. I have some
waiting
cosmic
around
brownies.
for that
Do
little
you
roam,
want
and
some?
the
I'd
rewards
be like,
are big.
listen,
Starting
there's
to
the
stack
scalpel
dragons
over
early
there.
is going to be
Please
very
stock me out
powerful
with
then.
those drugs.
Trying to
Let me enjoy the
draw
cosmic
them
brownies
into the next
first.
team
Okay.
fights. Regardless, Shanks will be moved down to the bottom side of the map to try and pick up the side waves.
And last game we talked about wanting to see a more active early game from Tarzan compared to game number 1, and we got the level 3 Wukong.
Dude, I fucking love
This
the
time
cosmic
around,
brownies.
It's not a surprise to see Jarvan.
I mean, Reese's
wanting
peanut
to
butter
make
cups are
plays
also good
earlier on
too.
in the game, and Tarzan leading the way is exactly the recipe for success you want to see from AL.
And that's why T1 tried to attack the mid lane, because this like Jarvan Yone combo is so potent together. And if they could get Faker into a lead, that could actually shut down some of that combination. But now AL having that kill go across restabilizes this lane in favor of anyone's legend, and they're even shifting Shanks now up towards this top side as the Void Grub spawn. They want to really hammer home how strong they are right now.
Grub started up. And it looks like topside, Gumayushi
Whoa.
forced back by Flandre here at the same time.
Dude,
Jumping
Aurora
to 6
damage is
below half
crazy.
HP. AL still with total control over the Grub pit. They've brought everyone up here, so Doran's going to get some free firing time on the bottom lane turret. Try to get some plates out of that one. We'll be able to secure the first, maybe even the second down here, but all 3 Grubs for AL.
Yep, T1 get a small consolation prize, as you say, with the plate there for Doran, but big power move again. AL, I like what I'm seeing. You know, Shanks over there isn't going to have too many problems. Meanwhile, just throwing out the ultimate combo.
Can't go
from
just
Flandre
when
to
it
get a
comes to
big
Reese's
chunk out of
chocolate.
Gumayushi
Oh, dude,
as they're
I'm a
taking
fat
the,
fuck. Okay,
grubs
you know
here,
what?
softens them up, make sure there's not
I
gonna
mean, you
be
could tell I'm
any
a fat fuck,
counterplay
but
from T1. Now we're going to see the stages where Tarzan
dude,
and
when I
Kyle
had
really work
Reese's, I was
together,
like,
though,
oh
the
my
Bard and the
god,
Jarvan.
I think I just
These
died
two,
and went to
there's
heaven.
so much mobility, so much potential.
Like,
to burn
like when you
summoner
see like
spells and
fat
take people
Americans,
off.
you can't
This
understand like
is
how
the
the fuck you
style
become
of
so
play that
fat.
anyone's legend.
But when you
We're
eat
so
the
well
food,
renowned
you're
for
like,
the Hope under
oh,
pressure now.
I
Carrier
understand.
wants the pull and he finds it onto Hope, who immediately tries to get away.
Hope is
Bomb
kick
right
a
up the
fuck,
top.
no?
They take him down. Gumayushi gets the kill.
Wow.
T1 sends more men.
Yeah,
and they'll claim
Twinkies,
their
Reese's.
prize.
Yeah, that's a
There's
just
so
play
much
safe
shit, dude.
moment. How do you survive that one? That is painful. Nice job from T1. They full send on it. Owner uses ult and flash to secure this kill.
And they should be able to get some of the plates on the mid wave as well. Although Tarzan is in position to try and hold on.
Doran versus Shanks down here in the bottom side. They're both just going to continue trading a little bit back and forth, but I don't expect a whole lot to happen from either one. You can see Doran does have
yeah,
the
I can finish a whole
Megatron
bag.
cloak for the laning against Flandra. That's not going to do a whole lot against Yone.
It's because I can't stop at one. If I only had one, right, you just eat it, you feel good, you're like, oh, I'm happy. I don't need more, I just had one, right? But if you have like 10, you eat one, you're like, you know what, I can eat another one. And then you eat a second one, you're like, you know what, I can eat all 5 or 10 or 20. It just doesn't stop.
Sky for,
that's just how it is, dude.
Flandre going to have a ton of burst as well when he gets towards his Hex Protect Gum.
I try not to keep snacks at home, because if you keep snacks at home, it's all gone in one day.
On side lanes makes these 1-3-1 threat significantly stronger for anyone's legend. And now, looking in mid, they want to try and burn this flash on Gumayushi.
See what they can get. Kyle on the Bard, almost level 6. No Tempered Fate available.
So fucking oily, they can deep fry food and oil. Dude, I went to America once, or like, and then like, what's it called? I had like a lot of junk food. I felt like actually physically sick, dude. Then when I came back to Japan, it took me like a few days eating just like crap Japanese food to feel like much better. There's something different about American crap food.
Out here with the spell book, and
You know, like Chipotle, Taco Bell, like all those like, you know,
Hope has to be so careful. You need to
chicken
keep
and
your
waffles.
range.
I loved it, yeah. No, I loved it. I ate everything. It was the best.
Exactly what T1
I'm just saying, it hits different.
Anyone's Legend do have some early ward setups, though. You can see one at the back of Dragon Pit and one that just died in that pixel brush and bottom side. So having some idea.
Is this three serving? Is this a serving of 3 mini cups? That's what
reset for Tarzan.
Heart attack food? It kind of is, dude.
Although Owner taking this one kind of slow.
Okay, both of our junglers have their
Crab Tower is helping you. Yeah.
Also completed for Faker. T1
for sure. Okay. Nice save. Jarvan's dead though. Oh no, Jarvan flashed out. Okay, what's going on here? Kale's dying. Everyone's dying.
Shanks is in the middle of everybody, and he has to try to get away.
Shanks. Oh, he gets out.
For now, anyone's Legend has already lost their jungler and their support. The two that they need to make the plays are dead in the dirt, and T1 takes the fight.
Hell, make the call for the dangerous
Dude,
approach
so good,
to
man.
this dragon.
I mean, I don't know. American food is so nice.
Teleport behind the Dragon Pit, but T1,
I gained like what 40 pounds in 2 weeks living there.
Even though the Ziggs ult is immune with the Bard ult. Wait a second, Kyle's getting in there.
Yeah, Kyle on the approach, but no, the smite is there for Owner, and T1 take the Drake.
Maybe just hoping he could fish for stun off the back of the dragon and
yeah, probably the convenience of food is better.
Securing that second dragon, as you say, Kobe, well played on Faker with that second Bard ultimate to just lock everyone in place, and AL just couldn't quite find the engage they wanted with Flandre in the flank. And even now, it looks like they're moving topside.
Yeah, like the supermarket lunch boxes are always good.
Tarzan approach is blind, doesn't have the support there, but
oh my god, what's happening?
Yep, we're right back to live, and it's Gumayushi already used the satchel, sidesteps the deadly flourish. Tarzan steps forward, and Hope's got the killing bullet.
Oh my god, dude.
With their second kill.
I tell you, mid lane is a dangerous place in this series. It is a dangerous place, especially for the carries. The walk down here, even
gain
with
40 pounds is like only increasing your weight by 2% though. Yeah. So I guess I didn't gain that much if you think about it.
And once again, we have
I lose 10 pounds by wiping the crumbs off my chest after eating.
The kills that were giving AL the chance to get back into the map and push the waves in their favor ahead of a minute 20 or minute 30 until that Rift Herald, and that's really, you know, what that difference maker was in that last Dragon fight. It was T1 setting up in the Dragon, AL having to force blind. But if anyone's Legend can find picks and find the push on side lanes with both Shanks and Flandre, it is easier for them to move in towards these objectives first and not have to just brute force their way past the Blitzcrank.
I'm loving this series, man.
It's so
this is a fun series. All of these early games feel like
don't you're seeing what they're gonna mention your ass.
The turret plating falls 3-2. Gold lead only a couple.
Am I just that predictable?
Less than 60 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns, and you can see T1 setting up in the area first, and it's so scary.
Dude, if I wipe crumbs off my ass, that's like I feel like that's a different stream.
Agree, especially when they've got all the follow-up of a Ziggs ultimate. We have seen how much damage Ziggs can do at this tournament.
That's some like Loco Doco shit, dude.
Is ready to pounce, and they have the early positioning.
I want to do cocaine off your erect penis.
Well to make
like
sure
what
that
the
they have the possibilities of looking for these picks.
I'm not crazy. I'm just Loco.
Pretty quickly, Shanks using that solo bounce to try and farm up the wave, but you can see they're very scared of a potential dive up towards the
Do you prefer having these semi-decent chats?
It may be difficult.
You prefer intellectual league theory crafting? I feel like people don't actually want to have intellectual league theory crafting, though.
You know he thinks something's got to be going on. So Shanks will try to clear that out as well as he can. Biggest individual gold lead for either side is Hope for the side of AL. Doran on the Cassante.
Like, if you become too popular, chat moves too fast, you can't even do that.
So does have some resistance.
But, like,
Flandre's in behind Flandre's coming in.
all the best league content is just, like, talking shit and making stupid jokes. Oh!
No target.
Kale missed? Oh, that fucking thing lands! Oh, Guma's dead!
The curtain is called, and Gumayushi is cold.
I thought they were going to kill Carrier, too.
Lose their bottom lane carry, and anyone's
What is actually interesting what happened is tree.
Damn, the target selection from AO was beautiful. Gumayushi's flash was down, and they rotate Flandre early to make sure they can get the pick, and they will answer for tower pressure and the ring
tower hits for no reason.
Anyone's Legend gets the first turret. They've got the 3 grubs. They had the opportunity to force that down to the top lane before Doran can get the first turret down in the bottom lane at the same time, and that means it's feats earned for Anyone's Legend as well.
The pressure out of Kyle's Bard is huge. The ultimate forces
Dude,
Guma
I
to
could
dodge
talk about intellectual league stuff, but I feel like nobody actually cares.
They find the pick, they find
If you want intellectual league stuff, probably like Dom is the best at that.
But this is
I don't know, maybe
Flandre
Casual
is so
too.
fun to watch on Anyone's Legend, and honestly in the LPL in general. His understanding of where he needs to be on the map. He's the one that rotates in towards mid. He's the one that forces Gumayushi into this awkward
Oh yeah, Modo's also really smart.
Tarzan and Kyle can capitalize.
Dude, I can sit here all day just blaming every CoStream that's smarter than me.
It is, and Flandre has it in heaps and bounds. And it's working out, are paying dividends now for Anyone's Legend.
All right, fellas, we've got less than 45 seconds until the third Drake of the game spawns. Now, the first 2 are split 1 and 1, so nobody's threatening stacking towards a soul point.
It is really even
for the rest of the game or anything here just yet, but it does look like
that means I'm
T1
scared.
will once more be first to the area. As you can see, Doran moving around, trying to make sure they maintain control. You can see all the vision set up by T1 in this enemy blue side jungle, just trying to have this solid ward line to see wherever AL is going to approach from.
Because you never know, dude.
Attack the side lane at the moment. Owner kind of trailing here, but Shanks is playing fairly cautiously.
Oh, Giant is spawning. Ale not going to contest.
As the minion wave coming to him, so nobody exposed.
Ooh, breakfast sounds nice.
Yet. All right, Rift Herald goes down in mid, and we get the teleports.
All right, it's the classic summon the
Here
Herald
it is.
right before the Drake. Create a second point of pressure that the enemy team has to respond to.
I'm surprised they don't summon it like top side.
Jumps in. Doran sliding away, Deadly Flourish not going to lock anybody up in the Herald.
Wow, okay, they use Herald just to get control over River?
Now AL heading down into the bot side River. T1
that even work?
Stolen the Tempered Fate yet again.
AL got what they wanted though. The switcheroo on who has control in the River. Now T1 need to try and break AL.
Okay, keep your eyes on Carrier. Keep your eyes on either one of the Bard ultis that could fly
out
here.
Flandre is in mid lane.
Tier 1 turret in the mid lane for the side of AL as the Dragon is already down to half HP. T1 trying to decide where they want to go.
Oh,
They're
T1's
staying nearby for now as Faker throws out the Tempered Fate to slow down the Drake a little bit. AL secures the Drake. They try to defend the Tier 1 over in the mid lane here at the same time.
Oh, wait, Flandre defends mid. No, Gumayushi just pop it.
Standing, but Gumayushi has the satchel to complete the trade.
I fucking hate Ziggs. What is that bullshit, dude?
Yeah, T1, wait a second.
Nice Tempered Fate flies out from Kyle, and now they're looking to go in after
Area.
The Mega Inferno Bomb's not gonna matter.
You believe Ghost? Yeah.
Get the free pick. Kyle
I believe in a lot of weird things.
Another pick. And T1
have you ever watched the X-Files? Dude, that was one of my favorite shows.
Okay, fine. You've got
I recently watched all of it again.
By using the stolen Bard ult,
I don't think I finished the last season though. I think that was the one I didn't finish.
Still get paid a little bit on the back half here with a good ultimate from Kyle.
And it's difficult for them to really use the fact that this mid lane tower is down because Shanks and Flandre tend to have a bit more of an advantage in the side lanes right now.
No, not the newest one.
Stage, it looks like for AL, going to be an advantageous trade as long as
like I stopped at like season 8 or some
Kyle
shit.
Poking his head in towards this top lane.
I forgot how many seasons there are.
All right, let's
like when
stay safe here
when like Agent Scully and Mulder just like disappeared from the show, I was like, yo, what is even the point, man?
Well, and Keria doing his work to try and create at least one side of that mid lane. Where
Yeah,
you
I
can
stopped
lean
at
to,
season
where you can stay
9.
safe, but the wards are hard to keep up. As soon as you put them down, either Tarzan or Kael move in, and it feels like they're clearing out a lot of this vision, opening up
Sex
avenues
Files?
for
There's
AL
aliens
to
and
try
ghosts. I'll
create
watch
these
it.
picks.
And we're
Did they
getting
come out
closer
with
to
new
those second
season?
item
Did
power
they?
spikes. The first man there is Hope
Fuck,
on the
maybe I gotta
Jhin.
watch that.
It's one advantage that Jhin has
I'm
over a lot of
finishing
other
off
AD
the
carries. His
Sopranos right
automation
now.
is cheaper
I'm
early
on season
and it
6,
makes
but
it
I
so
wanted to
he
watch
hits these
Alien.
spots faster. So
Alien
Hope with rapid
Earth
fire, plus
and
the Lumen's
Romulus.
Ghostblade, he could go for the
There's
upgraded
a lot of
Pierce
horror
Boost
shit I
now
wanted
if
to
he wants
watch.
as well, but we'll see
I
how
love
they
horror,
wanna
dude.
navigate that.
Horror movies and
Arcan's
shows are
made his
so
way onto the
cool.
Rift, and it's bottom side this game.
Games,
would like
I
a
can do
little
without.
bit of time though before that Otacon is started up, because you've almost
Alien
got
Earth
the
is actually
Immortal
really good.
Shield
Yeah,
bolt
I heard a
completed
lot.
towards Shanks. Flandra's very close to his second item as well, so I think if they can wait for that spike, it should be significantly stronger for them. And the only worry, obviously, is that Faker will have completed his Has the Seeker's Arm Guard. Actually, I thought he was going for the full Sonya's Hourglass, but he's going to stop off for a pit stop. So looks like, at least I think that 2-item spike is what AL completed.
Is that a ghost show?
Okay, Keria and Gumayushi trying to maintain some control over the Otacon pit. There's nothing else on the Rift to fight for another 2.5 minutes, and even then, that's the Drake. It's right next door to Otacon's house.
Oh, no, it's not.
Everybody's still going to be on the same part of the
Did
map.
you tell me this last
AL
night?
decide to make their
God
way
damn,
forward.
dude.
Tarzan will use the flag just to try to get some vision as they clear out some of these wards from T1.
And everybody knows Otacon throws the best house parties.
Oh, he really does. Everybody shows up.
Yeah, off-season I'm going to be watching a lot of shows.
He's completely out of wards. Kerry's been doing a great job of keeping that pressure there, and off the back of a T1 looking to invade, knowing that Kael is going to be lacking on the vision.
Doran going
Does Doran win this?
1v1 against Shanks. The Cassante.
Whoa, Cassante's strong.
Fighting back, sidesteps the third and Tofo strike.
Oh my gosh,
Got
Shanks
a
will
little
flash
dicey
into
there
that.
At the end, gives him the Team Liquid thumbs up and walks away.
Shanks barely surviving there. Still, though, putting out this extra pressure. Interesting that Shanks is now going to have ultimate advantage because he just used his flash and his E to survive. And so if AL can actually create a fight where Cassante has no ult, maybe they can
Shanks is
actually
healing
set up
off
a big
it.
Yone ult and find something there. As you see, though, a lot of the vision over towards
Same
Otacon's
universe?
house is T1 Blue. So they're the ones with the setup over towards the big objective.
Still, though, I think this is a Mortal
I
Shield
feel like
Bolt
Yuri is
reset
probably
here
more
for Shanks,
popular.
So he's going to be hitting a very strong point. There it is.
Like
Alongside
Sakura
the 2-item
Kiss?
spikes across the board. So if I'm AL, this is kind of the window that I want to try and play off of as we just pressed into that position with item spikes and also that ultimate.
Chaotic Yuri?
Yeah, it's the 2-item power spike on everybody that's not a support. For everybody except
Okay,
for
Kiri has to
Faker.
flash out of that.
Great. No target connection there.
They're going
but
so
AL is
ham.
going all the way in. They want Gumayushi, who already gets away.
Oh,
so
can they kill
Keria
Guma?
that way instead. Owner trying to fight
Guma.
back as Shanks is in the
Oh,
middle.
Shanks has to get out.
Snaps back. Keria
Oh,
dies
he's still
first.
alive.
Immortal Shield Bolt keeps Shanks alive.
Oh, here
And
comes
AL
Hope.
now continuing to retreat.
Oh my God,
Kyle
Flanders
and
is in the
Shanks
back
very
line.
low.
Flanders is in the
T1
back
goes
line.
forward. Tarzan with a dunk.
He's
But
coming in
over
for a
against the other
flank.
zone. Fake.
Oh,
Gumayushi
he doesn't
barely
kill
holding
Guma. Oh,
on.
never mind, Guma goes down.
Faker with a kill on Tarzan.
Oh my God, Owner's just
chases
beating on
Hope.
Jhin.
Jhin getting away for now as T1 have lost their bottom lane, but they've killed 3 in response. Faker after Flandra, who has to flash away. Owner flashes.
Oh,
to try to
nice,
catch him with the
Owner.
Heartbreaker. Flandra needs more distance, but he cannot
Oh,
find it.
he can't get out. Is that Otacon?
Goodbye to the Aurora, and it's a 4-for-2 trade favoring T1.
Great flash from Owner to secure
Oh, holy
this last
shit.
kill to chase down the Aurora and ensure that T1 will claim the objectives in the aftermath. Here's a look at how it started.
Kael uses that ultimate but doesn't actually catch.
Yeah, they
Keria.
use
He's
all
able to
these
sidestep.
TPs.
And as everyone in AL comes in, watch the hook. Keria denies Flandre that instant of
Yeah,
burst
that
out
was actually a
Gumayushi,
sick hook.
and Shanks tries to follow, but ends up getting caught out. Can't snap back to the soul.
I mean, Hope
And
was stuck in
T1
alt mode.
Keep the carry safe and find a way then afterwards to follow through as anyone's legend overextend to make the pick happen.
Yeah, Guma was barely able to
Trying
waddle
to
away
Dude,
from that
nothing was
Yone ult,
happening.
and
That was like the
key.
first big
Keria is
fight.
Looking as
Okay,
they
T1
take
got
Dragon. I
Otacon.
think Owner's staying on the red though, so they're probably just going to sacrifice this. This will be soul point, not the actual soul itself.
Exactly, and that missed
Just
Yone
talk
ult that
shit,
you're talking
maybe
about.
it's
That's
a
why
cheat.
they forced the fight, because Yone, like you said, still had it, and
well, I gotta do
Cassante
something
didn't.
different,
But
right?
If you whiff the thing, you might as well already have it on cooldown.
Dude, the problem is, dude, there's too many better co-streamers out there.
And T1's ready.
This
Now
is
it's a
true.
T1
This is how it
2,000
is.
gold lead.
It also shows, though, for anyone's legend, like, they have a very strong wombo combo, but the pieces kind of need to be put into place correctly for it to work. Like, you want that slow from the Aurora, or you want that lockup from the Jarvan to enable Shanks to hit his ultimate, but you're not really seeing that setup, especially as Kael had also burnt that Bard ult early. So ult economy, incredibly important for anyone's legend in these upcoming fights, because if they can get a mountain soul for themselves, it makes things so much easier in these upcoming fights.
It certainly does. Adds so much durability to your team, allowing them to actually finally get on to Gumayusi. Guma, though, so far has been able to waddle away from a lot of the engage, and it does look comical, and it is successful.
Waddle away.
Otacon plus 2,500 gold lead versus that soul point threat that you're talking about for AL. And remember, Dragon Souls are worth about 4,000 gold's worth of stats. So if you then manage to take that after winning a fight, all of a sudden, things feel largely catapulted the other direction.
4,000 gold worth of
T1
stats?
is going to try to continue building this gold lead as much as they can for the next 3.5 minutes. They'll take down the tier 1
That seems kind of crazy, though.
lane. That is the final tier 1 turret that was left standing for AL. And honestly, AL, yes, they got first turret of the
Heaven
game.
Yamato?
It was that top lane tier 1. They have not taken another
Should be
turret
with
for the
another
rest of the game.
streamer.
Yeah, so much is riding on this Dragon Soul fight that is going to come very quickly. We've already got 3 minutes on the clock. T1 immediately
I don't know who else
getting
streams,
some
though.
super deep vision down. Carrier here.
Oh,
trying to find
he told me
some sort of
Tanaka
pocket of
streams.
Fog of War to find a very big hook. Maybe get an early summoner spell.
Okay, knocks Tarzan up
Okay.
in the air. Tempered Fate onto Tarzan to try to keep him safe a little bit longer
Oh,
here. And he does manage to
my God,
bump
that
it
actually
through
bought
the
him time
CC.
for him to get his
Now Flandre
EQ
putting
up.
some pain onto the T1 lines, but no!
Oh,
It's Owner going
Flandre's
in,
getting
they lock up
fucked!
Flandre, they beat him down! Owner's on a killing spree, and that's -1 for AL. T1 find the pick, and then they immediately evacuate.
That Vi Ziggs combo is
Holy
just
shit,
deadly, man.
dude.
Owner
T1's
sees his
winning.
target, locks him up. Guma throws the ultimate, and T1 once again with the pressure.
And as Flandre just trying to help out Tarzan that ends up getting him caught, didn't need to invest the ultimate, could have just escaped because KL had bought enough time for the Demacian Standard to be used to escape. But now T1
Come
another
on,
tower,
AL.
more pressure to push
Come on,
AL back.
Hope.
Faker just looking to clear this wave and reset as well.
After shooting that stolen Jhin ulti back at Hope, Tarzan goes in after the T1 mid laner, but again, just not a ton of threat. Faker, very solid here on the Silas, does have the Proto Belt and Riftmaker both fully completed alongside that arm guard that Dag, that you mentioned it getting completed 10 minutes ago. He's still not had to break.
Has had no need to.
I don't know. I
Has
don't really
been
have an
little pressure
opinion
towards
one way or
him.
another.
I wasn't sure if you were just going to commit the Cataclysm there with the flash to Silas, where we get to
I don't know
see
what
this play.
opinion I would
I think
have.
This is how you got to play Blitzcrank. You got to go just create plays out of very little. You know, Tarzan is on his wolves, and Carrier gets in there. Yeah, he gets away, but as you say,
I
since
can't believe
Flandre's
cancel
over
the
here
Q
watching
with
and trying
that.
to help slash peel, you know, he gets caught. Owner says, "You're not getting away from me," and they immediately turn it into way more than it really should have been.
1 minute till Dragon.
Tarzan
1 minute till
had
Dragon.
already escaped. So, and again, I think, sorry, coming back to the play in the mid lane, I thought Tarzan was actually going to commit with the Cataclysm because you could see the TP from Shanks to come in as well. They wanted that pick to turn in towards Baron, and then you'd have that opportunity with Baron buff to try and fight for this mountain.
Owner
dragon,
has so
but
much gold.
Not willing to commit, and it means that now T1 back on the map. Less than a minute until the next objective, and anyone's legend are just hoping that they can push out these waves enough to contest.
And I want to go back to something you talked about in game 1, Kobe, where the gold leads amount to something so huge when they get you certain specific items. How about a fully completed Hourglass on Faker? How about Guardian Angel on Owner? These one-shot items that can do so much in a single fight. You're seeing no such thing over there on the side of AL, and it means that getting this Dragon Soul is starting to feel pretty far away.
And that's why we see so little variation in jungler builds, Flowers, because this spike of a Guardian Angel, having this in the mid-game, when you've got giant objectives, as Faker now has to run, does provide a lot of value when the soul fight is coming. But if Faker can't get away, this could be very problematic.
Yeah,
Faker?
Flash immediately into the binding.
Is that even good, though?
After. Faker trying to get away, goes golden to buy himself an extra second.
Oh my God, I don't even know how good this is. Dude, Hope is getting fucked in the back line, though. Hope is getting fucked in the back line. line.
Going in and Faker's already cut down.
Faker's down, but there goes AD carry. There goes Tarzan. Tarzan's getting low. Never mind. Oh my god, dude.
Flandra pulled in, but
Guma.
Yushi over the wall with another satchel as Tarzan wants to find a little bit more, but he dies.
Huge play, Owner.
Working together as Guma dies to Shanks. Owner wants another. Flandra needs to get away. Then he hops between worlds. Jason down.
He dodges.
Flandra gets back over the wall and Shanks is ready to flash.
Yes, Gabby has GA though.
The Guardian Angel. Carry is the only one left alive, and that Guardian Angel will not hear the prayers of T1. It's a 4 for 2, and anyone's legend call their fight. What an insane
Been a KT fan since OGN. KTA. Oh, holy shit.
Stops Shanks from following up, and T1 trying to collapse, but Vi and Zeeks take so long to get
KT Arrows beating Samsung Blue. Yeah, that was pretty fucking crazy time. Dude, this fight was so crazy. I can't believe it. Dude, Hope's getting so good by Dorn, right? I'm like, oh, this is all fucked. But then Tarzan goes in.
Flashing away,
like
keeping himself alive, continues
to
get
Guma's like in a really bad spot. I'm like, oh, Guma's getting fucked. But no, the Owner and Guma, look at this, dude.
To scrap their way around, and that is the soul for anyone's legend.
Yeah, Owner's still dead for another 5 seconds. Unless you have some sort of a miracle blunder from the side of AL, there's no way. AL, off the back of a pick, will claim the Mountain Soul.
He got Mountain Soul.
That's a MasterCard priceless moment for anyone's legend. For LPL fans that have waited over 12 years to try and take down T1. For AL to be in a position now where they can push themselves to 2-game advantage, or a game up, would be absolutely insane.
And the way that AL did it, they set their sights on the man who has caused them so many problems, the thorn in their side, on Faker. They attack him in the side lane. They find the pick. Yes, it took a long time with all those stasis.
Cow Nocturne.
They eventually are able to make the pick that turns into the team fight.
That was back when we got Game 5 blind pick.
Now, though, T1
that shit was hype, dude.
We still have a very, very close game state.
I don't think they should bring that back. I kind of fuck with it.
Plus the Otacon power for the side of T1 compared to the Mountain Soul of AL. Doran is the only person AL could try to attack right now. They
watch
know
out for
that
Carria's fucking grabs,
fight,
dude.
So they will not continue their chase.
Dude,
when you were talking
Carria's hooking like
T1,
everyone so well.
AL, right? Now in Mountain Soul, the ability to actually try and burst you out, which is what T1 want to do, is significantly more difficult. You've Redemption and Locus on towards Kyle, which makes it even more difficult to focus down just one member. For anyone's legends, they now have the safety nets they need, and with T1,
okay.
Picks. Yeah, Doran.
Do you not have enough damage to kill Doran like that?
He tries to approach that brush, and now Tarzan jumps over the wall. Tempered Fate fired out. It's the stolen one there from Faker, but the real from Kyle does not hit either. Doran continuing to try to get away. Shanks on the Yone also has his Infinity Edge now. If he can find
oh my god, they're fighting around Dragon Pit when there's no fucking dragon.
With the rest of the team, it could seriously end the team fight right there. Doran has lost half his HP, but he's still feeling confident enough right now.
Dude, I mean, Jin, I don't know, man. I don't feel like Jin's doing that much damage this game.
Legend, but Faker still has the
he still doesn't have IE.
So T1 starting to move in towards his Baron.
Like Jin, no IE, no collector. Like, I don't know, dude.
What they can do is weak. At least pushing on the side now, going to be able to get finally another tower for anyone's
good enough for competition. I mean, like, but like Fearless, right? We saw Fearless competition, so it's more about the viewership than like competition, like competitive integrity.
Flandra has his teleport to join the rest of the team whenever he needs to. I would have to think that he's very close to his third fully.
Like I love double elimination. I think they should bring him for Worlds. I love game like BO5s, BO3s. Like I hate BO1s.
The longer this game goes, I feel like it is good for AL. They've got this permanent power of the Dragon Soul that they will retain, and they have so many damage sources that they can scale on their team with so many threats that they can apply to T1.
They also now have the tier 3 boots purchased on everybody that is not Kyle. Probably once the Bard has enough money, he'll be upgrading those as well, but a little bit hard to do that with a support budget right now. T1 starting up the Baron. It will be
Baron
started
up.
Scryer Trinket from anyone's legend. Gumayusi just trying to play defense.
They can't even see,
it's a
though.
bit of a fake bluff, though, because their Baron take is not very quick on T1 side, and anyone's legend know it. You can see it there. They've been on it for a while, only half HP now.
Yeah.
But they are not backing off just yet. Kyle fires out the Temper Fate, but he won't find a target.
They both missed! Keria and Gale both missed!
T1 backs away from the objective now as the tier 1 turret also dies
mid tower
in the
still up. I didn't even notice.
That's all 3 outer turrets now dead on the T1 side. AL gonna be happy about that as they continue. Wait, not that turret. That one in the bottom lane didn't actually die. Flandra had to back off before he could.
Auto on Torrent to like
Shanks jumps in, finds
nickel
the Q3,
damage.
immediately resets.
Oh,
Doran's
here it
nearly
is!
killed at the very start of the fight.
Oh,
Owners having to get away
Faker!
now as well with the
What the
Curtain Call
fuck,
firing
Faker?
out. Faker,
He lives!
Steps deadly flourish. Doran and Owner seriously injured as AL head over to Baron.
Now that is some good defense.
What
AL got
the
exactly
fuck?
what they want. They stall the Baron. They get you off. They then get the mid tower, and now they're gonna force T1 to come to them.
And T1 are
How does
ready to
Faker
answer the
survive
challenge.
that?
Faker with a teleport ready
Here
to
it
join
comes.
up
Here's the
as
fight.
immediately
Here's the fight.
engage comes out from
Okay, they're
Tarzan.
engaging first.
The
Faker's
target
not
is
even there yet.
Baron.
Oh, Shanks!
Thanks in the back line.
Huge.
Gumayusi tries to get away.
Wait, is that even
He's
good
got
Bard
it,
ult?
but he's knocked down by Tarzan.
Kuma's down, Kuma's down! Faker's gotta run! Oh, they missed Faker!
The next target.
Doran! Okay, Doran flashes. Damn! Wait, was that? I feel like that Bard ult was so fucking bad, though.
Does not hesitate. He pulls the trigger onto Keria.
Like, you see that
as he
shit?
approaches the pit.
Like, Shanks landed a
It is
crazy
Baron
3-man
for
ult.
anyone's legend.
And I feel like
AL no,
Kyle
T1
fucked that
are
up.
feeling the pressure. The entire stadium has erupted here in Shanghai.
And the gold lead now back under the
One more minute till
command
Elder.
of
One more minute till
AL.
Elder.
They've got the Dragon Soul, the Elder spawning
Okay.
in less than 1 minute. The binding into the wall does
Kale,
not
don't
connect.
die.
TP
Wait.
but now
Just
T1
TP
is
flank, just TP flank.
Owner's in the middle of everyone.
Wait.
That's your jungler right
Who's that?
before
Who's that?
Elder. But the
Oh,
TP
no,
is a mistake
Flandra
from
is dead.
Flandra. He's shut down already. Owner's Guardian Angel will not save him. It's a 1-for-1. Tempered Fate collides onto Doran, but he's unstoppable because of Pathmaker, so he gets away. It's 4v4 on the map
Oh
for the
my
next 50
God.
seconds, but one team doesn't have a jungler.
And one team doesn't have the GA. Tarzan just bought his.
Dude, nobody's ever gonna ask me to practice mouth to
Makes
mouth.
T1
What the fuck?
overextend as they managed to get this pick. The TP from Flandre was way too deep, ends up getting caught.
Yeah, he was trying to
But
flank,
your
but then
life
got
for
fucked.
the junglers with Elder Dragon arriving
So it's like fuck
so
for fuck.
soon is huge.
It certainly is. AL, they will be holding all of the cards in this game. It comes down to clutch moments.
Yeah.
Guardian Angels, though, are up for Tarzan. They are up for Shanks. AL, such an advantage.
Here it is.
T1 trying to
No
approach.
jungle on
Doran's gonna be
T1
the
side. No
point
jungle
man,
T1
trying
side.
to make his way in there as Gumayusi continues to throw bouncing bombs. Elder Dragon down to 3,000.
Oh!
Fate Seal cuts
What
through.
the fuck?
But the stasis is gonna lock everybody up. Tarzan's
Dude,
gonna
this
use up
board!
Inferno Bomb over the top
Okay, they
of
get
the
Baron.
other
Okay, they get Elder. They get Elder. They
Anyone's
get Elder.
legend, and they're continuing the fight. Faker is about to be
Fuck,
executed.
fuck,
as
Faker's
Doran
still
falls
alive.
too. Anyone's
Okay.
legend is murdering T1. Curtain Call fires out. Most of the bullets won't find their target, but they won't need to. The final
Huge.
shot in Gumayusi.
Dude, I think this
is the
Bard has
victory
had some
shot
terrible
for
fucking
anyone's
ults,
legend.
dude.
And they will head towards that T1 Nexus.
You question that from a
Taking
couple
this
of
game,
them?
getting
Dude, it does sound
to
like
just
that.
One game away from
Damn,
what no other
AL!
LPL team has ever been able to do. They will put T1 to series point here.
All right, the inhibitor falls.
It was
It's
always
Owner and
AL.
Keria versus AL.
Oh,
They
god
have to
damn,
check this
Carrie,
trap.
go away.
Owner jumps into the middle of
Keria!
everyone, but the Elder
I was trying to clear the
Dragon
wave.
will
Fuck you!
rule the might
Okay.
of China as anyone's legend
Oh.
forces T1 to
I
match
really thought they were
point
gonna lose this
and
game, dude.
takes Game 3.
Holy fuck.
The second seed from the LPL stands on the precipice of doing
T1
what has
melting.
never been done
Dude, this
before.
team fighting stuff is so
One
fucking crazy,
game
dude.
away from
All these
beating
teams are so
T1.
good.
It is an incredible showing so far from both teams. Analysts, do we think that AL has what it takes?
They've got
Jayo,
further than any
Jayo.
LPL team has in 12 years, so you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Absolutely monstrous play out of AL to try and push aside this T1 legacy in front of our eyes.
And it's another Tabe masterclass, because we're going to talk a lot about that game, but I want to highlight which champions have just been taken away from T1. Jhin, Bard, and Jarvan, all champions which, if you see any of them on a T1 composition, make you go,
I just came back.
That's going to be a tough game for
Yeah,
the opponents. Winning,
dude, it was
with
really
those
close
champs,
though.
Taking all of them out of the pool sets you up perfectly.
It did, and then
Also,
we gotta talk about those fights. If you remember, Battle of the Bands. Actually, our viewers won't. But this is Battle of the
Faker picked
Telestria.
Nivea. Royal plus Seraph is unplayable and showed in this game. It's way too slow, and Nivea deals no damage. Pretty Oriana with that build. You need Roa, Liandry, Void. That's the point of mana flow presence of mind. He never got Void versus Galio, Wukong, and Bessa with Rumble top 2. Bloodletter Rumble doesn't matter for Merc's enemy enjoy. Sadly for Nivea, would be cool if Faker won with
more
it.
than any other team I've seen, always looking for these side lane plays. So
sometimes the build matters.
I'm drawing, believe me, are going to take a look here.
Oh, dude, I thought this is the moment where fucking Ale fucked it up.
Very dire, right? Obviously, we have 2 teleports coming in over here, but the entirety of AL is already on its way, trying to cut off Guma and Keria. So as we roll the clip, I want to show how T1, in an ideal scenario for them, stalls the game out. Guma is able to actually make it out, and while Keria gets taken down, look at the actual damage dealers of T1. Guma's completely fine. Flandre, unfortunately, is unable to really make an impact, and because both Owner and Doran are continuously pushing towards the backline of AL, there really isn't anything they can do. This leads to the Otacon in the long run as the rest of T1 chase. And it's these type of turn plays that T1 have relied on for as long as this 4-man core has been together.
Yeah, and that's why I guess we give them a little bit of the benefit in that, of the doubt in that. But when you look at kind of the state of the game and the way AL was playing and the way they were getting objectives, right? You need to be able to
on a
repeat that
Ziggs?
over and over and over. And Emily, can you now explain why it becomes so difficult for T1 to repeat that against this AL?
I mean, this game, I don't think Guma was bad.
Another team fight on
his Draven wasn't.
They're looking to get the pick on
Draven
Faker, right? And you
should
and I were
stayed in the closet.
I don't know about this. I don't know about this. So Faker is up here. He was pushing up. AL see what they think is a good opportunity.
The Ziggs wasn't so bad.
Collapse, right?
But I felt like Jin was also like Hope like was doing like negative damage. He's getting fucking 1v1 by everyone.
But I really want to highlight where Guma is because he is not going to be able to join.
It's even funny if he didn't have sleep in this game. Had money he helped.
They're going to try to get this catch on the Faker. We are going to see both Bard ults come out. First
yeah, look at I don't know, dude.
The next
I feel like the Bard as well is kind of fucking ass.
Himself. But again, the big thing is that Guma is still not
Dude, Emily
here.
Rand is so good at her job, dude. She's like one of the best analysts out there.
And the Aurora, they're going to join the fight. But yeah, we then have Faker ulting himself, and the other big thing
I think she's the best caster or broadcast talent on LCS.
So much room for Tarzan and Shanks, who are the 2 main focal points that you should be watching
like she would be my
in this fight, especially
tier 1
with
pick.
how they're able to get onto Guma at the very end of this. Tarzan blast planting himself over, and then really going on to Guma, and Shanks cleans him up.
Dude, Flandre almost dying here was crazy.
And with that, AL do bring themselves to
GG,
match point
dude.
first, and we need to talk a little bit about
AM.
historical implications here. Not a little bit, a lot, because this
holy
is,
fuck.
no matter the state that T1
yeah, but like
finds
look
them
at
in,
Jin
this
damage,
is
dude. Like what is this, man?
Because of the clutch factor they
Might
have
as well just say
specifically
AFK.
at Worlds, specifically in quarterfinals, specifically versus the LPL.
I mean, we saw T1 get pushed to the very brink last year at Worlds when BLG brought them to that Game 5 in finals. That finals was an insane back and forth, but coming into this series, we did feel like, and we keep falling for it, but it looks like this time it might actually be real. T1, this draft to me was also something that just didn't make too much sense. I think we saw it a little bit in the previous draft, but the lack of a mixed damage profile, plus the fact that we saw Guma not being as comfortable on the Ziggs as he's been, and Ziggs has been a thorn in the side of T1 for a long time.
I think in that context,
no, I haven't subbed. I used to sub,
right? Because we
but
saw
like,
already, as you
I realized a lot of those are scams. Like they say, "Oh, pay $5 for content,"
they don't have any other,
but then when you sub for $5, they ask you to spend like $20, $30 to see more content. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how much do I have to pay to see like anything worth of value? Still dumb.
That does instill me with some hope.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the big thing to me
I
is
need
what is
I
Tommy
need
going
AL
to
to step
prepare
up.
going forward,
I'm
right?
pretty
I
excited.
do think
We'll see
he's
how
done
the
a
game
really
3
good job,
or
and
game
this is
4
the
draft
depth
looks. I'm gonna
of
pee
AL.
again.
When they were able to punch up against
I'm
teams
drinking
that
way
you
too much
think maybe they
coffee.
have better players, it's their drafting and their coordination that would bring them on top.
And it's not just a draft prep, it's they know T1 in and out. You can see it in the way they catch them in these side lane plays.
They don't seem as burdened as the other LPL teams that have been taking on T1 in that long storied history. They get to match point first. And wouldn't it be so beautiful to do it right here in Shanghai in front of the home crowd? But T1 might have something to say about it. Please get us to Silver Scrapes.
Continues to throw bouncing bombs. Elder Dragon down to 3,000. Fate Seal cuts through, but the stasis gonna lock everybody up. Tarzan's gonna be your focus. Mega Inferno bomb over the top of the Elder is secured by anyone's legend, and they're continuing the fight. Faker is about to be executed as Doran falls too. Anyone's legend is murdering T1. Curtain call fires out. Most of the bullets won't find their target, but they won't need to. The final shot in Gumayushi is the victory shot for anyone's legend.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners. Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence. Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me go get some ice. Ice, ice, baby. Dude, ice cubes are so good. You think we're gonna go to game 5? Or is this gonna be a 3-1? I feel like we haven't really seen like game 3s and 5s like at World so far. Yeah, TES, BLG was a 2-1, but like, you know, or G2 Fly. Oh yeah, MCoy lost the game, that's right. I guess we've seen a fair share. It just kind of feels like that. Did you see the Team Liquid roster rumors?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025 here in the quarterfinals. It's a best of 5 between AL and T1 to determine who gets that last coveted semifinal spot. It's 2-1 as AL have moved on to match point against the reigning world champions.
Here it is.
And T1 is now in a must-win situation.
All right,
still
super
getting
excited for
Oriana's year ban.
Flowers. This is where you really put the pressure on what champions are T1.
Yeah, no Poppy, no Bard. I don't know what I can play Pike still.
Faker's not going to have
I don't
access
think
to
he's going to go like first 3.
The whole series, I can
Yunara ban,
guarantee
okay.
that. Those will remain permabanned. AL have no reason to change any of these bans. And so we're looking.
Yeah, I didn't think Yunara would be this high prio.
You know, the Cassios and Akali and LeBlanc sort of tier of champions.
Well, there's also the Nico, this absolutely oppressive support champion with so much unique opportunity. The engages from stealth, the clone and the vision that it gives, the ability to tank turrets with the cannon minion. Nico does so much of what other champions cannot do. T1's going to draft that first. They ban out Alistar, Trundle, and Smolder. Yunara banned out next to those 2 mid laners that you already said, Kobe. And it's Skarner and Corki, drafted by AL.
I like the Corki pick up early here, making sure that you have that safety tool for your AD carry when it comes to these fights, plus something that can help to neutralize a strong bot lane. And with the Skarner already taken, T1 hovering the Nocturne, I don't know if you, like, going further into dive is exactly what you want to do here.
I mean, better than going halfway, I feel like, maybe. Because looking like some full dive here. Yeah, they lock it in.
Okay,
They're
Kai'Sa.
going to get the Kai'Sa. So I would assume
Eco
they want to
Kai'Sa,
get
not
Nocturne
bad.
before the next round of bans come in, because Nocturne just pairs so well with a Nico. The engage just becomes insane. Yeah,
wow,
Corki does have Valkyrie, but if you turn out the lights and you allow Nico an easier time to get in there, then the dive can just be devastating.
That combo is a nasty one. The Nico ulti can already be so hard to react to from stealth, but when that vision is so restricted, it gives you such an insane engage. And speaking of engage, it looks like the final pick of the first half of the draft is going to be some engage in the bottom lane. Leona for Kael.
Yeah, I'm curious now what they want to try and finish things out with, because when you know the T1 are already going to be playing heavily in towards this dive, things like the Renekton for Flandre, things that are enabled when you play into them, suddenly become very strong, which is why the Skarner, I think, is already in a fairly strong spot coming into this. We'll have to see, though, as the bans start to come through, what is the priority for anyone's Legend?
Again, I'm really wondering what the mid lane is going to look like between these two, because it is getting fairly shallow there, and you know that you need something that's going to be able to survive some of this onslaught, because both sides have pretty good engages. You know, obviously T1's going deep dive, but Skarner and Leona as well is going to put a lot of pressure there.
I do like the Cassiopeia brought up early, though. Like, that could definitely be something for Shanks in the mid lane, but taken away.
Does too.
Yeah, I was going to say also the pick he kind of made his name on coming up from the LDL, but now going to be taken away. But Hui, still a very strong pick that haven't really seen come up too much in this draft phase, but also something that is very susceptible.
Dude, I don't even know what they should be banning here.
Okay, so Cassio.
Yeah, Cassio, yeah.
for both teams, but two very different.
What am I
types of
missing?
mid
There's
laners.
gotta be
Obviously,
something
the
I'm
Twisted
forgetting
Fate can work
about.
well with things like the Nocturne, catching you by surprise, and the Way is exactly the type of read that AL has, but not for themselves. They're looking at it for the other side.
Do you want to get rid of LeBlanc?
Strong stalling control mages.
Exactly, the big damage, the big AoE. What's going to be the response here from T1? Because I'm assuming that mid lane is actually going to be the one getting the counter pick rather than the top lane. There are some extra.
Bagel and coffee. I
utility
haven't had
picks
bagel
here still left up.
forever.
I was wondering if they're going to try and ban the Victor, something that can kind of play off that zone.
Oh yeah, Victor. Victor wouldn't be bad, right, for AL?
Try and keep yourself safe, but not going to be the case. Going to ban away the Aatrox instead, which to me says they would like to try and bait Flandre into an early
Shanks the Collie
pick. But you still have things like Doran that can go back towards the Gnar, so I think they'd rather keep.
Oh, there's LeBlanc. I was thinking
for Flandre.
These are all the ones that we're talking about, sifting through the options here.
I'm just waiting.
So it's funny because he started out with a Vex hover, and Vex is a viable counter pick into LeBlanc. You also think about Malzahar, you think about Lissandra,
Vex would be
as
good.
far as these deep dive
I mean, it fits the dive comp.
Well, it's the 4-0 LeBlanc so far at Worlds, locked in for Shanks here, and instead they're just going to pick a very
Why are they giving Guma Kaisa match point?
mage of Victor into this. There could be some serious potential.
Do you want to go
for
Kaisa
AL
blind
to
with
try to
Skarner?
abuse
I think
this,
the Corki
as Ornn will be
is
the
a
last pick of
good
the draft for
counter
T1.
or a good matchup
You're
into
setting up
the
T1
Kaisa.
to have a very strong front to back, honestly. Like, yes, you have some dive components that are in it, but the ability to just try and keep your backline safe while putting a lot of threat down with the Ornn, having that zone control with the Victor, then actually opens up for the utility of the ultimate of the Nocturne to shine more so, as you were talking about, to enable.
Whereas is a great champ, yeah.
All right.
That's why I'm not super against Corki over Kaisa.
Worlds.
But I mean, it is
on the controversial
Guma's
Kaisa
like
pick for
good
him.
champ.
They have a lot of dive to set him up. Ornn ult with Nocturne, with the Nico. Lots of aggressive opportunities there. For Faker's pick, as you say, with the Victor, it is something that definitely can be attacked. Especially if you get roams from the Leona.
I think I prefer AL's comp overall, though.
Pressure there. So very interesting stuff. And with Flandre getting that counter pick, I do like the Mordekaiser into Ornn having priority.
Guma's Kaiser is one of the worst in pro play. Really?
Like they are on the attack.
Even when you get in towards fights, Doran trying to call in the Ornn horn gets brought into the
okay. It's not one of his good champions.
As he tries to dive onto people, there's a lot of
okay. You know what? Fine. I agree with that context.
Which I really like
for
T1 Legends composition.
Yeah, Mordekaiser is a great combo breaker. Taking someone to the death
Well, they're gonna
realm.
shoot Shanks mid game. What would happen?
I'm excited for this, man. We get
Then
to see
Faker
the
might win.
Mordekaiser slammed in response to the big team fight meatball. We get to see Faker saying that he's got the confidence to play Victor into
Yeah, why
LeBlanc,
doesn't Faker
which
just
can be
stand up
very,
mid game, just
very
walk over
scary
to
situation.
AL, Sex
You're
just
already talking about
unplug
the dive
Shanks'
potential
keyboard
on
and
the T1
mouse,
side,
and then
but with
try to
Skarner
run
and
back.
Leona also drafted for AL. There's some
That's a
serious
good point. That's a
engage
good
there,
point.
too. With how the
That's
first
something I
three
didn't think
games
about.
in this series have gone, I'm expecting nothing less.
CFO
here in this fourth one.
fighting. You're a few days late.
Ooh, the tension could not be higher here. AL are one game away from making history. Faker is undefeated for 12 years at Worlds versus the LPL.
And it would guarantee an LPL team in finals as well if anyone's Legends were to do it, which for every fan in China
Kale's been playing
mean a
really
huge
well.
amount
This
as they
Bard,
move off to
I
a
wasn't a big fan of his Bard, but his Poppy and shit was fucking like
on your screen,
so
you can see
good.
the history of what we're talking about with Faker against the LPL. All of these best of fives, 11 of them as of the IG series this year in play-ins. Of those 11, 5 were 3-0s, 4 were 3-1s, only 2 went the distance of 3-2, and AL is demanding that at the minimum.
And I want to highlight the very first one that it showed there, all the way back in 2013. When Faker won his world championship.
Wow, okay, Faker.
That was over the coach of AL. It was over Tabe when Tabe was still a player.
And when Tabe became a coach,
Visionary
ENG was up
establishing,
2-1
yeah.
last year in the final.
Yeah, that's true.
Didn't quite work
He
out.
did a good job
RNG was up 2-1 in
invading jungle and
2017.
getting vision control
Tabe
there.
played for them. And now AL up 2-1.
I mean, they specifically only mentioned playoffs, but yeah, okay.
get a team that can take down T1.
T1 have a lot of good stats at Worlds, by the way. They're also 5-1 when they're in this situation, down in a series. Have been very successful, so we'll see about the actual gameplay, because it all comes down to these big moments when all of the pressure is on. Can they survive? Can they pull it out and push us to a 5th game, to a Silver Scrapes? AL, I do like the attack that they have gone on in draft. The attack, the entire series here where they're whittling away at T1 champions. But
that's Carrier.
did get his hands on the Nico, a very dangerous one.
Yeah,
Carrier Nico.
Such a powerful champion in the meta. I feel like this champion has just been all over everywhere the entire year long for the playmaking, for the utility that it provides. Both
Even
junglers
men can
now
lactate.
on
Would
to
you
their
try
second
it?
buffs. Both did start into the top side, so we'll see.
I don't
if they
know.
want to try to get involved with this bottom lane.
Have no
I think
idea,
Flandre, sorry, for Tarzan,
Copy with that one.
Clear here, trying to clear at the camps that are at the front, knowing that T1
I don't know
push on the bottom
moment.
side, and making sure that no sort of made. But Guma,
yeah, immediately Guma under some pressure. As Kael and Hope trying to push back against the T1 duo who have been shoving it in so far in this lane.
And that's meaningful with both junglers pathing down there.
What the fuck would that be, like 10 years later? Yeah, Tommy lost to Faker as a player. Now, if he wins as a coach, that'd be fucking crazy,
Ward
dude.
does go down in Tri-Brush from AL, though. They know they are at risk, and so they're going to play safe, or at least try to, under tower.
Exactly. This is so dangerous, though. Hope only at 150 HP. He doesn't have any potions left in inventory. The heal was already used by Kael. As Owner now paths through the mid lane, he already secured the bottom lane Scuttle Crab for himself, and Faker has priority and control over the
I
mid
feel like
lane
Owner wins
with the
this.
topside Scuttle not yet claimed. Tarzan has to use Ishtal's impact to just dig through the wall backwards towards his own side of the map.
Yeah, but Owner used Smite.
Should
He's
have
not gonna
total
Smite fight it?
control over both
never mind,
Scuttle
can't.
Crabs.
nice adaptation from T1, even though that trade looked decent for anyone's legend on the bottom side, but Tarzan snuck his way back in. Can he manage to get on towards Faker here?
Let's see. Wants to move towards him there with the Ishtal's impact, forces the flash.
Okay,
Faker
nice.
stays safe, but now Summoner Spell down.
Patience there from Tarzan and a sneaky play. We talked
Faker
about
no
how
flash, Guma no
vulnerable
flash.
this Victor can be. Now no flash in the early game. You constantly have to respect
It's looking good so
each
far.
distortion from the LeBlanc, looking for these trades. Faker now gonna need some extra vision. You have to call your support sometimes or your jungler to come get you at least one side to ward. Maybe Owner's gonna have to go find this Skarner, try and mark Tarzan
sheer
to make
dress?
sure the extra threat's not there. Because
Oh,
neither
Timmy
T1
Sweeney.
carry has their flash to evade the next gank.
And honestly, the early laning phase is feeling really good for T1, despite losing those flashes on the carries. Bottom lane, it's been pressure
I'm
all
getting
lane
love
long
messages.
for Gumayushi and Keria because of the advantage that you have with Nico against a melee support. Top side, Doran's been doing great with the Ornn into the Mordekaiser pick, and he's got a CS lead for himself as well. So for AL, you're feeling the pressure to want to make some kind of a play even more than normal.
But I think when you're Tarzan, that's perfectly fine. You're on the Skarner, you've got an opportunity to take really good fights, and you've got setup now, because don't forget, Shanks can distortion in, set up for the chain, follow up then from the Skarner, tear Victor away from the safety of his turret and try and set up plays there. Even on the bottom side as well.
I'm very sure I
You've
will.
got the setup from Kael, and Cleanse will be back
The
up
DAR
shortly,
mode has been
but you've got
fun.
so many different routes that this Skarner can take into the bottom side. That Owner, you can see here, needs to babysit as this wave starts to push in and make sure his bot lane doesn't get caught out.
And look at the EXP difference between Owner and Tarzan. Look at the farm difference between Owner and Tarzan. Owner only needs one, maybe two more camps to get level 6 in the Nocturne and have that massive playmaking of the Paranoia. Tarzan, a lot longer to go.
And even though the AL bottom lane, with their attempt at Guma's life, they got both of those summoner spells, Guma still kept up his farm. Good farm for the Kaisa, especially with that Nocturne providing.
Dude, every
the
lane
jungle
is
pressure
down gold
and
except for
securing the
mid.
bottom side Scuttle Crab, and Owner once again patrolling
What
between
the fuck?
mid and bottom. Those two T1 carries relying on
What's
the
going on
extra
top
presence
lane?
there, and it has rewarded them.
Yeah, Doran also level 6 was teetering down towards the mid lane in case anything kicked off, but going to make his way back up towards that top side. So T1 trying to shift to control Tarzan, which was
I
the
don't
big
get
focal
it.
point for the game wins that anyone legend were able to take.
I like what Guma did there, you know, going through, grouping up the minions.
Well, I was going to say, I understand bot lane losing because it is Kai'Sa and Nico. That is kind of tough to lane against.
After that recall, by the way, Hope going
but isn't the whole point of Ornn to be good? I mean, Mordekaiser to be good into Ornn?
Mantra with his level 6 on Mordekaiser comes down into the river, and that means that Owner does not have the chance to try to contest this Scuttle Crab at all. So Tarzan's going to claim that one. And now the EXP advantage that Owner had in the jungle pretty much entirely alleviated, as Tarzan will also hit level 6 as soon as he clears these Krugs.
They also lost the wave on bot lane as Flandre had late reset, now TP'd into the bottom wave. So this was in the hopes that they could actually set up their Corki for success in anyone's legend. But there's so many members on the top side of the map for T1, and they don't know Doran's here.
Yeah, Doran's still there. The Call of the Forge gone. The paranoia over the top. Hope tries to get away with the flash, but he's still
cleanse as well. Oh my god, he's everything. Oh, the heal comes through.
AL staying alive for now.
No fucking way they lived through that.
Oh, Guma! Gumayushi with a killer instinct, but Hope still lives underneath the turret.
Oh, maybe kill went too far forward.
First blood over to Keria. Kyle tries to counterattack with Zenith Blade, but he does not have
Can Shanks punish this?
Now the target. Shanks doesn't hit him with a chain. He's got to try to get away.
Oh my god, they're trying to kill Dorn so hard.
Shanks still in the back part of the fight.
Dorn's not dying. Oh my god, the damage! That's there! It's double kill.
Shanks down to 150, and the blooming burst from Keria gets him. It's a 4-2 game, 8 minutes in, and T1 take the fight.
And the only thing they have to pay for it is the bottom side. Mordekaiser did get left alone with this tower, but it is so good for T1. It is Guma that does not give up on the play.
4 for 2 trade
Even
kills.
Though Hope was able to escape
I mean,
from
top
the Ornn
farm is
ultimate,
also gonna
Guma
get fucked,
says,
no?
nobody's getting out of this. He ults in, he continues to play for T1, and all of T1 commit to the top side.
And it nets them so much. The extra kills, the Void Grubs, and it's a great.
Dude, I thought they could live through all this.
Pick Owner and managing to get the lockdown as well, and Kyle gets hit by Keria, so can't actually get underneath this tower to protect Hope. So they're so low, and Gumayushi shotguns himself into the back line, makes sure that they can finish off these kills. And Tarzan tries his best with Shanks to bring
so
back
low,
this
dude.
play, but there's just not enough consistent DPS. Tarzan doesn't have it. Shanks has to wait on his distortion cooldown, and despite the great ultimate, again, you only manage to get barely enough back on the end of it.
Yeah, Tarzan is able to set up for the 2 kills back for AL. Of course, T1 very happy with this still. They get the first 3 for the feats, they get a bunch of extra gold, and they got the 2 grubs out of the 3-pack.
And now we're right back into it though. Keria in some danger. Shanks misses the chain. So Keria will stay safe for now. Also did still have the flash, but the vast majority of the gold lead, it's almost a 2,000 gold lead for T1.
This is the grinder date.
Of that is
it was crazy.
2-1 and 2 set up in a great spot here in game number 4.
It truly is.
2 for 4 trade, dude. They're down 2k gold though.
On the other side,
Guma picked up a bunch from that.
Those 2 kills that Tarzan set up with his Skarner ultimate.
Oh, correct, his ultimate
this LeBlanc
message.
is going to have to do a lot of work.
Which made it impossible for T1 to kill Corki. Or made it possible for T1 to kill. Yeah.
But Kai'Sa's so slippery.
No, that was really well played by T1, dude. T1.
And even still, Evan Keria move up towards his top side, protect Faker against the Fed member of AL.
All that early money for the side of T1 resulting in these item completions means that Owner is going to have a very low cooldown on that Nocturne ultimate with his Hex Plate rushed here. So he can start to spam out and really, really apply this pressure to AL across multiple lanes. Of course, the Mordekaiser lane's not the best one to go to because, of course, he has ultimate and can remain fairly safe. But it does put more pressure onto Hope here. You know, the Corki trying to remain safe in mid lane, but he still has no flash.
LeBlanc lane against Ornn, yeah, you're just going to tickle his up balls,
if Owner
dude.
can just ult and apply some pressure or even hover around, he can reduce the income of those carries on the side of AL.
And even though Shanks does have a gold advantage over Faker, Faker does have a nice early Rod of Ages, having that fully completed before 11 minutes into the game. So looking to have that hopefully fully stacked by around the time that an Otacon fight is going to be brewing. I find that to be a pretty important breakpoint for that item specifically.
It's also just nice to be tanky against the LeBlanc. It means the one-shot potential isn't particularly high. So that's where, again, I think for the AL focus needs to be on finding some picks on towards vulnerable members like Kerry and Gumayushi, but you can just see how much has been invested by T1 to keep them safe. Our owner is hovering around in this mid lane. They're setting up a ton of vision, just making sure they can spot out whatever.
Oh my god.
And there's the Kanik Rookern.
Flondra's having so much trouble.
This is the most annoying item in the game for these AP top laners to have to deal with against a tank like Ornn. It makes his trades so much more effective into the Mordekaiser. So Flondra having to deal with that now makes it that much harder to find an opportunity to get anything against this guy. And we'll see if Flondra can get any big death rounds in the middle of a huge fight. Because not just taking out a carry or something like that.
Well, we need Kuma to pop off if T1 wants to win.
If you can
1.7k gold up.
The second half of the Ornn Horn, there's a lot of playmaking opportunities there. And I think Flondra has been a core part of the wins so far for AL.
Yeah, definitely going to have to at least take out
one. Oh my god, the goalie's getting worse and worse.
Because if you let T1 use them all, you will get destroyed. 2.4k the gold lead here. And they just have pressure in all of their lanes. You were talking about Doran. He's just going to keep on pushing with that Kanik Rookern. Gets the pressure on top side, bottom side as well here for Faker, shoving in on the LeBlanc. Even though the LeBlanc is this champion that can go in for some scary moments, it does not have great wave clear unless you are forced to use everything on the wave itself, and then that takes away from the attack mode that you're supposed to be in. So should allow Victor easier wave control as long as you've got a Nocturne to cover you. Yeah, Owner is just providing so much safety for the lanes, for the team.
Yeah, and you got 50 seconds until that Dragon, so resets coming through, first items completed. Like T1 feeling in a good spot. You just continue that pressure to this, the lanes and then move that over into some vision control that's already been established and continue to make it difficult for AL to set up on the objective and look for plays with Shanks or, Tarzan finding a good angle of attack.
The multi-ban ult, yeah. Tarzan, yeah, that's true. Tarzan's card is pretty good.
25 seconds until the next Drake
and also
spawns.
Shanks' LeBlanc's good. It's just that he needed
I have seen the
items to actually deal damage.
Health bar.
They had that early fight that was really bad.
A little bit, but now Tarzan is looking to change that around. Nice use of the Bellows breath, but he is pulled back by the claw from Flondra. He tries to get underneath the turret door and flashes away. Flondra does secure the kill, but now he's got to get away from the turret. His teammates coming up to guarantee
Takes the tower hit.
It's AL overloading the top side, and T1 are bringing in backup, but they've already lost their top laner.
It's a nice timing window from AL, right as Dragon spawns, they go for
Faker
the play,
might get bot tower.
They get the kill, and sure, Faker will get some damage on the bot tower, but now they can actually reset and get back out onto the map and look to contest the Dragon.
Well, I don't think it's just going to be damage on this bottom tower. It looks like it's going to be the entire turret.
Matsuri?
That means they could try to have a teleport
I'll probably get like
here.
Yakisoba at the Matsuri.
He did not have to use the Death Realm to get the kill onto Doran, so he still has it, but Faker backs away in time, and critically for AL, they keep that turret
really
alive,
good.
so no feats of strength for T1.
Faker trying to now move into recontest.
You gotta get at least one of those.
Dragon was started by Flondra, but will end up just being pulled out for a little second. Still waiting to see now if they can move in with no Ornn Horn and no Nocturne ultimate, though. It's a little spooky for T1 to contest onto the objective.
Well, looks like they are going to go ahead, seize control over the area, start this one up.
Oh, they get Dragon.
Is nearby, but the Dragon dropping down to half HP already, and AL looks to be saying that they have no interest in contesting this one. Flondra's just staying top. He has no teleport. So 1-1 now. Split Drakes between the two teams.
Yeah, T1, they've got the luxury of pushing in on bottom side, and they do have the
they might have to give up this bot tower.
Be careful.
Yep, Tarzan's coming in. They want to try to stop
this Tarzan
force onto the first turret of the game. Keria over the wall is going to be pushed back as Tarzan throws a rock over there towards him.
Never mind, okay.
Is Flondra putting the work in on this turret to take the first one. Nice deny there on the feats of strength.
Okay, fuck me, dude. Because the Wise team so competitive.
Is going to be super nice as well. So it means T1 will have to overforce on that bottom side again, whereas Shanks can look for his reset. He has the teleport to move into position, and there's some deep wards as well on anyone Legend side, which is perfect for Shanks if he wants to TP into the fight.
Okay, Rift Herald alive. This could also be feats of strength for T1 because they have already secured a single dragon
fight for
and
Rift
2
Herald?
out of 3 of the grubs. AL are going to get themselves at least the Scuttle Crab beforehand. Tarzan grabs that one, but T1 has multiple men in the area. Taking stock of everything on the map, you can see Faker and Shanks, both in the bottom lane, both have their teleports ready to join a Rift Herald fight. No teleport available on either one of the top laners on either team. And we're starting to hit level 11 in a lot of different roles. Owner, critically, still only level 10 here on his Nocturne. Faker still needs another 4 minutes before his Rod of Ages hits full stack, so that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Owner's like half health.
Kyle and Hope approaching from mid. T1 forced back away from the Herald.
Yeah, I like that. You immediately just drop it. Just immediately leash the Herald for T1 because Faker can finish this bottom tower and then teleport in, and they do.
Yeah, Carrier's going to be the target here for Kyle, but he's not going to go in any further. Blast Cone gets Kyle back away as
They're still fighting this?
Escape.
James is looking for a flank from behind.
Again, that's a very tanky Ornn. Herald's going to lose all patience. And we can see Faker using the teleport to make his way over to the fight now.
Oh my god, dude.
One turret in the bottom lane. Shank still has
this fight's never ending. Where's Corgi going?
Because of the wave clear of the Victor.
Oh, Corgi's recalling, but I was like, why is he recalling?
As Tarzan trades with Carrier.
Oh, okay, maybe they should recall.
Control over the Herald as AL approach. Flandra's going to look for a target, potentially here for the death round. Herald down to 4K. Claw hits 2, but Flandra can't get any closer.
Here it is. Here's the big fight. Oh, yeah, Beat's going over to Owner.
But only finds one.
Or T1.
Blocks up Hope. Into the back line of the AL. AD
back line.
Owner tries to flash away. Doran in the middle
of
everybody.
God.
But Flandra barely stays alive. He should surely die after the shield falls and Owner kills him.
Oh my god, they're all so low. They're all so low.
T1's on the hunt. Everybody on AL's dropping. And T1 are absolutely demolishing the LPL team. Tarzan tries to dig through the wall. He'll barely escape.
Oh, it's just so fucking over, no?
Plus 4 kills to the side of T1.
Why are they fighting like this? I don't know. Maybe
tried to go back in to kill him, but he
it feels like they're just like not in their power spike.
Have taken control of this game.
Tarzan
oh yeah, this and yeah, Gen G HLE. That one was a great fucking quarterfinals match.
But AL are so far away. Carry is still in the vicinity. And T1, this composition from this position is so difficult to fight against as AL. And we see it as they come in. So you end up with Shanks trying to get access to the backline, but it doesn't really work. Doran ends up getting good value, but it's Carrier's ultimate here onto both the carries that sets up perfectly for the play, as Tarzan and Flandra just can't do enough with Shanks to carry a fight like this.
Exactly. The other side of the fight, the Mordekaiser that just ulted this Nocturne, Owner had already gotten
oh my god, Guman lived like 1 HP.
Still lived as well. It's just T1 dismantling AL on both sides of the team fight. That gold lead that they already had gets more than doubled, and adding the extra
you
objective
seem sick of
here.
this series
T1,
already? You gotta be happy. No,
like
no, I just want
to be able to
I
push
just want AL to win.
This early game
That's
lead
all.
is just so big, so quickly, Captain Flowers.
Exactly. This is so much larger of a lead than we've seen at this point in the game in any of the previous 3. Nearly 6,000 gold ahead for T1. The Drakes are even, so it's not like AL has this sole comeback condition. And now Otacon's going to spawn here in 20 seconds.
No, I mean, this is great gameplay. I'm just cheering for AL. I want Tabe to like at least contest for the title, you know? I don't want to get eliminated already.
T1 just continuing to build this advantage. Keep this pressure on. They're going to try to take the tier 1 turret, but not quite enough damage thus far. But you can see everybody's up here. They've got Doran down in the bottom lane. He's the one answering Flandra. He has his teleport to join up for this Otacon fight whenever they need it.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy value for Ornn. Yeah, the Mount Drake is going to be huge value for T1. Especially when you have like shit like, you know, LeBlanc on the enemy team.
Has already been started by T1.
AL charged with a nearly impossible task. They are going to walk forward. They are going to see the Otacon.
T1 Otacon throw?
AL have to send
maybe
some sort of a Hail Mary play here. Tarzan jumps in, only finds Doran. Looking for the
oh, that's Nico!
He only finds it onto Kyle.
Okay, Corgi's dead though!
Hope is already down. T1 have found their mark.
Okay, AD carry dead.
Even more. Owner is smashed.
Flandra kills Owner.
Pit here at the same time.
Oh!
Faker stays alive, and they can't.
Oh my god, Tarzan's still alive! Wait! Otacon throw! Otacon throw!
May have overplayed. They may have overstayed. AL find their way back into the game. Flandra chasing after the lone survivor as the Otacon will be taken by anyone's legend.
AL, they deleted
Carrier. What the
and then
fuck?
They set their sights on Owner.
Dude,
they
why is he chasing? You should be recalling Resang for Dragon.
And Mordekaiser ult does kill the jungler this time.
Dude, how the fuck? Dude, watching this fight again? Okay, so that was Nico. They go super hard on Corki. Guma's in the back, killing him instantly.
He basically nullified
Bungee ults the Owner. How the fuck?
You see him in the pit, completely trapped here. So AL,
Shanks
they did a very
kills,
good job
nice
dealing with
slam.
this engage of the
Oh,
Nocturne
the
plus
stun
the
onto
Nico. And they
Guma.
did it at the most critical moment. The Otacon that they claim
Dude, it's
in the
always
aftermath.
50-50.
Otacon is so dangerous.
Even at Otacon, it's always 50-50. Carry got caught, yeah. I thought that was Owner like walking forward. It was Carrier with the Nico ult.
Is about 2,000 golds worth of adaptive force that AL has over T1. The lead
Life
that T1
sucks.
had,
If I
that
Knuckles,
5,500 gold,
dude,
may as well
I'm
be
too scared to get a
nullified now
tattoo.
because of the Otacon throw. The big deal in this game is still Gumayushi with a personal 3,000 gold lead over Hope. If T1 wants to win this one, it's
Guma getting caught out there was kind of bad too.
But that's what we just saw in that last fight was Guma wasn't able to get into position
they
to
get
do what
Dragon?
he needed to. And then eventually it was Faker who fell with
Maybe
the dive in the
AL
backline.
overchased.
And
That's why they
Shanks was
couldn't
able
get
to finish
Dragon.
off Guma. Like there is so much damage, even from the beefcakes now on Anyone Legend, that you need to deal with everyone. I mean, only really Tarzan isn't going to deal much damage in these fights. And for Gumayushi, that is a terrifying prospect.
What a game. This one, the one where we finally thought that we were having a game that felt one-sided instead of close the whole time. And you can see there on the stats, that plummet of the gold difference so far here in the game 4.
Just such a critical fight to play out like that. And so many eyes been on Kyle here, such a young player, and performing that well in a critical moment. They have to win that fight, and they peel the Nico. They kill
Shanks
the
is still
Nocturne.
working on his second
They
item
push
though.
back.
Wow, okay.
The beefcakes, as you said, looking good, Dagda.
Getting second item void
Let's see if they
staff.
can continue it, because still, even though AL won the fight, T1 still finding their pressure in the lane, still pushing the waves
Shanks'
in.
CS is kind of ass,
trying
dude.
to hold and bunker down in towards these choke points to deny T1 any sort of deeper access in towards the vision that control that they need. Also, flashes starting to come up crucially for people like Carrier, making him a little bit more vulnerable in these upcoming fights.
The goal is on Mord though. No idea for
where we
AL.
are with levels. Flandra
Yeah, I
about to
mean,
level
dude,
up over Doran.
Gumayushi has 3.2k up.
Over Owner, about to
That's
just be
crazy.
because Owner nearly level 13. Faker, 1 level up over Shanks because of that Rod of Ages we were already
Like Corki is
talking
now
about.
coming
Hope
online, whereas
almost has
Gumayushi
his
is like
Muramana
basically like
fully
good to
stacked
go
up here on the Corki. 24
for a
minutes in,
while
that feels
now.
very, very late, and it has been a very tough game for Hope. 0-3-2 on the Corki. Gumayushi has been going after him nonstop.
Yeah, certainly has. All right, let's take another look at this, though. Top tower is so low. AL trying to use it.
Okay, they go in. The solar flare from Kyle. Tarzan wants to swoop around.
Oh,
the
Tarzan.
misses.
They got to back off.
There. The arcane
Who
storm
scales
from Faker
better?
going to fully push back anyone's legend. Shanks all the way down in the bottom lane. Not gonna teleport up for
In
this.
theory, it should be
AL wanted to
T1 that
defend their
scales
tier
better,
1,
right?
But when they swing
Ornn,
and miss, it's easy
Victor,
for T1 to finish the
Kaisa.
job.
AL ever so slightly desynced on the play. The stun lands, but Tarzan not there to follow up. It means that T1 able to step away, don't have to burn any of those crucial summoner spells. And now T1 going to continue, reset, move back out onto the map. Especially when I look at like Faker being a target is so hard with this build that he's gone for. He is so tanky.
Yeah, I mean, most of this game, he has been just standing and trading with the LeBlanc. He's not flinching at all. And
The
he has been able to
3-item
trade quite
Kaisa.
effectively.
Corgi
We'll
is.
see if they're
I
able
think
to
he
create
finished
another
his
pick,
second recently.
Because T1 still have the cover of darkness here with this Nocturne ultimate, and that with all of the engaged threat that they do have.
At a certain time,
should
Victor would be
basically
durable and doing the same.
guarantee
Yeah, I
applying
mean,
plasma to somebody for Guma
he's
to come
already
in
doing
and
kind of
kill.
like
He's
crazy damage.
3-item
with E.
Kaisa, 3-item plus some. To only the 2
And also
of
the
Hope at the
ornaments
moment.
are coming out.
This Kaisa really should
So
be
the
able
Ornn
to shred,
upgrades,
and they do
I mean,
have
like,
the Baron in their sights. They're trying
kind
to
of
draw
like
AL to
OP.
them. This is going to be a turn from T1. Watch out for the engage.
Dude, they're doing it kind of fast.
Carrier specifically here with the Nico. Teleport coming in from the AL side. Also
Mordekai's
T1 ready to
TPing right there.
reinforce. Ornhorn sounds off. Doran goes in. They're going to knock up Kyle here with the
Gumayushi?
the back line. T1.
Oh, Guma in the back line.
The burst over the mid laner. They found it, but Hope is
Oh, Shanks is going to die too.
sky. The arcane
Oh my
storm is
god.
typhoon, but AL is
Guma,
fighting
Guma,
back.
Guma, Guma, Guma.
Damage to Gumayushi.
Can Flaundry kill him? Oh, he flashes over the wall.
The mace will not connect over the wall.
Oh my god, this is not fucking so close. Oh shit! Mordekaiser's OP.
Another fight.
What the fuck? Oh, that was TP! I didn't even know this was the. I had no idea what the fuck that order was doing. I didn't know it was TP.
Flaundra and Tarzan survive. Flaundra's doing so much.
I feel like
on
full
this
item Kai'Sa is a bigger
Mordekaiser.
problem than full item Corki.
One of 3 non-Korean top laners to ever win Worlds, and Flaundra are doing so much work in this fight. They turn on towards Faker, and even
Oh
though
my god,
Kerry
look
goes
at
to
Gumi in the
front
back,
cross, it
like
only hits
just
on
killing.
the Flaundra, it hits nobody, and Gumayushi goes into the back line, but the lockup, and
Yeah,
Flaundra holding
Kale
on
with
to this
the.
ultimate for so long to focus onto Gumayushi.
Yeah,
to
Flaundra
make sure
almost
he can
got
continue
him.
In the fight. And again, it's this front
This
line
fight was
from
so
AL
close
that stays
again.
alive and deals the damage, and just when you think
Like,
hope
what
is
the
gone,
fuck?
it is still there for the LPL.
Yeah, it's
Holy
actually crazy
shit, that
because
damage dealt.
This fight, we just watched.
Even Ornn is
Hope
doing
get
a lot of
deleted,
damage.
And
What
Guma
the
also
fuck?
then killed off Shanks right at the beginning. Those are the 2 main carries for this team. You thought, nope, the main carry is the Mordekaiser. And Tarzan got a triple ultimate with the Skarner to buy the necessary time for the Mordekaiser to destroy them.
Hope did 100 more damage than Kyle did in that team fight, and full tank Skarner did over 4,000. The Mordekaiser cracking 5,000 damage as AL now moving into this topside river yet again. Solar Flare used by Kyle does not find anything meaningful here. Taking a look at summoner spells, there are no flashes available on T1. There are none available on AL except for Kyle on this
Oh my
Leona.
god, there's summoner
so keep
spells.
your eyes on him.
AL are trying desperately to pull T1 away from the Dragon, but T1 just going to walk down the mid lane, keep this pressure up, and AL, they're looking at a little split.
Oh, they lose mid tower.
T2 turret. Keep your eyes open for the paranoia. That's the sign that T1's going to look for something.
Shanks,
but they
you
don't
need to
wanna
poke.
use it
I need
here.
you to
Instead,
poke.
It's Gumayushi off on a solo mission looking to take the Drake. It's not soul point just yet. But if he can secure this one, it's going to put AL in a very difficult spot. The Kai'Sa clears this very effectively.
Wow,
just
Kai'Sa's
as a lone
soloing it.
unit. And it looks like they're going to grab it here. The Scryer's trinket used to see what T1 is doing. Shanks goes after Carrier,
Shanks.
chunks him out, but doesn't chunk him
Dude, it
super
can't
low.
go on anyone.
T1 takes the Drake, and now they're ready for the 5v5.
Here it is.
Doran
Here's the
summons up
fight.
the Ornhorn. They're going in after Flaundra.
Okay.
They wanna focus the
Mordekaiser.
They've got him locked up in the CC.
Oh, he's dead.
And Faker strikes him down.
You think the
AL
ult?
have lost their strongest
Oh,
player.
Tarzan misses his
with
ult.
the impale, and Owner continues moving forward. AL in a 4v5.
What the fuck is
Got to be
happening?
mindful now. T1 may try to go for the Baron as they clear
Dude,
out
they
midway.
can't land
Flaundra's still
shit.
dead for 35 seconds.
T1 found the thorn in their side and they yanked it out immediately. Now anyone's legend have to defend the Baron. 4 versus 5.
T1 going after the big objective. Tarzan wants to step
Tarzan's
forward here.
so
try to
fucking
find a little bit
tanky.
of poke. Kyle and Hope now.
Oh!
A nice catch
Hope!
from Doran. Hope
Oh,
is
it's
already
over.
Down. Tarzan
It's
has
so
to
fucking
retreat.
doomed.
Eastal's impact through the wall. They can't slow him down. They can't lock him up. T1 back under the Baron
Dude,
yet
Shanks!
again. Owner down to 25%
Delete
HP.
someone!
AL, they're going to have their top laner back up here in 5 seconds. So it may have cost them hope, but it buys them enough time to stop the Baron.
What the
Doran
fuck,
gets the double
dude?
knock up there to grab another kill for T1.
Dude, I don't know what to
But,
say.
as you say, the Baron goes unkilled here, still on the map. So we have to get the reset.
I
and the
hope
return
Hope got hit
to
by
the
Ornn
objective.
Q.
T1 though, they
The
did such a
Ornn
good
Q
job
and
at
the
the
E,
beginning,
holy
keeping this
fuck,
Mordekaiser
dude.
at distance and actually chunking him down, then going for the full commit there. Owner goes in, they remove the biggest threat from them in the previous fight. See about round 2 though.
That was the thing, as long as they remove Flaundre before he gets that ultimate off, they're in a good spot. And even there, you can see Flaundre didn't want to pull the trigger on the ultimate, thought he could maybe survive and then find a higher value target.
Yeah, the
But if
Mordekaiser
T1
is doing
continue
a
to
lot.
focus Flaundre, it becomes a little bit more difficult for anyone's legend.
And good lord, Gumayushi, man, 5,000 gold ahead. He has almost 2 fully completed items.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Guma's almost at full build. And Hope is still working on his 3rd item, dude.
Doesn't even have 3 fully
He's not even
finished
buying
big
IE.
items. You can see
Holy
Seeker's Arm Guard
fuck, dude.
also fully completed now for
This
Faker,
Corki
in
is
case he
so
is the one
useless.
who's attempted to be focused down. With
He got
the big
fucked
burst
so
like we
hard.
saw in the previous big team fight. This one is way closer than I thought it was ever going to be when we saw a 5,000 gold lead at 19 minutes.
And we are also at Soul Point, 2.5 minutes here for T1. T1 returning to the Baron though once again. They're looking to draw AL in.
All right, AL ready to try to stop him, but Gumayusi kills this objective very quickly.
Oh my God! Here
TP
comes.
coming in from
Is that?
AL.
Yeah,
Carry
that's
on the
Miko
off
flank.
to the right, ready for the pincer attack. T1 gonna pull off the Baron. They do not want to allow it to get low enough for Tarzan to try to steal. Doran jumps in, knocks Kyle up into the air. Shanks going in after Carry.
Oh my God! Okay, never mind. We went on to Leona. Leona fucking nothing. Oh, Tarzan! Wait, that was Nico. Okay, it was worth. It was worth. Dude, Guma's still free hitting everyone though. Oh, never mind, dude.
Running now. They've lost two.
Holy
T1
fuck.
have only lost their support. It's both supports down. Flandra, the extra man dead, means T1 win the fight.
Yeah, they melt the front line. Shanks is actually creeping around, but there's not much he can get. He's looking for an angle onto Guma.
If he can find Gumayusi, that's the angle. That's the only way to win.
Oh! Shanks!
Shanks!
How do you
fuck? Hero play as Hope
Faker?
tries to escape
Oh,
from
Hope's dead
Doran,
again.
But the bellows breath takes him down. Tarzan
Shanks,
wants to
you
get
gotta
away
delete
from
someone
Owner,
again.
from
Come on,
Faker.
Shanks.
He
Super.
can't
Oh!
quite get there.
Owner.
He's feared up.
Woo!
Shanks nearly kills off Owner.
Shanks
but a
has to
beautiful
die.
spell shield keeps him alive.
Shanks dead.
Shanks is trapped inside the gravity field, and Faker takes him down.
Tarzan's still
Tarzan on the
alive.
run. He's the only one left alive from the original fight. Kyle has
What
finally
the
respawned.
fuck,
Faker
dude?
and Doran are going to continue the chase now. If they can get a delayed kill on this jungler, they can almost guarantee themselves either a soul or a Baron, and that's exactly what they're doing. Tarzan will not be allowed to dig through the wall. The Arcane Storm silences him as he tries. Faker's gonna recall, and T1, the enemy jungler, dead for 45.
Oh my
The Drake
God,
spawning in
dude.
30. Take another look.
Let's take a look, Flowers. Indeed, Guma, he's over here, and Shanks
Dude,
sees
Shanks
it, goes
going
right
so
up into his
deep for
face.
Guma, and it
Bursting
actually
for the
worked.
shutdown, but they are able to turn it around. Faker here is so tanky with his tanky Victor build, under no threat from Hope, and Doran is
Doran's
able
like,
to finish the job, take down the
Oh,
Corki.
man.
We're back to live. It's Baron that it started for T1. They're trying to burst it down. Kyle has the smite, but there is nothing that he can do to get into the pit.
Right.
Exactly. It's free Baron for the side of T1. It's still 10 seconds before Tarzan is back on the rift. And look at Faker's position. He's already in the bottom side river, making sure that AL isn't trying to sneak the Drake early. Baron plus Soul plus 7,000 gold lead for T1 has to spell victory, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. The Mountain Soul belongs to T1. 34 minutes
Mountain
in.
Soul for T1.
The MasterCard price this moment is T1. Pick up the Mountain Soul, and that mountain feels
Holy
insurmountable
fuck,
for anyone's legend
dude.
right now. They've had their moments, and they have fought damn hard in this game. But now T1 will march on the Nexus and march towards a potential Game 5 here.
Yeah, honestly, I think a Mountain Dragon does seal it for T1. How is a LeBlanc supposed to burst through all this extra durability on these T1 members? It's going to be very, very difficult. There is also
LeBlanc goes with Banshee's Veil.
Skarner flanking on Vision. Tarzan's just going to keep going, though, because hell no, they don't have a lot of good angles to go for in the first place.
Owner level 16, maximum range paranoia, so he knows he can join any bottom lane fight from the mid lane. Tarzan still looking for a chance to make some kind of a move here.
third
Owner just
item.
guaranteeing that he keeps two separate waves of minions enchanted at the same time. T1 continues to push here in the bottom lane. Cannon minion doing most of the damage under the tier 3 turret as Tarzan is stunned up inside the gravity field, but again, not a ton of damage either way. Shanks wants to try to get some poke, but he won't find a lot. Hope on this Corki still hopelessly behind this entire game. Nearly 6,000 gold lead for Gumayusi as AL try to keep defending, but it is the health bars of the tier 3 turrets slowly whittling away to the Baron empowered minions. Kyle on the side of the terrain here in bottom lane.
Oda could just join bottom by ulting, right? So
desperate
this
chance
4-1 is
to
a
stay
good
in
way
this
to play
game.
it.
Doran continues playing the point man here for the T1 side As another wave crashes
Dude,
into
I don't
tier
think
3
anyone can
turret.
kill Doran,
A little bit more
dude.
damage onto Tarzan, but it's not a lot. They don't need a lot. They just need time to chip away at these tier 3s. Doran with a bellows breath to get through the claw. Flandra loses half his HP. The Mordekaiser's going to be your target. Here goes the Ornhorn. They knock Flandra off in the air. But again, nobody under serious threat. Tarzan with an impale onto one, but he's about to die. He flashes away.
Oh, Guma!
Flashes in.
What the fuck? Oh, wait, never mind. That was so good. Carry on!
Of anyone's legend. Guma with a triple.
Oh, Guma!
Quadra. Only Flandra stands.
Ah, never mind. Can't get the
Gumayushi
penta.
finally dies, but AL will die with him. T1.
Dude, both of these teams are playing so fucking well, dude. I have.
They will force
Dude,
down the
it's actually
turret.
insane.
They will move to the Nexus, and they will take us to Silver Scrapes.
Leave it to T1 at Worlds to deliver us a Silver Scrapes. Analysts, are you ready?
Yes, we are so ready for Game 5. This series has been absolutely delivering, and may I say, perhaps through an unlikely hero, because I have a man on my desk who had no faith in the Kaisa from Gumayushi, but he damn well wins the game.
Yeah, I'm not nervous at all.
Dude, we're going Game 5. Holy shit.
When your back's against the wall for team. I can't believe it, the risk that they took with this, because as the cast highlighted, obviously for 4 out of 5 members, this is pure comfort. But it needs to be repeated. The fact that they are still willing, everything on the line, to trust the teammates, go for Guma on the Kaisa, and it ends up working.
And I gotta say, I gotta put you on the spot, but you came in saying, okay, I've got my 2 LCK teams on the other side, you know, T1,
dude,
they're not gonna do it.
This guy's to pop up, dude.
But my heart's not really in it. How do you feel now?
No, that's too soon. Yeah, I'm, as it turns out, a little bit more emotionally invested than I thought. And then they threw an Otacon! I didn't know I was invested.
Dude, oh yeah, they do it Otacon, they still won.
We're
That's
gonna get
crazy.
a repeat of the Genji Otacon crash out.
No, because everyone keeps doing it. It's not one team specific.
All right, let's bring us back down to earth. Emily, talk to me about the things that did go well early on for T1.
That's fucking wild,
We're
dude.
run through a dive on the top side, and this is
Yeah, this
where
Corki did
Guma
absolutely
really
fuck
gets
all
ahead,
this
right?
game.
We've talked about how deadly this Nocturne Nico combo can be. Here we see, just watch Guma as, okay, Kyle and Hope,
Oh, dude, we're
they're
getting
able to
Game
stave
5
off the
fearless.
initial play, but then Guma goes in. The only redeeming thing for AL in this entire exchange is that on the backside of this fight, Shanks is able to get a few kills, but this sets Guma ahead, and he ended this game 11, 4, and 10, 7.4k gold above his lane opponent in Hope. And that was massive because, like, you had reason not to necessarily believe in the Guma Kaisa.
And credit where credit
11,
is due. To me, this
19,
was not
holy
just about
shit.
Guma, it was about him and Carrier. They took control of the lane starting level 1. It
Yeah.
was Carrier that set it up, but in the past, I think
He
Guma
ulted
has an
and
issue
flash?
knocking it
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
His teams has had issue actually setting up for him as well. And in this game,
I mean, that
with
put him really
elimination
far
on the
ahead. He
line
got
for
2
T1,
kills and 2
it
assists.
finally came together, because I can
He
guarantee
gave
you
us
every
so
T1
much
fan
gold
was right
value
there
from
with
that.
me when that got locked in.
Yeah, and when Nico does get locked in, I did think this is a good sign if Carrier is having a good game, and I think that was possibly a bit of a question mark, but he has an unbelievable instinct here in this fight.
Yeah, and he sets up this fight beautifully with feigning the Nocturne, then going in under cover of darkness for this sick Pop Blossom, then the Guma follow-up. That's perfect execution of how you want this comp to go.
And it's specifically that Nico Nocturne combo that you can't, like, it's
Gonna
basically
have to have a
impossible
bad
to
win
play
rate
against.
Worlds.
There is Fog of War, and
I
credit to
think
AL,
so.
they actually pivoted really well after this. Kyle, the next time he tried that, he got him.
Yeah.
He didn't let him make the play, and that was what set up the Otacon throw, which is that gold dip that you see there right at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan was trying his hardest as well. A lot of great impales
Yeah,
there.
it's not that good,
But what are you
right?
looking at?
Garner?
Tarzan's damage graph.
Win rate, but I thought it was a good pick.
25K.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mordekaiser was also doing well, but they took him out of the fight, and it's, how did we get here? I think we maybe saw it written in the stars that we might get here, But do you believe in the fight on the side of AL after this?
Dude, we're gonna get the fucking silver scrapes.
It's pure 50-50.
Yeah, he missed a lot of those ults in the later half of the game.
But both teams
the
have
Skarner
had amazing
ultis
moments.
weren't
Both
landing.
teams had froze. We
I
had
feel like that was
Tarzan
really
Cal
bad.
going too deep in the jungle. Then we had T1 and the Otacon repeatedly. Like, it is so
I'm using
evenly
bathroom
matched, and this
again.
quarterfinals is delivering.
It's delivering. We'll
BRB.
talk a little bit more about how either team could do it at the other side of the break. But now it is time to listen to the most beautiful song in the world, Silver Scrapes, to close out our last quarterfinal. Isn't it poetic?
To get low enough for Tarzan to try to steal. Doran jumps in, knocks Kyle up into the air. Shank's going in after Keria, wants to stop him. Horn through the middle of the fight, and once again, Flandra's going to get focused, but he is not dead. Big impale from Tarzan. A lot of damage comes through. Keria dies before the Pop Blossom. Flandra in a little bit of trouble now, but he's still fighting. The shield keeps him alive, but T1 is too strong.
I hate this fucking song. Just never ending. I miss the commercials now.
Well, we arrive at the 5th game. After all is said and done, it is actually not at all said and done, because everything's going to culminate in one last battle of an AL that has to do it in front of their home crowd, do the unthinkable in terms of an LPL team at Worlds versus T1, and T1 who just say, you can't count us out, ever.
And as we talked about, the Nico Nocturne composition, they ran incredibly well, something they're super comfortable on. Previously, we'd seen Nico banned out. I want to take a look at the support picks throughout this series, because I feel like we talked going into this about Carrier's performance, how he has really, really stepped it up in this matchup. As we look at the supports each of these guys have played, I am curious to see if we might start seeing maybe hyper carries, maybe like an Aphelios Lulu angle, something like that coming out of these teams.
And there are two picks I'm looking towards if they're not bandweight. It's Alistair and Rel. There are still these really big, high-profile wombo combo engage supports, because in Game 5, in a Fearless format, I think a lot will come down to the draft as the crowd goes crazy, because there isn't as much goes into everything.
Dude.
Easy pickings for picks. You need to figure out a way to get an upper end in this game.
You need the better drafting. You need to lock in whatever the pick may be, as Silver Scrapes also hits Shanghai. Let's talk about the bigger picture here, the history of Faker versus the LPL. But let's also talk about T1's Game 5 win rate at Worlds. They are 6-2. That combined with the fact that T1 still has that moniker as LPL killers above them. Do you think that is in the heads of AL right now?
And right there, I don't know if you caught it, but it was Tarzan and Owner giving each other a little fist bump.
Love to see it. That's so great.
And check on ARAM.
As you make a great point, there is so much on the line here for both teams. For AL, the opportunity to do something that many teams have come close. Many teams at MSI have been able to do it countless times, but at Worlds, this is their moment. And I think that when it comes to the picks they've taken away from T1, they're in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, by contrast, right, AL Game 5 win rate across this year, LPL and MSI at 3-3. One of those losses did come against T1 at MSI, right? In another great best-of-5 series. So, yeah, I'm super, super curious to see what Tabe has cooked up for this draft.
Oh, me too. And I'm just thinking of all these moments that Faker has sat on the world stage hearing this song
Game
being
5
played.
draft.
I wonder if it invigorates him in some way when he hears
I
it.
hope it's not over at draft, dude. Like, so many Game 5s are just over at draft.
For real now. And it would be as we expect from him, because these are the placements of his Worlds runs every single time. It's just a lot to break. How do AL do it?
It's trusting themselves. They've shown the level of gameplay necessary today. Already for me, Tarzan today has found his revenge in many ways for that disaster with LNG back in 2023. I think he's been performing out of his mind today, and if he can keep down Owner, if he's able to get Faker behind early on, because T1 with a leader, we've seen AL with
I don't know what else he can play. Like, Ari?
We did have a lot to talk about Gumayushi in that last match, but I do also need to mention that Faker had a great game up versus a LeBlanc that was getting really dangerous out of Shanks, right? How much is going to come down to a single person here? Because I can see identifiable things, especially in Fearless, when it comes to that support, when it comes to that mid lane. But is there anything we haven't mentioned in terms of what could really be a backbreaker for either?
I want to look towards the top lane, where we really, I think, have seen Flanders had a wonderful game today. I mean, that's Emily's fault. I'm going to blame her for that one. Because he has been, to me, a standout today when it comes to his performance. I want to see him on something that with impact, because that Mordekaiser was always enough. On the flip side, I think that Doran has actually had a much better day today at Worlds. This is still not domestic Doran. This is not MSI Doran. We're not seeing the Krug Lord, but we are seeing him be solid enough where Owner and Carrier can take over. And I do think, based on very recent evidence, that when everything comes down, there is literally no player in the history of League of Legends you'd rather have sitting beside you than Faker himself.
Yeah, and for me, in these drafts, like I said,
Faker Akali? Oh, Hui is available. Yeah, that's right, Hui.
Right?
I was thinking just Shanks Akali was pretty fucking dope.
Alistar and the Rel are both potential picks in the bot lane. However, with the way that we constantly also want to team fight, one of these teams could pivot, and that does usually give you not only a pushing bot lane especially if you lock in something like the Lulu, but insane 5v5 potential in these mid to late game fights. And a lot of times, despite
Guma
what we've
Jinx?
seen from both of these teams being
That
very
wouldn't be too bad.
right? A lot of times in game 5s, things slow down, and it really, really comes down to who is going to be better in those 5v5s.
Yeah, it's true. And in games like this, Maurits, I know it becomes stressful to watch if you have any type of investment. But the way these games have been playing out, we haven't seen a game-winning early game fight. There has always been a throw.
Smolder.
There has always been a rebuttal.
Yeah, there's been a few.
The presence of mind really comes into play.
It's the
Lucian's
tenacity
still
of both these
available.
teams, right? No matter what the game state is, both in a positive sense, because sometimes
I don't know
they
if
should be a
Kayla's
little
gonna
bit
be
more
high prio,
respectful,
though.
particularly towards Otacon, because again, a reminder.
Maybe there's gonna be some
the
angle with it.
resistances
Get
are gonna be gone. You need to be a little more mindful because
What's it
neither
called?
team has gotten, I think, in any of these games to a point where
Caitlyn.
deficit is so big
Like
that
maybe
you
they
can't contest.
open up Yunar and trade it for
And
Caitlyn.
For me, going into this final draft, I'm looking at jungle, I'm looking at support. I think Tarzan and Kael, as well as Owner and Keria, have been what have mostly been the game deciders to me, because this series has come down to team fights. We've seen so many of them, but when it comes to actually setting up your team fight, we saw it in the Bard game from Kael. We saw it with the Nico in this game. That is what, for me, has been one of the big deciding factors and what I think is going to decide this game 5.
Oh, amazing. I love we see team fights from start to finish. You can't be allowed to make any mistakes because the other team will slam you down. We will see if
Ash.
Baker has it in the tank.
I haven't really seen Ash that
Who
much
can take
recently.
over from him and bring LPL to the semifinal to give us a guaranteed LPL LCK final.
We just moved away
And for
it, but
mid lane,
Batman on your
Azir
screen,
Orianna both still
Kobe
available.
is who I'm looking at also because I know Kobe called it out in cast, but during Faker's first Worlds, right? It was against this man playing support for Royal Club. So it'd be incredibly poetic if he was the one to finally step up coaching this AL team and potentially move on past T1 in this bracket.
We've been going to a Zenith a couple of times. I just got the word we still have a little delay before getting to the stage. Obviously, you want to make sure that the teams are in their best
Alistair and Relic
capabilities
still
going
open?
into
Yeah.
that game 5.
Yeah, I think Alistair might be get banned. Alistair's been pretty like heavily banned this world.
Into this best of 5, being right, can they attack that early game? Can Keria have a standout performance? Can the top lane have a stable performance? How many of that has been shored up?
Well, I mean, we've gone
Like
to game
Alistair has a
5, right?
really high
I wanna
win
echo
rate.
what I said earlier, it really does feel like these teams are insanely evenly matched. A lot of the questions that we had for T1, I think for me were answered after game 1 already, because I knew that if, and that was by no means a guarantee, but if T1 played the way they have done at MSI, they have played domestically for a large part of the year, particularly towards the main part of summer, I knew this was going to be a close series. And the fact that we're actually getting the 5 again, the only quarterfinal that actually go the distance, is a beauty to watch. As
Yeah. For you. Kind of. Sorry, I don't want to bring it up.
No. Still in
Fuck,
spirit. And
dude, they've been playing the same song for like 10 years now.
to see what we're gonna get in this game 5.
We'll see indeed as we get into this draft in just a second. But Emily, real quick. Anyone's legend jumping up as an unexpected hope for
There's no
the LPL
Silas
from
either,
World
so like
Warriors to today.
And I feel like
giving up Alistair, I don't feel like that's a good
I
point
just want to give it to the crowd.
or highlight.
Absolutely colossal energy out of the crowd.
AL and T1 chance. I almost said A1. The big thing for me is every single player on this team kind of was seeking to make their name or kind of strike out and get revenge for being passed over, right? Like Hope replaced for Viper, replaced for Ruler, Kael trying to make a name for himself on a different team, Tarzan seeking redemption from some of his international performances, as we talked about, Shanks being on WE for so long, being stuck there, coming to this team, and then Flandra, I feel like Flandra's always just kind of vibing, but he's proving
Just give me the draft.
that he's the top LPL top laner.
Oh my gosh, the energy is absolutely
Come on, Tabe,
electric.
cook
This is the
something,
thing
please.
That when you get to a World Championship, these are the unquantifiables. When you step into an arena like this, and I'm so glad that we had hope that it would come to this for this specific matchup between the hope of the LPL and the LPL killers on the side of T1. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm trying to see if we get an update on when we're going to the stage. I think we still have a small delay, so let us ask the casters a question. We've been talking so much. Is there anything we missed? What are you looking out for in Game 5?
80K fit in the arena?
Thank
yeah,
you very
yeah.
much, Shocks. I am looking for this game to be the best one yet. Game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like pretty packed.
One-sided than our first 3, but even then,
it's only like when it's during like a weekday, like for example 1 p.m. There wasn't that many people, but now it's like 7 p.m. A lot of more people to fill in.
Close game state, but ultimately it was Gumayushi having probably the biggest individual player gap so far in the series that carried it home for T1. We've had an amazing series, and I want Game 5 to be the best game yet.
I tell you what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a Game 5 jinx. That's what
Have you been to big international matches live?
MSI, and Tabe has gone on record talking about the power
it's
of
been
Game
like
5
fun
jinx for AL as well, and them being able to pick it and find, you know, wins in those must-win games. You know, Deep Fearless is where a lot of people have doubted this T1 team. Not thinking that they'll be able to survive in this world where we're constantly in Fearless, but pushing them to game number 5 in the first
junglers
place
are left?
is such a big feat.
Nefiri?
I mean, Hope is looking for revenge, got eliminated by T1 in 2022.
Oh no, Trundle's gone, right?
Tarzan is, because him and Scout had a really embarrassing
Maokai?
2023 elimination at
Mundo?
the hands of T1, so it would mean so
Trundle's
much
still open? Okay,
to
never
return
mind.
the favor here in 2025. So a lot of revenge is on the table for the taking, but it's not easy. There's a reason no one else has been able to do it to T1 at Worlds.
I mean, it's been 12 years since the LPL
No.
has ever been able to take down T1 in a best of 5. They haven't been able to do it. 11-0. And now anyone's legend has that opportunity to finally put one on the board for the LPL. And I mean, Emily started into it a little bit, like, what was a roster that was just a band of rookies. When you look back at like ZDZ and Xiaohao, they're on anyone's legend, a team that would essentially would finish at the bottom of the pack for so long, and then they add in Tabe.
I feel bad
suddenly they start to pick it up. Where they
I don't have
Hope,
enough
they have
people in
Shanks,
here
they have
though.
this core with Kyle that they can build around. Adding in Tarzan and Flandre this year, finally, not only did they make playoffs for the first time, they didn't drop out of top 3 all year long. Thanks to the play that they had, thanks to the coaching
Yeah, there's a lot of power picks
and
still
now
available.
They stand on the precipice of finally being able to do what no LPL team has done, but they're not the first LPL team to have ever stood in this position. But we have to believe that maybe, just maybe, the LPL can get one.
And then there's T1 and Faker at Worlds. The aura is strong. When they walked back into
Probably some
this
game
arena,
Saturday, Sunday.
the crowd was
tomorrow the after.
You heard it. We heard it. Let's get into Champion Select for our final and deciding
AL's on
game.
blue side. Caitlyn ban.
I am so ready for this.
Wait.
And Azir
Trundle
and
ban.
Oriana throughout the entire series have not been allowed. That will not change in Game 5. The Trundle remains banned as well. AL, having lost Game 4, are choosing to play from the blue side here in our 5th and final game. Caitlyn and Misfortune, double marksman bans in the first half of the draft from AL. When you're already on Game 5 in Fearless,
wow,
that
MF
carry
ban's
pool
crazy.
is shrinking to a puddle.
Also, potentially setting up for something like a Lucian first pick, which is the other AD card that we've seen at in this meta that is still rising up in priority. Something that you can
Yunar's
have
still
that
open. They
flexibility
gotta
with,
ban Yunar,
especially
right?
as Des was already talking about, like, both the Alistair and the Rel still up and available if they want to try and go for it. Annie, also a mid laner,
Also
you have to
open.
keep your eyes on. Has drifted out of the meta, but certainly still a very strong pick. But it's the Jinx immediately, Kobe.
You called it. You gotta feel that it is coming because AL, they know, they remember last time T1, they got the Jinx and they beat them in the 5th game at MSI. And you know how much success AL have
Jinx
had in their
first pick, blind?
Jinxes. They get it, first pick, it's worthy.
I mean,
Now you have to protect it,
T1
though,
gets
okay?
Alistair, right?
Jinx in itself is not a team comp. You have to be able to keep that Jinx up. You have to be able to get the first kill to get excited and stay alive.
Renekton.
While the response from T1, a tried and true evergreen top laner that has made it all the way through Fearless up until now. It'll be Doran piloting the Renekton in the deciding game.
But it was the Renekton and the Lee Sin that
I'm gonna shit my pants if you don't fucking pick the Alistair
was
here.
able to get T1 that very early lead where they played through that Renekton on the top side, got the kills, and then were able to start that snowball for themselves. So wonder if Owner wants to fall back towards that style. This would be crazy though.
What? Is that you?
Mundo?
Owner on the Mundo. The front line here looking pretty beefy so far. T1 All right, let's see what the
Does
sponsor
AL
from
just
AL,
pick
though,
Alistair and
immediately, if
what?
you're thinking, like percentage health damage. What are they going to use to melt through it? Is it just going to be buff up the Jinx?
Gotta see here. He's picking through a couple of different options. It will be another tank. So tank versus tank in the jungle here.
Sejuani into Mundo is not a great one-on-one matchup, but they're...
What?
I don't know.
I really like this early pickup of the Lulu, though, because essentially what you've realized is, hang on, there's very little dive threat on the side of T1. Sure, you can have like the Alistair or the Rel come through for carry it, but unless they lock that in now, you're still going to be playing this front to back. You still got Enabler for the Jinx.
What is going
very
on?
few responses that can actually come through for T1.
The Sejuani also very, very effective at just being that big brick wall to keep Jinx safe. And I have been informed by our producers, hold on 1 second. Is that really? Okay. Faker Mel potentially could also be a support Mel.
Blind.
Here, the first one in the tournament so far. This is also Owner's first Mundo in his career.
I mean, this Mel can reflect so many different objects here. You've got the Sejuani.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck to say about this draft.
Rocket that he can send back as well.
Lulu?
These things that, in particular for the Jinx, where she wants to try and
with
get a
Sejuani,
reset,
I guess it's
can
okay.
be devastating if she doesn't actually set that up. So if this Mel can manage to step into the front line, cause a bit of disruption, that could be huge. But now, Jack's going to be banned away. Renekton counters like the Gnar are going to be taken away as well, I feel like, by T1. And for anyone's legend, focus on the AD carries, or at least on the supports, has to be the call.
Alistair and
Oh man,
Rel?
we're getting into game 5 and we are
Or did he
getting
go
the
for
dark
80
magic
carry?
coming out here.
Yeah.
See what the response is here. How do you further protect towards this Jinx? Take away the Pyke. Okay, playmaking support there. No T1 Pyke in this entire series.
Yep, they're going to get rid
Jinx
of the
lose
Pyke.
a
He can also
classic?
do the X marks the spot for the
But there's so many
execution.
other
Things like the
options
Lulu Shield or
available.
Lock of the Iron Solari, so they'll take away that execution potential. Over on the other side, you're going to see Jax and Akali banned out, looking at the solo lanes, looking at these big potential threats, these massive damage sources that could come in from those two roles. As AL have one ban left. Do they want to further pinch the marksman role? No. Instead, they're going to go with that Alistar that we already mentioned earlier has been banned a lot throughout this series.
So you got to think about other things to pick into this Mel as well. At least by solo queue standards, Syndra is fairly successful.
I don't know.
Cassiopeia. And of those, I would kind of lean towards Cassiopeia or the Syndra as possibilities. They provide a lot of structure to 5-on-5 team fights.
Ash?
I don't like this Ash Hover from Gumayushi. You're fairly low damage in that regard because Mel doesn't have the highest DPS in the game either. I would have preferred the Aphelios, maybe end up opting in towards something like the Thresh and trying to play your game through that. But there you go, Kobe. The Syndra hovered. And honestly, if AL...
Wait, but they go Syndra, can they even kill any of their front
I think
lines?
they're in a relatively okay spot with the way this draft has gone.
Oh man, the tension, you can feel it here in the arena. They do lock the Syndra, one of those champs here, into Mel. Looks pretty good. Honestly, I think AL are setting themselves up with good chances in this game. Gumayushi, though, on the Ashe, we assume, could be Flex to Caria. He does have a history with it. Ooh, Ashe plus Seraphine, the goated combo. Ashe slows into Seraphine, immediately upgrading into the root, into the stun.
And what a terrifying bot lane that is to try and play against, because if anything lands onto that Jinx,
Dude,
she's
I don't know
locked
how
down
they're going to get past that
immediately.
front line.
Ashe so strong at those early levels where Jinx struggles to find any sort of plays. So for AL, it is definitely a hope that you can get your Jinx online and play for these massive team fights.
If
But for
Hope
T1,
does not play
a lot
well,
resting
this
on
comp
a
is
strong
over.
mid-game into hoping that Owner can actually be an unkillable.
We're
Mundo
hoping
later on.
Hope does not
AL's
fucking
composition
become hopeless.
looks like textbook League of Legends 101.
Holy
to be a bruiser
fuck.
top, a tank in the jungle, control mage mid, hyper carry bottom with a pocket Lulu for support. But over on the other side,
Who won
you've
draft?
got the first non
In theory, AL should win draft, but like
Owner's
it's
first
so
pro
highly
play
dependent on
Mundo
Jinx,
ever.
dude. It's
You've got
crazy.
Faker on Mel. He's
I feel like
only
T1
played this
draft is
champion
easier
once
to
before
play.
in pro play, 0-1 on it thus far. And then the Ashe Seraphine duo, so oppressive, so powerful, so much synergy, and it was Gumayushi in game 4 that was the X factor for
Look at T1 fans
But
being
it is
happy.
a different story from what T1 found themselves here with.
I'm miserable as
Owner
fuck.
stepping up for T1 so regularly.
Let's go!
To carry the early game. Now on the Mundo,
Chayo!
he doesn't have that pressure. So instead, T1 have gone back to their roots. These hyper-pushing bot lanes that made them win 2023 Worlds, that set them aside from the rest of the LPL.
I feel like it's easier to play
in quarterfinals, and the LPL could not find an answer. Now it's on anyone's legend 2 years later to see if they can take down a T1 that no one else could.
I want everyone to soak in this moment. This is what esports is all about. We're in China
L-mid is
with
kind of
LPL
crazy.
looking to try
L-mid
and for the first
blind,
time ever
dude.
eliminate T1 from Worlds.
Dude, Hui was
The
available.
fifth and final game here between
You
AL
get a
and
Hui.
T1.
Got a Mel.
Everything on the table.
And once more, just a reminder to everyone here, so
Okay.
far, Faker has faced the LPL in a best of 5 11 times, counting the play-in match against IG earlier this
Well, imagine if this game was all streamed. If you wanted to just stream AL, IRL, I would cry, dude.
5 times.
I would wake up and start
4
crying.
times, 3-2 only twice, and even if T1 wins this one,
I'm not a big
that
fan
will
of
still
Mel.
be
I
the
feel like
third
Mel's been
time
like
that an
nerfed so
LPL
hard.
team has taken them the distance in the best of 5 stage.
But I could be proven wrong. Every time I see Mel, it just feels so. Most Mels just feel like ass.
T1 here.
There's like very few Mels that I thought was like, oh, this smells pretty good.
Side, jungle clears. Mundo going to be clearing towards the Ashe Seraphine lane. This lane is so strong because Ashe, with the guaranteed slow, can upgrade the Seraphine, and the poke damage is also very substantial.
Definitely going to make it tough, especially because you have to go for a cleanse in this lane with the slow and that setup then. So it means you don't have access to the barrier. So when you hit that level 6, the combo, even though you can get rid of the ult from the Ashe, you still have to deal with carry. There's so much follow-up. And even trying to play team fights as Hope, if that cleanse is ever burned, becomes so difficult to
I don't know. I have no idea.
Interestingly
Oh!
enough, no summer
Apex.
spellbooks on either side this game. Since we're running double enchanters, means it's just the heals for the supports the entire game long. Faker stepping forward, trying to maybe steal away these chickens
Wow,
from
he
Tarzan,
stole
but
all the
no,
little
not gonna get them.
chickens.
Yeah, able to get some of the small ones, I think, though.
Yeah, it denies the level 3, which is crucial for Tarzan.
Yeah, gets them execute. I mean, Mel, the passive, is the bane of so many junglers.
The overwhelm, yeah.
And Faker goes in. Faker's able to apply that little bit of extra pressure. It's those small things that do end up adding up. And Mundo into Sejuani is a good one-on-one
Faker's no
matchup
mana,
because
though,
you can
or
just
low on
shrug
mana.
off a lot of the immediate Sejuani CC and look to scale.
Yeah, missed the big
I mean,
chicken,
Shank's
but
missed a lot of
the
his
little ones are
abilities,
enough to
too.
slow down that
Oh my God,
Sejuani
look at this
clear
bot lane,
and
dude.
just try to set up a good situation for Owner here on his Mundo down
Dude,
to the bottom
Owner
lane.
comes
We
bot,
can
it's
see
so
Gumayusi and
fucked,
Keria
no?
having control over the lane like we would expect them to. Jinx is going to need time to scale up. Owner with his double buffs going to now walk towards mid lane. Could just walk through here and try to contest the top side scuttle first.
But that's why I like the pathing from Tarzan. He did his front 2 camps, went back to Wolves, and now is completely wrapped around. So when Owner goes to the top side, Tarzan is actually going to be able to show in on this bottom side, avoiding all that vision as well. You can see Owner now realizing, trying to run back through mid to deny Tarzan the smite, but it's bot lane that might be in trouble.
Yeah, Gumayusi and Keria having to
Gumayusi?
back away. The zap does not connect on
Oh!
Gumayusi. Tarzan down here
Guma!
in the bottom lane. Guma wants
Oh,
first
one!
It's going to be secured by Keria. A 1-for-1, but Hope gets the money critically for AL.
Tarzan with the wrap around the first move here on the Sejuani. He doesn't even get an assist, but him approaching applies the pressure and forces the all-in. That is going to be a lot of summoner spells blown for the bot side of the map. It's going to be a bloodbath as they swap themselves up to the opposite
Oh, Flutter
side.
now
and
has
top
TP as
laners
well to
teleport
catch
down.
that
So
huge
T1
wave.
actually doing that really does hurt Hope. He wanted to pick up that big wave in bot, now can't because he has to reset. But you see here, Kael, an offensive Lulu, trying to crack down on Gumayusi on the Ashe.
Jesus.
Flashing forward to set up the play in for KL. Gumayusi in these early stages has so much damage on the Ashe, is able to take him down. But look at that big wave there at the end. Like, Hope resets because the TP from Doran. And look at the CS at the bottom of your screen. That's how much he's now behind because of it. So even though you get the kill, it's still Gumayushi with the gold lead.
Exactly. The farm matters so much down there in the bottom lane.
I'm a farming.
As we see Hope and Kyle.
Oh, he's gonna miss Cannon?
Both bottom lane duos swapped up
wow,
to the
he didn't miss
top
Cannon.
lane now. As
Oh, that's
Flandra
so
and
big.
Doran will head down to the bottom side. You can see a lot of
Tarzan
wards
is
here
big
in this
braining,
topside
but
river,
fuck
along with
me,
the
man.
Scuttlecrab vision in both parts of the river for the T1 side of things. And again,
Wow.
there's that powerful burst. If Keria ever catches you, the follow-up damage is guaranteed to be huge.
And T1 have a long history with very potent duo lanes. Back in the double 80 carry meta, they
Did
were
that
the
E spot out
ones most
Sejuani?
feared. And now, although it's not 280 carries as a duo, it is very, very annoying
What
poke
the
damage.
fuck,
Tarzan
dude?
here as well.
These
is
both
going to
E's.
find his way back to that lane that is just constantly going to be under attack.
Dude, they're
Right
like
heads
losing
up
lanes
on
so
Gumayushi,
hard.
Though, ends up spotting him with the hawk shot, and it means that then Tarzan has to run away. Now on the bottom side, because they spotted the Sejuani top end, Owner able to sneak away this Drake. Well, sneak away, he's on vision, but able to steal it away. And it'd be a nice little early game for T1.
Yeah, and I think that's the comms there. Hey,
You want up
I'm
1K
gonna just
gold?
take this neutral objective, maybe play some defense on my top side jungle, and they see him as he's going in. So first dragon for T1, gold lead for T1 out of lane phase here. They do look comfortable, but AL, they learn from MSI. They're the ones with the Jinx, and they even added a Lulu on top of it. If they can get some money into Hope, then they can look to take over the team fights that way.
And that's what T1 did at MSI, was gank for Gumayushi, get him ahead on the Jinx, and make sure that
No,
he's
they know
able to be a major
Sejuani's
threat.
there.
And that's what Tarzan's trying to do, but Keria spots him out.
Yeah, Keria sees him right
Okay.
there, walking into the tri-brush with the sweeper. Yes, Tarzan can tag him with the W, but it doesn't matter.
But the thing is that it's very difficult to
Oh.
continue to play for Hope in this scenario. You're getting spotted out consistently by the hawk shot by Keria. Also, then
Look how-
you would like to go for some sort of swap.
It's looking
here
really
with a
rough for
minute
AL
until the
though,
Void
like
Grubs,
especially like
so
just
then you
laning
can trade
alone.
Void Grubs for some pressure on the bottom side for plates on towards Jinx. But with the pushing lanes, it's so hard.
Holy
to
fuck,
get
is that- what
moment
is that
to
wave
reset.
clear?
You see, they've even had to cancel the reset on the top side again, and it's constantly putting AL under pressure.
T1 just maintaining this massive farm advantage here in the 2v2 top side as Gumayushi 20 CS ahead of Hope.
So nice for Mundo, just power farming away when you got your pushing lanes to work with. Push, push, push. It works on towers. It works with your lanes as well if they're going to do it for you. The farm here looking good for him, and the timers on those dragons are going to be very quick. It's actually good that the second one is a Chem Tech dragon here.
Yeah, Grubs to
We'll
T1
see,
would be
though. Shanks
massive
going for his
here.
reset now as well.
Oh my
After
gosh,
T1
but I don't think,
have
I don't think
rotated
AL
Guma
can
over to
fight
mid.
it.
This is the swap I was talking about, though, for Hope and Kyle. I think you need to get them out of this matchup and hope then you can push in bot side into getting some turret plates for them. But look at the vision that's already been set up by T1 on this bottom side, right? They know if Tarzan ever tries to make a play on the bottom side, and Gumayushi and Keria clear out mid, get a farm advantage, now rotate bot, can match that push, and are constantly matching anyone's legend in those plays.
Yeah, and they're going to have a big advantage for the Void Grubs. Guma at the moment on Ashe is walking away. He can throw a long-range Ashe ultimate up there, but he's actually throwing it to stop the bottom lane recall. Very, very, very high value here. Two of them interrupted. They have vision. T1 no. These objectives are ours.
Yeah, the kills are only 1-1, but T1 is solidly controlling the side lanes. They are controlling the objectives. They are controlling the tempo of the first 9 minutes of this game. That is
Dude,
both early
am I the only one that's worried about
T1.
AL?
No contest from AL for that first Drake. Any attempted contest stopped, like you're saying, by the arrow from Gumayushi.
And it's not like it gets easier. T1 spikes so well off of a single item that at least
Yeah, but I mean, like AL also like
I'll even carry it.
I don't know. I feel like T1 don't have that much damage though, but maybe I'm wrong with Ashe. Mel.
Kind of feel like they're T1.
Ashe Mel seems kind of like
But at that
really
stage,
weak.
it's T1 pretty much out of control before AL can really get online. Like Hope is so far away from completing his items, completing the cull. You're heavily reliant on can Shanks and Flandre do enough, but Flandre slowly starting to fall behind to Doran as well, not having the best of times.
AL's early game off to a bit of a struggle here in the 5th and final game of this series. You'd have to think that MSI is in the back of their minds getting to this same point against T1, nearly qualifying for that MSI
Okay,
final,
Owner and Tarzan both bot.
Owner looking maybe to try to set up for a dive down here, but Tarzan reads the play. He's ready to defend here in a 3v3, but it's still going to be another
look at that
play
poke by
going the way of Gumayushi
Ash
and
Seraphine.
Ash Seraphine, so strong.
And Owner is kind of losing some health. He misses every briefcase. He lost his passive already as well.
Oh, he'll use.
Okay, Tarzan still moving forward, and Owner and the rest of T1 push back a little.
But the triple boy grubs are doing so much value. Guma with the ultimate, trying to see if they can go for Kael, don't get anything. But even if they don't, I mean, the Ash and, well, Kalista, I mean, Caitlyn, I mean, Seraphine, like, this looks like we've seen it so many times before from T1. And as long as they can continue to chip away at this turret, they're getting the goal they want. Hope is being denied some of that CS, and you're even sharing some of that experience with Tarzan.
Tarzan's not done.
Yeah, Tarzan wants to make the play here yet again. Gumayushi and Keria trying to get away. Once
Oh
more,
my
the
God.
zap doesn't connect. Gumayushi
Can't lend anything.
the same way he did in the last time Tarzan came to the bottom lane. Gumayushi and Keria, again, reinforced by Owner here. They can't just throw out the Glacial Prism.
I mean, the matches at Worlds have been fucking S tier so far, so.
He can just hover on that side. He's not scared of the Sejuani at all. They complete the push, and they do get the early rotation over to the Dragon that we were talking about, and the stacking should continue.
Topside, Doran continues putting that pressure onto Flandra, who immediately pops the World Ender. Q1, Q2, both not going to find a lot, and Doran has more than half a bar of Fury, so he has an enchanted spell if he wants to try to make a move.
Doran's going to have ult advantage. That is actually pretty big for the one-on-one.
Oh my God, dude, that fucking briefcase by Owner.
And Owner, though, they don't care about that at all. They will smite it down, and that is 3 neutral objectives to 0 for T1.
And what you start to think
Shove,
about
Sabo.
in moments like
Fuck
this
you.
on the big stage is how
Can't believe you
people
bring up that
will
match.
deal with pressure when all of the eyes are on you and you have to perform, and it just comes down to a single game. And sometimes even
Hexexol.
in that game, a single moment. AL right now are losing so much on the map. T1 constantly just pushing in, gaining little advantages, objective after objective going their way.
And in these sorts of situations, you'd like to fall back to your basics of guys like Tarzan and Kael, who AL play through for so much of the split. Oh, Tarzan though.
Tarzan with the Arctic Assault trying to get back into it now. Shanks could be the one under pressure, wants to fire back into the T1 lines. Owner flashing away, staying alive.
Here comes!
The Glacial Prism.
Here comes!
Oh!
Oh my God, that's huge! It's huge, it's huge, it's huge!
What they were looking for.
Baker trades one back.
At least gets one back, but he falls as well. Anyone's Legend got
they closed the gold gap with that play.
Anyone's Legends found the TP spot where T1 had overextended and managed to finally get something back in their favor. Even Hope picking up a kill on the back end.
And who is it?
AL.
We're talking about Flandra. He finds the teleport, and he is able to make this flank. Look at him go straight for Keria. He's able to lock him down, even with the Seraphine ultimate only hitting one. It just hits Tarzan. Flandra's able to get him. They get the first 3 kills. They get even more than that. And AL, they are back.
There is a reason that this man is one of 3 non-Korean top laners.
Yeah,
to
no
ever
objective
win
though.
Worlds. There's a reason why the LPL has
They just get the
relied on
kills,
him
right?
before,
But nothing.
And just now,
Oh my
anyone's
God.
Legend once more find themselves being carried in the back of Flandre.
It's not just Europe that has nightmares of Aatrox at Worlds this time. The LPL
They got a team fight.
is such a raid boss in so
I don't know,
many
dude. I'm
huge
still
moments
nervous,
in the
dude.
history of League of
He
Legends
wants pick
esports.
potentials
It
crazy
looked
with the
like back
Ash
in that
arrow,
fight,
Seraphine
it was
ult.
Faker's rebuttal on the Mel that guaranteed that he got the kill back onto Shanks to not just make it a total wash.
LPL versus
Hope
LPL,
getting
okay,
2
yeah.
kills there. This is so big for the Jinx to not fall behind and make sure that he stays on tempo to be relevant in this game. 4 stacks left on the call before he cashes in, and Hope's going to have a gold lead over Gumayushi.
And that is incredible with the way that this game started. Anyone's Legend getting the perfect gold in the places they needed. Flandre started to fall behind. He's now up. Hope is starting to find. He's now going to be up as soon as this call pops. And now, when it comes towards the Rift Herald, when it comes towards Dragons, Anyone's Legend have a fighting chance to contest T1.
Flandre, he did so much work on the Mordekaiser in the previous game.
Yeah.
But in the end, it wasn't
Now
enough.
AL's up
This
1K
time
gold.
around, setting up for the team as well, and trying to put as many resources
Okay.
into the Jinx as
Stops
they
the recall.
possibly can. Jinx as well with a nice little interrupt here onto Doran, which is going to give Flandra a little bit of extra tempo.
Oh my god, they used Redemption to stop his recall again.
Was the Redemption used to interrupt the second recall from Doran?
It's a 1-to-1 game.
Why are you so focused on this recall? Oh, you want to dive in?
Now Doran popping the Dominus to make sure that he can clear the wave and stay healthy enough to avoid the dive that he knows is coming. If they're using Super Mega Death Rocket and
I mean,
the
maybe they
Redemption,
stopped him,
they've
so
gotta
I
have
mean, he
some
has
kind of a
TP though,
follow-up.
right?
So that'll force the ulti of the Renekton, and it forces it right as the Rift Herald spawns.
And that's what I was going to say. Hope's ultimate will be back up sooner than the Dominus. Same when you look at that Redemption. But the timing for AL, it feels like, is not about the Rift Herald. It's about going for this bot lane turret instead.
Exactly. This is the first turret of the game. That's going to win the defeats as well. There's already the monster slaying for the side of T1. There's already warfare for the side of AL. They're saying fine.
Oh, they trade Rift for first tower and feats. I think that's fine trade.
Feats of warfare.
And how far
maybe they'll use Rift Herald to take out mid tower though.
Trying to clear out that top wave, but you have to be so careful. And Excited Jinx starting to rip through that play on the bottom side. T1 don't overcommit for the top wave.
Oh, never mind. I think it doesn't get top tower. Okay.
And they will just back away.
AL coming to life here, putting pressure back onto T1, and now there is a dangerous extended lane here that T1 are going to have to deal with. Doran trying his best to get some defensive vision for himself. This is also a map with the Hex Gates, so you have to worry about some of those very quick plays, getting right back out and trying to take advantage of those small timing windows.
True, the recall timing.
At the moment, the side lane, the long lane, is actually the Syndra. Shanks is all the way down there for AL. So he's got to be very cautious about pushing that one out.
Okay.
He bides his time in the brush.
Hex Tech Dragon. This is the third dragon of the game. If T1 gets there on soul point, they're going to be fucking Bing chilling, dude.
The lead that they had when AL was able to punish with Flandra's TP to join the fight in the last big engage that we saw in that topside river. T1 still has the first 2 Drakes to their name. If they can secure this third one that has just now spawned, they'll be on soul point on a Hex Tech Rift. A very scary situation for AL to then have to deal with. AL knows it, and they've
Mel did quite a bit of damage to that
nice
Q.
and early to control the bottom side river. Now Doran is still up on the top side of the map.
Figures his W though.
One turret, but he's going to go ahead and decide to teleport now to join up with the rest of the team. The Rift Herald
this is kind of a bad, awkward fight for Flandre. Flandre's position is kind of awkward, dude.
T1 staying mostly grouped up. Keep your eyes on Keria over the wall. The arrow collides, but it's only onto Shank, and he's at a safe distance, so no real value there. Redemption coming in. Seraphine, no value. Owner's going to be in some danger. As Tarzan jumps in the middle of
Tarzan jumps in.
Flash away. Flandra on the flank.
Oh my god, they have to back off?
Owned now by T1. They will force
Oh my god, they're going to get it.
They will earn themselves soul point.
I feel like you can tell they are on a knife's edge right now. Everybody very antsy with some of these abilities being thrown out.
Does she scale late? I don't think so. Her numbers got nerfed quite a bit because her kit's really strong.
This is going to chop down on the gold lead.
Yeah, and they're basically getting top tower as well because that so much damage went through before Doran TP'd. That'll go down with a stiff breeze. So at this stage, anyone's legend. They really needed to try and find something there, but again, like your Jinx hasn't come online. You're sitting on 1 item on Shanks. You did get 1 hero play, but in the straight front to back, this is where T1 are just so strong with the composition that they have.
Yeah, you can tell. So Tarzan had to play the mind game with Mel, and he goes in with the Q, and then Faker's going to go for the reflection, so then he holds the ultimate, but then they've already taken enough damage, so then as he's going out, he throws his ultimate back, and there's no engage there. But we also saw, you know, T1 themselves just throwing out Ashe ultimate, not having anyone in place to follow up there, and then Keria trying to snipe over the wall, but that one also not finding the engage. And then if all of that is down, then T1 are just going to win out with the pure brute force on the dragon and set themselves up with a dragon soul point.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Keria failed to flash over the wall or was trying to flash.
Yeah, if they get it, it's going to be
a step backwards, but either way,
pretty rough for AL.
Still, T1 get the objective. They're going to continue to push out waves, and now we just wait 3 minutes until 3:30 until that dragon is up, that potential dragon soul for T1. And as long as they don't end up overforcing that Atacon and anyone's legend find a fight, it feels like T1 should be able to brute force their way in once more.
Total gold, 7,000 for both of the AD carries in this game.
Shanks has
Hope
leads this
with
tower.
2 fully completed items, Kraken Slayer, plus the Phantom Dancer.
Mundo's
The
doing
Jinx
work
having a
though. Mundo's
pop-off moment
fucking
in the
annoying.
team
His
fight
Qs
is
and shit.
exactly what AL needs if they want to find a huge win. He still only has the brown boots. But remember that they do have the feats of strength claim, so once he upgrades the Berserker's Greaves, he can upgrade even further. Hope is going to have to step up for AL.
And it's going to be hard for him to get the first kill because of the durability of this front line empowered by a Seraphine. As long as Carrier's positioning is good, Owner can walk on the front line and they start out with a little bit of poke here.
Yeah, they wanted to at least get the cleanse out of Hope there with the arrow.
Oh my god, Otacon spawning again.
Tarzan recognizes what might be happening. He steps in front of Hope, throws out the Glacial Prison. Not gonna find anybody. Carrier was going to be the potential target. Chompers are used. Owner with the flash over the wall, trying to stay alive. Scatter the weak from
Dude, they're
Shanks.
doing so much, they can't even.
Up an awful lot.
Owner's still like big chilling.
Back away from the Seraphine. Gumayushi looking for the opportunity to find some more
Flanger's
slows,
TP
but
got
only a
cancelled.
Redemption for AL. Heals up Kyle and Hope. Pings coming out from T1 towards that top side, looking at the Otacon.
Hope takes so much poke off the back of it, and now T1, they immediately want to go for the Otacon with the TP from Faker.
Exactly, and they know that Flandre doesn't have a TP, so Flandre has to walk all the way from the bottom side. He's going to do it though, pincer on Doran.
But I'm sure T1 have it in their minds what happened at the Otacon in the previous game.
They're throwing Ashe on cooldown, yeah. I mean, that's how you're supposed to play the Ashe, though.
This objective that can shred that tanky front line that you're talking about and let Hope start to get some resets. Now AL moving in.
Is this what they want?
The Otacon.
Hope doesn't have mana, though.
T1 side, Otacon loses his patience. AL have to be a bit careful. Flandre here on
Flandre's
the side. He's
getting...
going to find Doran, who finds him as now the Solar Snare.
Oh,
finds
Tarzan.
Tarzan.
The enemy jungler. Flandre gets one.
Hope is excited, but where's the
Hope is excited.
Carrier tries to get away. Gumayushi right beside him. Flandre here on the front line.
Okay.
Going to be chopped up.
Owner's down.
Dies. Hope's on a killing spree.
Oh, what the fuck was that damage?
Takes him out. Hope, Shanks, and Kyle trying to get away. Guma, Kyria, and Faker stepping forward.
Wait,
the Otacon, it's impatient, but it's so close to dead.
Oh, Faker gets it!
By Faker himself.
Mel wins those every time.
I can't believe what this series is turning into. Anyone's Engine look like they found the fight where they pull the Otacon away. They turn onto Doran as Flandre gets access to the backline here. But with the charm onto Tarzan, you can see the ultimate from Shanks gets them set up. But Gumayushi and Carrier are able to move into towards this top side. And at that stage,
oh my god, dude.
try to group onto Owner, saying kill the jungler. We have a chance at the smite. But Faker gets the kill
that
onto
fucking
Flandre.
damage.
And then the follow-up onto the Otacon as well.
Oh, now they're on the hunt once again.
It's Hextech Soul.
Wow, these big moments. I mean, everyone else at Worlds is looking. Wait a second, Faker draws the dragon
Mel
out.
is hurting.
Are we actually going to get the engage here? Tarzan and Kyle wrapping around the outside.
This is massive. If T1 gets it, it's a Hex Soul. 23 minutes into the game. AL knows they cannot afford to give that away. Hope looking for a little bit of hope. Only finds Owner. AL with Shanks off to the side, looking to try to get some important burst there with the Syndra. One quick stun on the Doran isn't a whole lot. Faker 3-1-0 on the Mel. Rebuttal timing is also going to be huge in any of these fights. Flandre off to the side is going to be seen there by the ward. Jumps over the wall there with the Umbral dash. T1 taking a little bit of poke here. Scatter the weak, no target found. Shanks still looking for a little bit more opportunity there. Owner losing about 1,000 HP here so far, but he is the Mundo.
Dude, it's actually going to be a flip. It's actually going to be a fucking flip, dude.
T1, they have the dragon down to 2/3 HP. AL continuing to step forward. Gumayushi trying to stay very far back. Goes for the arrow. He finds it on Shanks. AL's mid laner is under pressure, but he gets away for now.
Flandre used ult. Flandre used ult. Flandre used ult.
Tarzan still nearby, but so is Owner. Dragon losing patience. Flandre's World Ender is about
to
Oh my god,
they're not.
Doran still here in the front line. Hit with the Q1 of Flandre. Owner at about
here it is. Oh, 2-man stun. Oh my god, they're flipping. Oh, Owner gets it.
The soul for T1, but Owner has already died. AL have got to find more, unless they want to lose the game here. Doran takes a ton of
okay.
Scatter the weak.
I mean, they're getting kills, but is that even enough?
Shanks has another kill, and Tarzan is chasing after Faker. He gets the smite.
How do they get Faker? But who cares? Dude, they lose Soul.
But it's Hex Tech Soul for T1. 3 kills to AL. A 2,000 gold lead.
Dude, this is so fucked, isn't it?
It's not quite up yet, but anyone's legend getting more gold into their pockets. T1 getting the Hextech Soul. It all comes down to this next couple of fights at the Baron, but we get to see this again.
This standoff was so intense, and it comes down to the smite fight.
Oh my
and it
God.
is Owner who finds the smite to get the soul.
He wants devil magic, dude. There's some fucking bullshit coming out of here.
Because they need money now. This is going to be such a powerful soul for the entire duration of the game now. Hextech slows are so annoying for AL. The Ash Poke, the Mel
Elder
Poke.
next though, Lamau.
T1 can utilize this so effectively.
And you can see there, Hope couldn't quite get the damage onto the targets that were
would have won the game with Baron.
Never able to follow up and really use
True,
that pocket Lulu to turn that fight completely in their favor. And now Baron on the cards and an early third item for Hope. It feels like T1 have the advantage, but this could still break in AL's favor.
This is so big. 3K gold lead for AL, but all of the power of the Otacon and the soul for the side of T1. Hope really wants to get that third item fully completed to break through that front line and get excited as fast as possible.
Clutch moments, Flowers. Faker secured the Otacon. Owner secures the Dragon Soul.
Gumayushi.
But AL...
Oh, Gumayushi hit by the Scatter of the Weak, but there is enough distance and the shielding from Keria to make sure that there's no follow-up from AL after.
Still, I like this from AL. See if they can find those picks. See if they can play off a vision. That's some damage onto Owner.
Yeah, they're going to come in.
Oh, Owner's dead.
Killed him. Owner is dead. You want to talk about clutch moments? There you go.
Here it is. Fudgy! Fudgy!
So much damage from AL.
Oh my God! Come on! They're not dying.
Rampage. Anyone's legend.
Is that the King Baron?
The soul is not.
I mean, they use everything though for those kills.
The LPL is with anyone's legend. They will move over towards the Baron as Shanghai erupts.
Doran, Keria, and Gumayushi, 3v5 if nothing else. They need to stop the Baron
my
from
God,
going
dude.
over to AL right now.
Oh, that Baron
Shanks on
hurts.
the side, no ulti available for the Syndra here just yet.
Okay, they're turning. Doran's gonna die in the back line. Okay, they kill Keria.
Tarzan is traded, but Doran has died too.
Fudgy's still
It's
chasing.
Gumayushi against anyone's legend as he tries.
Oh my God,
to
dude.
kite and fight, but he's stunned. Good
Oh my God.
Good kill for Shanks. AL delayed.
They can't get Baron though. They can't get Baron.
Oh my God, AL are still in this. They increased the gold lead. It's almost 5,000. T1, they stopped the Baron though. Critically,
dude.
AL just Dr. Mundo.
And they managed
I'm gonna die.
to end up turning this, but there were so many clutch plays. Shanks with the stun onto Doran, Tarzan with the lockup onto Keria, Hope able to kite back, and Flandre setting up for another stun to barely clip onto Gumayushi and set up for the play. Even at the start of the fight before this, it was Hope who had Tarzan jump in front of Gumayushi's arrow that denied the follow-up from
peak
T1.
esports.
That kept the Jinx alive, that kept the LPL alive in this game.
Oh, it is the Dragon Soul. It is the Otacon versus the gold lead in this one. And
Nothing, just hold until gold doesn't matter.
Flowers, can Hope carry this one? He has double summoner spells available for the next fight.
Oh my God.
He's got the Executioner's calling now for when he hits that Mundo. This is a 5,000 gold lead versus a Dragon Soul and Otacon. And gentlemen, we are now less than 2 minutes away from an Elder Dragon entering the Rift as well.
God damn, 280k on K
from the main late game
no
of T1
fucking
coming
way.
online in Owner.
Holy
He's only level 13.
shit.
Won't be able to hit that level 16 before he gets to this next dragon. Whereas when you look at Hope,
God
should be able to reset
damn.
and pick up his final, his third item in this game, have that opportunity to cut through some of these beefy front lines. And oh my God, Flandre's performance in this game has been insane.
What a hero.
Shanks as well.
I mean, Owner's been like tanking so much damage,
on
dude.
Syndra.
Like him
He's
just standing
over
around is
100
creating a
splinters.
lot
He
of
has
space
10
and
stacks
pressure.
on the Dark Seal. That will be pain.
That execution is so big too against something like Mundo that wants to get low and then regen all of the health.
Oh my god, 1 minute to Elder flip.
Could be doom for T1. It was Owner getting picked. You don't see Dr. Mundo and you think, man, this guy should be scared of getting picked. But that's what happened in the last fight. That's how AL found their moment. And now, less than 60 seconds on the Dragon spawn. The Elder
he would lose his viewership, dude. Let's watch me over K-Joel.
The game. We're not even 30 minutes in, and this thing is about to spawn.
Oh, dude, my ass is so tight.
From both sides, as you can see, AL take to the bot side, River first.
All eyes on Hope.
26 seconds, 26 seconds.
is sticking with
20
him.
seconds.
Pocket
Are they going to trade Baron for Elder?
Cleanse at the ready. Flash at the ready.
And you think of the teams that have stood in this position before. Billy, Top Esports, LNG, so many teams that have fallen at the hands of T1, and it's this band of misfits that are taking T1 the distance that may just find their chances this Elder Dragon.
Okay, Tarzan eating a little bit of damage there. Will lose the armor.
Here it is. Here's the fight.
Want to suffer any
people are flipped.
As T1
people are split.
Side River. Shanks taking the Hex.
Oh my god,
sure he doesn't get caught out. Does not
all that effort and he just like let T1 just walk in.
Get him caught. AL backing away from the pit now with Keria starting up the Elder. Just a little bit of damage over the wall to make sure that AL are not
oh my god, they're looking for another
flank
flank
themselves. Elder aggroed by T1 here, as now it's going to reset. AL, they send Flandra into the mid lane to answer the wave, clear that one out. The rest of AL remaining by the Drake.
You have to be so careful as one of these spells lands and that Hextech so slows you, it can give T1 the opportunity to chase you down. As Flandre on the reset picked up his GA.
Okay, T1, they're moving into the river. They're taking total control now. Hope wants to grab the red buff, and Flandre needs to get back out and join up with the rest of AL here in the fight. Red buff secured. Elder Drake started, but so slowly. Flandre going to move forward, try to clear away the control ward.
Flandre. Oh, you fucked up. He gets caught out.
Has been caught at a critical moment.
Oh, wait. Oh my god, he's reviving. Tries to flash out. Never mind, Doran's in the back. Like, Doran's killing everyone. Doran! Okay, Doran's down. Is Sphinx excited? Faker?
Shanks the next kill. Hope trying to kite. He needs to get away.
Oh my god.
T1 have won the fight 2-1.
Flandre's trying to reset and teleport back in. He's trying to link up with the team. The minions are here. They need to turn it. That's the teleport.
Okay, T1. They've got to understand this. Aatrox is probably their target. Flandre arrives.
Flandre's here. Owner needs to die. Get Owner!
Flandre's got the kill. Solar Snare on Hope, but it's not going to do anymore.
Oh my god.
Flandre's going to try to get away. Goes back in here for the
Here it is.
Tarzan wants to engage with the Gumayushi.
Oh my god. Hope can't do shit. Oh my god.
Hope can't do it either. Gumayushi. T1 out team fighting to Legend for another delayed ace.
T1 kite into the alcove of death. They take down AL and they're going to reset. The Elder is still on the table and the Hex gates are at the ready.
The Syndra is up. It's Kyle that is up. But can they stand against so many members of T1? Doran going to start to push out this wave, and in just
they're
a
all
moment,
coming back.
all 5 members of T1.
Oh, they get Elder. They're getting Elder. They're going to get Elder Baron. They're going to get Elder Baron.
No way to contest for AL right now. Everybody on T1 ready to go. Owner going to join up in just a moment. Kyle and Shanks, even with the level 16 Syndra, there's just not an angle. And now, with the Elder in their possession, you would have to think that T1 is going to take a stroll up into the top side of the rift and add Baron to it.
This now becomes a game of delaying, of trying to deny T1 from taking down the Nexus. Having both of these buffs,
I mean, it just feels over,
no? They can tear through anyone's legend.
With the power of the Elder, they've got to secure this one. AL, what are they even going to do? You have to try and turtle and wait out these super powerful endgame buffs now.
The Elder, the Baron, the Soul, the Otacon, every possible advantage you could have in League of Legends, T1 commands for the next 2 minutes.
While everyone else at Worlds are trying to earn their legacy, Faker knows his has already been cemented in history, and T1 will assault the base. Here comes the push. Baron empowered, Elder empowered.
Dude,
T1.
I don't know how they win.
T1 just going straight to the
Yeah,
enemy
because
base.
it's ARAM, no?
Turret doesn't stand a chance. Inhibitor knocked down right after. Tarzan and
Oh, they're not
Hope
gonna
needed
ARAM
to
it?
join up with the rest of the team. The tier 2 over in mid still standing for now. There's still half the duration left on the Elder Dragon.
That's all that anyone's Legend are trying to do. They will lose the top inhibitor, but they managed to take out the wave in mid. Flandre pushed in that bottom wave, and with just
It's
a
like
little
going
bit of
all
time
over
left
again.
on this Elder Dragon,
Oh.
how much more can T1 get?
Do you believe in the Game 5 jinx? The hope for LPL right now. The hope for AL.
Well, it's gonna need a lot more than just some hopes, some dreams, some prayers. They're gonna need this Elder timer to
Oh my God,
expire
dude.
if they want to have a chance against T1, who now have nearly a 3,000 gold lead on top of all those buffs. Elder getting down very low, about 20 seconds or so left here on this buff. The next wave about to arrive, and you know T1 are going to force their way in.
I guess they
for a
give up 2
second lane
inhibs.
of super minions. Doran guiding the top lane minions up now as well.
You
As
gotta
the
wait
second
for
inhibitor
Elder to
falls,
end at
and
least.
T1
Elder's
are
about to
looking for
end.
the end of the
15
game.
seconds.
The Elder's got 15 seconds left on it. T1 guiding the Baroned up minions toward the Nexus turrets.
Tarzan.
Hitting a target. Flandre and the rest of AL scrambling to try to
Whoa.
defend. Nexus turret.
You miss? You miss? Oh, Tarzan's dead. Tarzan's dead.
Takes more. T1 looking for the engage. They found Flandre, but he gets away.
Elder's gone. Elder's gone. Dude, you gotta fight. You gotta fight. Dude, it leaves the whole. Oh, it's over.
Their way on the Nexus. AL scrambles to defend. Doran can't do it. History is written by the victors. And yet again, T1 turns the page of the LPL. They will once again earn their place in the semifinals.
What the fuck, dude?
Faker has never failed to make the semifinals at Worlds when he has attended. And today will be no different.
It's another chalk line.
Yeah.
Although it's been a very one-sided scoreboard for T1 as they take to the stage in Shanghai, securing semifinals.
Oh, my pickings are fucked.
And one more date with an LPL squad.
12-0 in World's Best of Fives over 12 years.
Oh
for
my
Faker.
God, AL!
T1 remains the nightmare of LPL teams at the height of League of Legends competition.
God damn!
But man, it was close. AL pushed them to the absolute limits. Respect.
And they will now take the stage to bow to the home crowd. It is heartbreaking for them. They came so close. But once more again, T1 just better on the day, better in those clutch moments.
That is a crazy way to end.
Halves of the desk to break it all down for us.
Thank you so much, and absolutely wonderful cast of what was an unbelievable best of 5, and what was also a stellar Game 5 to watch. But the emotions on the losing side, I can't be in their place, but I can feel it, how much it hurts.
I don't know, man.
You saw that they had it in the palm of their hand at certain moments in this game, but it all goes away.
Yeah, I mean, this team has accomplished so much throughout the year. I know that's not a comfort now, but like I said, this team, with adding Tarzan, adding Flandre, the things they were able to accomplish throughout the season, they were my personal favorite team to watch in LPL because of their play style, because of how they could
He just
punch
gave up
against
every
teams that,
I mean,
like
yeah,
on
it's
paper
kind of
should
rough
have been
to
better
watch.
than them, right? So well, it's a very crushing loss.
And on the other side, elation once again. We asked the question at the beginning of the day, is it happening? Will it be just a rerun versus the LPL, Maurits? You did say at the end, you cannot bet against T1, and you were right.
You gotta take the it's happening sign now.
Okay, well.
Oh, man. What a crazy way to end. Holy fuck, man.
Words really fail to describe the breadth of emotions that you have after a series like this, right?
Yeah, that was so good.
There is so much elation. There is so much devastation for the team that gets knocked out. And even though it's no solace right now, this is why we do it, right? This is the spirit.
Dude, I'd be like, oh, AL, I wanted AL to make semis, man.
The turn from Flandre in a desperate attempt to cling on to the game. Mundo and Mel. By the way, what was that?
Yeah, I mean, we were going to the drafts. I saw the Jinx locked in. I was like, yeah, me and Kobe were calling for hyper carries. Let's go. And then this comp that they put together, the Mel actually did so
I'm
much
like chronicling, dude. I'm just like, fuck, dude.
So it's a really
Window's so tanky.
interesting Game 5 draft. This is like a series that makes me so, like I feel so lucky to be here, right? This was amazing.
Man, absolutely crazy. I'm really happy I was here to see this and see all the emotions.
I'm done for today, dude. Holy fuck, what a crazy series.
Emotions on stage and in the arena.
Tomorrow we're gonna have
that Game 5 and the back.
tomorrow we have Genji versus KT.
It's over. Nowhere.
But then we'll have T1 versus TS, dude. T1 makes another finals. I can't, dude. I can't. Holy shit, dude.
And it's not just the
I
team,
can't.
it's also the fans. This is, I think, both in terms of fan
That is
intensity,
fucking
but also
wild, dude. Oh yeah, happy Halloween, dude. I forgot it's Halloween. Go watch something scary. Shit your pants, dude. Yeah, but you know what? I was wrong about Mel. Mel popped the fuck off.
I mean, you have something to
Genji
explain to
versus
this arena,
T1.
also knowing that
I mean, I hope it's TS in the finals at this point, dude. Do you want LCK?
He must be feeling very relieved
it's just
and
so
happy
rough.
once again. And let's say he also put on
Whatever. I'm fucking tired. Go fuck yourself. Have a great day. I'm gonna go take a shit, and I'll see you all tomorrow.